A very good morning to you and welcome to the weekend of the 150th Open. St Andrews has really turned it on for us today weather-wise. We awoke to blue skies, a nice but light cooling breeze off the water, and we're not expecting too much in the way of wind for the rest of the day. Might get up to about 10 to 15 miles an hour or so. In other words, it's a perfect Scottish start. Got it out in the end to Saturday's play. And the man that made the move, the man on top of the leaderboard going into the weekend. This was a special moment for Cameron Smith, who leads the way at 13 under par. A roping eagle putt. And it was nothing but net in a round of 64 for the Australian yesterday to back up the 67 from day one, which means it is the lowest all-time Open score at the halfway mark at a St Andrews Open, if you can believe it. And it comes from one of the men inside the world's top 10 who has a tendency to fly under the radar as well. Not anymore for Cameron Smith. Two-shot buffer over Cameron Young. And Rory McIlroy and Victor Hovland are in there as well, double digits. These are the players to watch over the past Opens at St Andrews. Going into the weekend, almost every winner has come from the front page of the leaderboard, so these players need to play well to get themselves right in the mix. Tomorrow, Matt Fitzpatrick, the newly minted US Open champion, is in there as well. Delighted to say I'm joined by Kurt Byram and Thomas Bjorn out here this morning for another great day's play. Kurt, couldn't ask for better conditions than this.
Incredible. It's quite the morning out there. I mean, there's just no wind. Look at the flags up on top of the grandstand. They're barely even moving. So it's an ideal morning to get off to a great start. Maybe go out and shoot a low one. It
can happen these days in Scotland, Thomas.
Well, it certainly can. This is an excellent day. You know, as a player, you know, they've fought hard, these guys, to make the cut. And this is an opportunity. They'll see the opportunity. And when this golf course stands like this, you know, there's just no better feeling. You'll be excited and you'll just be straight out there and try and make some birdies early on.
There's Richard Mansell, who came home strong, 3 under par on his back nine last evening, and it was late as well. Well past 9 o'clock when he finished off his day, so it's been a quick turnaround for him, but it was a back nine of 33, 3 under par. He had to par the last to make the cut, and he did exactly that. It was level in the end. 84 players made it through to the weekend, so we've cut that down from the massive 156 that always starts the week here at the Open. So rounds of 73 and 71. That's Scott Herald back there, who's actually the senior instructor at St Andrews Links Trust, and he's playing as the marker for Mansell today, who is in a one ball, as they say, which is quite a unique position to be in.
I always wonder if they used to leave that up to the player as an option, right? If they wanted a marker or not. Now I think don't they ask you to take a marker?
Well, they certainly used to ask if you wanted one. You know, if they changed their mind with that. I always think, you know, especially on a golf course like this, you know, he would run round and he'd almost get in the way of some of the later starters. It's quite nice to see a mark out there. It's a nice story as well. It's kind of fitting that it's somebody from the St Andrews Links Trust teaching that comes out there and plays with him. And you know, this is a special place, and no, I think it's nice. I always wanted to take a marker if I was in that situation.
I think it gives you a chance to slow down just a little. You could really race out on this golf course, all the way out and all the way back pretty fast.
So this is the 8:35 a.m. at tea time. And they're ready to get things underway down there.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to St Andrews, the home of golf, for the third day's play of the 150th Open. This is game number 1. On the tee from England, Richard Mansell.
He's thrilled to be here playing in his second Open Championship as well. Came through qualifying at Hollandwell for the 2nd year running. He's having a brilliant year as well on the DP World Tour. A couple of top 10s. He's halved his world ranking in the last 12 weeks alone.
On the tee from St Andrews Links, playing as marker, Scott Harold.
An honour I'm not sure he knew was coming his way this week.
No, definitely not. But they'll certainly love it up here, that's for sure.
I'm sure those are the moments that he practiced for when he was growing up as a little kid too.
It's nice to know you can just pick it up if it doesn't go well for you, though.
When it gets in one of those pot bunkers, I think I'm done here.
Over to you, Richard. Qualified for the US Open as well. He's the qualifying king this year. Richard.
Can he keep all of those swing thoughts out today that he teaches all day long?
So let's talk you through the next couple of games coming through. There's Richard Mansell and Scott Harold, but we don't have his picture. And Trey Mullinax has the company of his fellow American in Kevin Kisner out in 10 minutes' time. And the bumper group of Tony Finau and Adrianaus, both at level par. And Robert McIntyre will enjoy the company of Justin De Los Santos. No question about that out there today at 9:05. The champion golfer of the year from 2018, Carnoustie, not far from here, Francesco Molinari out with the big hitting Dean Burmester. He's finding some form coming into the summer. But here is how things stand at the start of the day. It is the two Camerons on top, but Smith with a two-shot advantage at 13 under par here in the 150th Open. See Rory McIlroy there, he's in the mix as well. He delighted the crowds late last night as we look down the first.
They were wearing out those front hole locations the first couple days. Finally have one back left, which maybe allows these guys to get after it a little bit more.
Yeah, there's certainly, you know, when you look at the pin positions, the front nine is a little bit more accessible than it's been over the first 2 days. But then on the back nine, it turns really, really difficult coming in. Really tough pin locations on all the way in on the back nine.
So this hole averaged around about middle of the pack both days, just under par in round one, just over 4.03. It was the 10th ranked hole on the golf course yesterday. What will this pin do for that scoring average?
Well, I mean, it sort of eliminates the burn in front, so I think these guys can be a little bit more aggressive, and if the greens are like they were the first day with that big first bounce, they can kind of land it middle and let it work itself back there a little bit.
You got a target?
Yeah, it's certainly an easier shot back to this pin location, but it's, you know, there's a lot of humpers and hollows on the back of that green, so you really want to get yourself in a position. You can't get too far to either side, because then you're left with a really, really difficult putt. You still got to get down there and have a good chance of an aggressive shot at the flag here.
Big exhale there from Scott Harold. Wasn't quite his best strike, but he'll settle into the day. Good player in his own right. 121 the number for Mansell. He met Lee Trevino the other day, earlier on in the week, who was part of our celebration of champions. In his 5th year as a professional. His 2 major appearances. One came at the US Open this year, the other at the Open at Royal St George's, where he made the cut.
Well, if he and Trevino had much of a conversation, Richard didn't say much. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I had the honor of playing Trevino's last Open with him here at St Andrews in 2000 in the first 2 rounds. It was, if it was anything, it was very entertaining, that's for sure. It was a remarkable experience for me. You know, I've been pro on tour for 4 years, and to get that opportunity was a very special 2 days. But yeah, he talked for a better part of 11, 12 hours over 2 days.
No surprise.
So we saw Tony Finau getting a little putting apparatus out. There's Robert McIntyre off in just under 25 minutes. With his new coach back there, Simon Shanks, in the blue shirt. Also works with Jordan Smith. So back there in the shadows of the RNA clubhouse, there's Trey Mullinax and Kevin Kisner. There's Trey.
So this is in the U.S., this is a big rivalry, college-wise, between these 2 guys. Kisner is a Georgia Bulldog, and Mullinax is an Alabama Crimson Tider.
Red neck.
I was a Jukie, so I know all about rivalries with
Playing the
UNC.
same pin on 18 today.
It's quite a big deal over in the US. It's almost like picking your team colours for life.
Oh,
I know
that's the
it's
actual
not necessarily,
pin. I thought it was from yesterday. I moved it.
you know, understood kind of overseas sometimes how much it matters to a lot.
Never slept on it last night.
Yeah, we're talking football right now. They're good friends in the golf world, but
It's Kisner. I was walking with his group out the other day. You wouldn't believe it. He was almost out of the guys, and I forget who he was playing with. I'll look it up, but he was the one that everyone out in the crowd was yelling for.
Yeah.
He's a massive crowd favourite. So many autographs signed that day.
There's a good indication of what this green is like. It's up and over there. There's a big knoll there, and it's a tricky putt. I wonder what goes through his head. I wonder what his kind of mindset is to go out and play this round. Well, I'm just going to go out there and enjoy it, and see what it's like to playing in an Open Championship on the weekend.
On the southwest, it appears.
Lean into the challenge. And the enjoyment as well to be had.
All right, my little buddy, I'm going to try to hit it good for you today. Well, buddy. All right, you too, man.
Nice there. Tees in the ground. Let's go.
This is game number 2. On the tee from the USA, Trey Mullinax.
Hey, kids, I'm going to go first.
whoops. Let's try this again.
Hot start. Same deal, bud.
0 from 1.
Big difference between the way these two guys play. This guy is a bomber. I mean, extremely long with everything, drives it forever. And Kisner is really a precision guy and a great putter.
Sure.
On the tee from the USA, Kevin Kisner.
It was Dustin Johnson and Harold Varner III who I thought were crowd favourites, but like I said, that man on screen was about 5 autographs a hole out there. He's so loved.
He's got a saying, this ain't no hobby.
Yep, going.
Trying a little driving iron down there from the sounds of it, from the sounds of the strike. He was in that pack of runner-ups in Carnoustie 4 years ago. So he too has open pedigree without taking the title yet. But just scraped through, really. 18 players on level par last night. We're very happy to see the cut stay on that number.
Up on the green. So this is for his birdie, Richard Mansell. Nice pace. I always found when I play this hole and the pin's back there that you really want to be aggressive off the tee. You want to get down there. You don't really want to come into this flag with more than a wedge. So you've got to get something going down that fairway. Over on the range, Francesco Molinari. I spent a bit of time with him early in the week. It's been some tough years through COVID, really. He moved to the LA and never really found his feet with everything, and he's just trying to work his way back now to what we saw in those years around 2018. That was just, he was arguably the best golfer in the world there for 3 or 4 months.
Driver out for Mansell at 2. Good looking golf swing, isn't it, Kurt?
It is. I like that a lot. He looks confident as well. He should. If he drives it like that all day, he'll have some opportunity.
He played in the 2017 Arnold Palmer Cup alongside Victor Hovland. And they were up against Colin Morikawa as well. So he's spent a lot of his time, Richard, playing it against the best players in the world even before he turned pro. So many of the local players here have found bags this week as well. I know Ben Kingsley, who's a scratch player nearby, is on the bag for Katsuragawa later on today. That's nice. It's a happy pup. It is a beautiful day for a morning stroll along the beach, or the 3rd round of the Open.
Kisner likes to play a little draw. That did not look like it started right. Maybe trying to hold it off here a little. I'd say that worked out pretty well.
He's made the cut in 5 straight Opens now. Keeps that run going. Inside the world's top 30, so you'd expect that, but perhaps one of the lesser known players abroad. Changed that in 2018, of course.
Molnak's was one of the last guys in the field, picking up that win at Barbasol last week in the U.S. So huge for him, his first win.
Tidy, not a bad place to make your Open debut as well. And he went into Barbasol with very little form. I think he'd missed 12 of the 19 cuts or so before that. So a nice way to turn it around. What a time to do it was the final spot in the field. So we're up and running here in St Andrews this morning. Scotty Scheffler, the world #1's in there. Tyrrell Hatton, who has pedigree on this golf course as well. Twice an Alfred Dunhill Links winner. They're both at 8 under par, so we'll see more of them this afternoon. The final group is out just before 4 p.m. today. So these are the players coming your way this afternoon. The best, and some great stories in there as well. Ireland's David Carey in at 5 under par. So he'll go into the weekend with some great memories so far. We'll see how he can build on that out there this afternoon. It was a brilliant round of golf yesterday, level par on day 1, and a 67 for the Irishman. There's the talented South African Garrick Higo. They're at 3 under par. And the likes of Justin Thomas, 2 under the card. This was the place that he struck his very first ball as a professional back in 2013 at the Alfred Dunhill Links. Anthony Quayle, Hideki Matsuyama, Bryson DeChambeau, all in the red figures just. There's Molinari, Finau, Adrianaus as well, the Spaniard. We'll see more of him to come this morning. It's just such an experience for so many players, whether you're the best in the world, whether you're a qualifier, or whether you're over there just across the way. They're the tents that you can rent for the week. And there's some glamping this year as well. And there's a huge hospitality tent in there that has music, a bar, restaurant-y kind of things as well, some food. And that's the cue to get into the shop right now, Kurt. Have you already done your shopping?
Yes, I have. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, I shouldn't say that, but every time you go to the Open, you have so many requests at home back in the U.S., my family mostly, but so I went in and bought 6 hats the other day. I refuse to do much more shopping than that, so.
Tick them off the shopping list. This for an opening birdie for Kevin Kisner.
Right up his alley. He's a very, very good putter. One of the, I would consider, better putters on the PGA Tour.
Found some form as well in the last couple of weeks. He missed about 4 or 5 straight cuts, and then had a top 6 at Travellers, just to come in with a little bit of momentum. Good time to do it. Historically, over the years, we've seen, I think it's at least the last 5 winners have had either a win or 3 top 10s in the lead up to taking the title. Off the right for birdie for Mullinax. Never quite had a chance there. Let's go back to David Lancaster to get the next group of Tony Finau and Adrianaus out there for their Saturday's play.
This is game number 3. On the tee from the USA, Tony Finau.
Another one of those guys with a pretty sneaky open record, 5 for 5 out of his cuts made. Finished third back in 2019 at Royal Portrush.
Yeah, you would think he would have one of these championships in him one day. He certainly has the golf game for it.
On the tee from Spain, Adrianos.
It's been a great season so far for the Spaniard, winning for the first time on the DP World Tour in his hometown of all places, just outside of Girona at PGA Catalunya in a 6-hole playoff. After I think it was 7 podium finishes in the lead up.
Yeah, you really don't want to be the golf ball when he hits it. He reminds me a little bit about Brooks Koepka, the way he hits it. You think, oh God, that golf ball could actually break into 2 pieces.
That was probably a 4-iron, 151 miles per hour. That is impressive.
It's like your driver, Kurt.
I'm still at like 157, Thomas. Come on. But close.
Well, our first look at the second. Tough pin position here on the left-hand side. You've got to get down there off the tee so you can get some elevation on the second shot. And that's just perfect, just off the edge of the bunker. How about that for a shot? You can see the flag there in the middle of the end of the tent. And when he set off, he's thinking, that could be in the bunker. And he just dropped to the right, and there, perfect. Absolute perfect.
He did just what you said, though. He drove it down there far enough. He only had 127 yards, so he just had a little wedge.
Robert McIntyre getting ready. His putting coach Phil Kenyon.
Yeah, exactly.
Works with a lot of players these days. Very successful on the greens.
He's always had such beautiful weight from long range, Bob. Just working on a couple of shorter ones. One of 2 Scots to make the weekend. David Law as well is out at 3 under par. There's Justin De Los Santos. He'll be out playing alongside today.
I always found one of the tough things at St Andrews is that when you're getting ready is that the putting greens are quite small, and you know you're going to have so many long putts out there. Pace putting is so important. It's kind of difficult to get a feel for those long putts before you start.
Dean Burmester, talk us about that little training aid he's got, the yellow and blue ball. We see them so many times out there on the range.
Yeah, but he puts it in between his arms, his forearms, and it just kind of keeps the arms together so he doesn't get a flaring right elbow at the top of the swing. So it kind of keeps everything much closer to each other and out in front of the body. A lot of players use them there, and they come in different kind of ways. You know, you've got the ball that hangs off a string as well in between the arms. So there's a lot of different ways of doing it, but it certainly keeps the arms out in front of the body, which a lot of the players
that sounds perfect.
seek in their golf swings.
Yeah, love it.
The anti-chicken wing is Tony Finau, and out alongside the group of Finau and Adrianos is our eyes on the ground this morning, Karen Stupples, and morning to you.
Good morning, and it is an absolute gift for these players this morning. I mean, it is stunningly gorgeous out here, barely a breath of wind, and if you can't take advantage right now, you're never going to take advantage. It is so perfect for golf. It's a good looking shot.
Just hangs up in the fringe. Stups, you've already had a look through the pins today. What's your expectation for the day comparatively to the previous 2?
Well, I think Thomas summed it up very nicely just at the start of the show. He talked about the front nine being the nine to get it on, and then some really brutal ones coming in down the stretch. And I think that's what a lot of players are. I think that's what all the players expect too. You know, expect to make your score on the way out and hold on coming in. Slightly tougher angle from this left side to this left flag, but plenty of green to use.
It's rare you see the flags hanging like that on the greens up here, that's for sure. It's just hanging straight down. Well, they are the pin positions on the first hole for the first 3 rounds. Short in round 1 and 2, tricky. Everybody was throwing in behind, and this is much easier in the 3rd round. And especially when there's no wind, they can really attack this flag.
Over the last couple of days, the front nine's played about half a shot easier than the back side. Up to 2 with Kisner.
.159 yards left for the second shot.
.22 less for Mullinax, 130.
For him, that's no more than a little gap wedge. He's really extremely long.
Tidy short game.
It's okay. That's part of his game that could be shored up just a little bit.
5 birdies, 5 bogeys, the rest pars for Molinari. So he's out in about 12, 13 minutes or so. Down at 1 with Karen.
Well, as the players look at this, their putts, Tony off the back edge there, and it's going to be downhill from him. And you talk a little bit about the fringe rolls onto the green, that the grass here around the greens rolls very quick as well, because it is still so short and it's still so dry. So the change in pace between the fairway cut and the green cut isn't as pronounced here as it is at a lot of courses. That's why it makes it easier for players to putt. This one is going to be speedy downhill.
Interesting how Tony Finau changed his game up as far as the way he shapes the ball. Used to be just a dead cutter the whole time, and really the last couple, 2 or 3 years, has become more of a drawer of the ball, and did it on purpose. Felt like he had more control over it, working with Boyd Summerhays.
That's an unusual thing to think, really, because most people would go to the fade for more control.
Yeah, he feels like he has more face control the way he's swinging at it now with that draw.
Oh, now's his putt. It's a little bit uphill at the start, and it's going to break down towards the right. I think this is the one time that you can feel really comfortable playing this first hole, when you have these back flags, because anywhere when they're down by the swill and burn, it's very intimidating. At least here you feel you've got some breathing room.
Just on the high side for Arnaus.
This is game number 4. On the tee from the Philippines, Justin De Los Santos.
Great to get to see more of Justin's play today. Born in California, lives in the Philippines, has never been to Europe before, let alone links golf.
He had a really good event. What was it? Was it the Mizuno that he finished second, or he finished top five and got
the
one of
last
those
two
spots?
holes, yeah,
kind of out of the blue.
Yeah, he fought for his spot here. 4 places up for grabs that week in Japan.
On the tee from Scotland, Robert McIntyre.
Well, they come out in numbers to follow one of their fellow Scots. Big talent, Robert McIntyre. He's slowly building into a great player.
He's 7 from 7 made cuts in his major championship record so far. So off he goes, grab something out of the bag on the way. But most of that crowd, you'll see, they'll make their way out alongside him out there today. He's the best ranked Scottish player in the world. Back down to 2 with Tony Finau.
And with this whole location down as far on the left as you can possibly get it, almost on the 16th green actually. A little play down the right side would be ideal, but we know there's always trouble down the right side of these outward holes.
Lucky he got a soft bounce there. Was headed for that gorse.
I do say with a nice little gallery on one of the platforms that they have out here on the golf course. They have a number of them dotted in various locations where people don't necessarily have to take a seat, but they can just stand there to get a good view. Not a huge amount of dune action around the old course to stand on to get a good view, so those platforms really helping everybody out.
Just heading down the left-hand side. I need to sit down.
Is that the path that goes around 17?
I believe, isn't it, Thomas?
It is. That's the one that goes around the hotel.
How's that second shot going to be coming in over that bunker?
Yeah, good view of where the pin is here with Kevin Kisner's birdie putt.
Straight up the hill. Well, we talk about him putting.
Did I mention he can putt?
2 from 2 to start the day for Kevin Kisner. At speed.
Well, they got a rivalry going in American football, these two, and see if they can keep each other company through the day. Well, there you go. That'll be fun.
Might inspire Molinex to putt a little bit better today.
Has one of those the thick 2 thumb grips, Dean Burmester. In theory, just keeps a little bit of the wrists out of it. Bit of a tighter unit On the grip, up to 1 with McIntyre.
Great with a wedge. That was from 142, so.
Go ahead and hit a forward one. You can go ahead and hit that. Just give it a little bit of room left. Just a couple of yards left. As I say, you can go ahead and swing that.
Very aggressive swing. Right on line. Good start, good shot.
It's a far more makeable putt for De Los Santos than McIntyre.
Is that you, Ali?
I'm slower. Isn't it just such a stunning setting, the way that the West Sands are right along the flank of the golf course, and it's almost like the course feeds its way into the town itself.
Yeah.
What's the lie like down there for Finau, Karen?
It's actually not bad. It's obviously there's a lot of grass around it, and it's all that sort of fluffy stuff, but it's growing with the direction that he's going to hit this shot. That makes it a whole lot easier when you're not trying to fight the grass. I'm standing on the fairway, and you're looking up towards the green and thinking, where is that flag? You have to look all the way over towards the 16th to see it. It's so far left.
And that's flown a little bit on him. There's a bunker there. It's all about the lie now.
Isn't that illustration, though, a great kind of analogy for St Andrews, Thomas? That's not the best lie either, coming up for Finau. But you said there's a bunker there, you can't see it.
Yeah, he's got no shot there. He might have to come out sideways onto the 16th green.
Well, the reason you can't see it is because the bunker is probably supposed to be played from the 16th to the 16th green. I mean, it's just, I mean, I just look, I'm looking in amazement at this whole location.
Well, all the first 3 players made birdie, Karen, so it's possible.
La línea que llevamos sería las letras estas. Exacto.
It is a completely different look, and from this side, I mean, my goodness, he almost hit it out of bounds on the over into the Old Course Hotel. Did take relief from that path, and this from 156.
He actually had to go over the corner of that wall. Good safe play, though. Almost zero chance he could get that close.
We've had a few zoom out moments for our cameraman this week. That's one of them, the first of the day here on Saturday.
Up to the 3rd. Birdie start for Kevin Kisner. Can he continue? Well, it's certainly going to be a good chance. Excellent shot. He's been flirting with that bunker off the tee. Got a little bit lucky there, but taking advantage.
Identical scores for the next 2 out.
This is game number 5. On the tee from Italy, Francesco Molinari.
Great to see him back, as it always is, at an Open Championship. 2018 victor, but a lot's happened since then for Francesco Molinari. Sadly, not all of it good, like Thomas was saying.
Very good. Thank you.
On the tee from South Africa, Dean Burmester.
Enjoy it, bud.
Yeah, really enjoys his golf in Europe, Dean Burmester. Loves being out on tour. And he's playing some good stuff.
Four top 5 finishes since last November. But all of them have come from his home continent of Africa. Starting to stitch together a few better performances as well around St Andrews in recent years at the Alfred Dunhill links. He's near on 20 under par for his last 4 rounds on this course. It is a mixture of courses. It's a great event, isn't it, as well, Thomas?
Yeah, it's one of my favourites. I think it's one of all the players' favourites. You know, you get to play St Andrews a couple of times, Carnoustie and then Kings Barnes. It's just great fun.
Just drifting it down there, Robert McIntyre.
Nice little marking on the golf ball there, the Scottish flag, just in case he didn't know where he was from. Well, he's struggling to come out towards the flag here because of that back lip, so he has to go out right. And that's all you can do sometimes. That's just what you end up with on links golf courses. You've got to take your punishment.
For birdie at 1, De Los Santos. Going just enough. An opening 3.
See if Trey Mullinax can go back-to-back here. And he can. How about that start for that pairing?
They've only had 1 par between them.
Yeah.
In the opening 3 holes.
This is an interesting putt. It's just up and over here in the first part, and then it's going to come left to right hard right at the end. Just a little bit too much pace. But a good putt.
For 3 in a row. He hasn't seen a putt he can't make, that's for sure.
Not yet today.
Well, they go right in the middle as well at great pace. It's not like they just drop in. No, it's perfect. Look at that.
He's not backing off today at all, Kevin Kisner. So that 2-ball of Mullinax and Kisner now have 5 birdies between them in the opening 3 holes. So the scores are out there. Will Cameron Smith see himself challenged here in the 3rd round of the Open?
Pressure here on this bogey putt, and he gets it to go. That has to feel a lot better than if he made double, that's for sure.
Yeah, they can feel like the anchors, can't they? Just dragging you down, those doubles.
They're the worst.
Well, you can be nice and aggressive here, Francesco. Good line. He normally has the line, he just struggles with the distance sometimes.
Yeah.
We've seen more of that in recent weeks, or week, if you will. Top 10 in Scotland last week at the Genesis Scottish Open. Around about an hour and 20 minutes or so from here, around the Firth of Forth. Didn't have the best run of form coming into that, so it was a good time to turn things around.
Well, this is certainly an easier drive today. Now you can take it out over the mound easier. When it's into the wind, they really struggle to reach the fairway down the left. This should be easy over. One or two bounces and out on the fairway. More accessible pin on the right-hand side as well, is it? Why am I getting that wrong? No, I'm not. I am getting that wrong. It is by the bunker on the left. Sorry about that.
I didn't think you did that, Thomas. Your word's gospel, to me at least. Maybe not to everyone, maybe not to Kurt, but he'd never say it publicly.
I read this morning that 4 out of the 6 amateurs in the field made the cut.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Incredible. That was Aaron Jarvis there, Sam Bairstow as well, Filippo Celli, and then Barclay Brown with the 4. Here's Arnaus.
And with this tee shot, you have trouble down the right. Again, you've got 3 bunkers, some gorse bushes, plenty of room to the left, and with this back flag.
Annoy you, brother.
The 15. Yep, 15's good.
Finau did not get up and down from the back bunker at the previous hole. Did, as you thought, would have to come out sideways.
Here we go, Tony.
Almost going to the out of bounds down the 16th hole, but stays in.
That Arnaus just unleashed on that right there. I think he's clear up there, maybe even just short of the green somewhere. Kind of weaved in between a few bunkers there. That's going to be interesting to see where his ball just ended up.
Well, it's only 405 yards, so I'm sure he fancies his chances.
He didn't leave anything behind, I know that.
I always like it when you two look at each other and then dive into the yardage books. Back to 1 with Molinari. That looks good. It's great. Didn't have the best finish yesterday. A couple of bogeys coming home. But that's a nice way to start the day.
Richard Mansell for par and 4, and that slips by. This is a good pin, this. This is one where you really have to think about what you do. The 4th hole here is a beast, and no matter where the wind is, you really just want to get a 4 and get out of there. Well, they're off to a good start. Birdie for both.
Here's the ball placements down a second of McIntyre and De Los Santos. About a 25-yard advantage to the Scot. So this is the third for De Los Santos we're hearing, penalty drop, who is over in the gorse in front of him. Amazed that stayed there.
So those white flags are great, yeah. Okay.
It's impossible to get any sort of control out of this rough. So he'll be going way right with this flag. So just bump it up there and just hope. That's all you can do. Is it going to get over? No. It's going to go into that. Might go even short of the bunker. This is impossible now.
He should have listened to you. I'm not sure how you hit it over there.
Apologies for any language you might have picked up. There's the ball and what lies ahead for Robert McIntyre. So that's a little oyster catcher down on the beach. Some beautiful bird life around. The seagulls are the size of small dogs here as well, so that's fun. They steal your chips and your burger here, actually. So waiting back on the tee. That's the group of Burmester and Molinari. It's just absolutely ideal out there at the moment, isn't it, Kurt?
It's amazing. I mean, still look at the flags up on that grandstand just to the left of 2T there behind #1 green, and it's just, they're just almost laying flat. There's just nothing really to deal with right now. If you're going to shoot a low one, this would be a great time to do it. And these guys are both off to great starts.
Heading right. It's all about luck. Gorse bushes and all sorts down there. Ooh, might get away with it. Might just have gotten away with that one.
Gosh, what a difference a foot or two can make. Down with Tony Finau, who's all the way back there. You can see Adriano standing up by the green.
Yeah, Adriano's is level with the front of the green where he is, right in front of Cartgate bunker. Finau has to go over the TV tower. So those seagulls that you're talking about, they have the big hawks that they carry around that are pest control to keep the seagulls at bay. Would have seen that in the show yesterday.
Yeah, we did. I've never seen that before. You don't have a hawk with you, do you, Karen?
No. No,
Good.
just a backpack.
Just a backpack, okay.
I'm like Dora the Explorer.
Let's go to 2, see if Kisner can keep his run going.
Well, we'll have to get Karen in on the Spanish then.
He was well back there, 199. So if Kisner's going to go 4 in a row, he's really going to be impressive if he makes this putt.
We heard so much of that in the press conferences last night. Sometimes 50, 60, 70 feet's a good shot around this course. Especially from range, especially depending on where the pins are.
Thomas, I heard I was over at our NBC part of the compound earlier this morning, ran into one of the researchers that they have over there, and he told me he figures that Cameron Smith made 180 feet worth of putts yesterday just on the putts he made for birdies and eagles. That doesn't count any pars that he made, which is unbelievable.
It was an unbelievable round of golf. You know, every time you looked up, he was holding some sort of putt. It really was very special to watch, and it was summed up for that putt on 14. I think that was just excellent for the Eagle 3, and I'm really excited to see how he's going to manage today.
Made that look pretty easy. I thought that was going to be much more difficult than that.
There's Robert Dinwiddie, a man born in Scotland, lives down in Wandsworth in southwest London. Family obviously around as well.
When you're looking at that, I want to get a dog.
Up and over for Kisner.
Nearly.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good run with perfect speed.
His pace has been lovely so far today. Assertive, but good.
Robert McIntyre for bogey on the second. It's been a little bit of a mess this hole for him. I feel this is an important putt. No problem.
To 3 with Fee out.
Really undulating putt here for Tony. Lots of slope to negotiate. And no, my Spanish is not good. I can barely speak English.
I beg to differ. Karen, you won at 5, by 5 at Sunningdale in the AIG Women's Open. What's your interpretation of links golf? Because this is another course where strategy over length really comes into play.
More so than any other course. I do feel, though, that when you come here and play St Andrews, you try to control so much of your game to hit it in the perfect spot, to hit the perfect places, but it's almost impossible to do that. And a lot of players get frustrated, and the ones that kind of draw on their creativity, the ones that kind of dig deep into just a lot of feel shots, particularly around this course, I think do well. I mean, I was lucky at Sunningdale. Sunningdale's, I think, more of a straightforward golf course than the old course here, because there's so many options out here. And I think it's having a clear plan in your head and then being able to adapt. Oof. That was one that got away for sure.
Yeah, that's painful for Adrianaus. An opportunity missed, no question about it. So it's 3 pars to start the day, but after being greenside at 3. And from that range, that's going to sting a little. To that group, still in search of their first birdie. When you think about it, the group in front, Malinax and Kisner, have 5 between them. How polarising the old course can be. So many people make their pilgrimage, if you will, to the home of golf here each year. Such a beautiful country to visit as well. The Scottish coast. So many things to see and do. There's near on 10,000 kilometres of it all the way around, pretty much all the way around this country. We do share a border with England in the south. Some stunning mountains. Rivers, the rapids as well. Whoops, I think that was planned. Could see you doing that, Kurt.
That would be a no.
Maybe that. I know you do that,
I'll go
Thomas.
along for the ride on there and have a beer while we're sailing around, as long as somebody else was guiding the boat.
I would fancy the whiskey trail more than this.
How are you on the whiskey, Kurt? Not on it, but maybe your knowledge about it. I should
like,
rephrase that.
You know, when in Rome, I mean, when you come to Scotland, you at least have to have a taste here and there, right?
A wee dram.
I mean, it doesn't make a guy a bad guy.
No. No. It's some very good whiskey where that man there's from. Robert McIntyre up in Oban on the coast. Crowd like it.
Only a 3-wood farmhouse on the 4th. Scared to use the driver to run through the fairway where there will be a couple of bunkers. Carries that mound with a 3-wood. That's a big hit, that.
Yeah, I mean, this one, if it has to be cutting, doesn't it? It would not go.
Well, as Tony gets ready, I mean, you have to think that with power like that from Arnaud, that as the holes continue, you know, holes like 9, 10, 12.
That's the range of this bunker. There is a bunker at that. Yeah, it's just left to 14, but we're going to stay right of that. Yeah. But the big bunker, the 350 one, we got to hit it at the grandstand. Okay. Okay.
So
They're
again,
worried about that bunker through the fairway, aren't they, Karen?
Absolutely, and you should be, because there's no easy fairway bunker shots here. They're all a shot penalty, and can sometimes even be more if you end up in an awkward spot in them.
Should be a little cut. Uh-oh.
Just eased into that a bit too much, you think, Kurt?
Took enough off of it. I thought if he really let that go on that line, it could have been trouble, but he's in good shape. Yeah, it wouldn't have taken much more there if he'd hit that a little bit better.
Already the crowds are building out there today. A record number of people will come here to St Andrews. 290,000 of them. There's Bryson DeChambeau. Did you both go to the range first or putt first? What were your warm-ups like?
That depended on where the putting green is. It was too far away from the first tee. I would go to it first and then hit balls.
That's a good answer right there. I like that.
He's an adaptable man. Thomas Bjorn is for birdie for Molinari. Only had 4 top 10s in the last 3-4 years since his Open win. But a lot's changed in the life of Molinari, as we've said. This to get into the red for Mansell. Or back in, I should say. Nice recovery after the drop shot at 4. .3 million people applied for a ticket, and that was just back then. I think that number probably would have got to 2 million quite easily as the year progresses in the lead up, Kurt.
I saw a sold out sign on the ticket window yesterday. How many are they allowing per day, Ali?
Good question. I know it's just under 300,000 over each day. I haven't seen the breakdown through the gates the last couple, but I love a challenge, Kurt.
This should be straightforward for Robert McIntyre. And he'll be disappointed with that.
Just before the pins, you can play high 80s.
I was thinking about De Los Santos from the Philippines. The first event I played as a pro in 1982, Thomas, was in Manila at a place called Whack Whack.
Aptly named.
You talk about grain on greens. You've never seen grain until you've seen the grain on Whack Whack.
The best things about our game is you can play it on the ends of the earth almost. Got a course up in Iceland where you use coloured golf balls as well in the winter.
So Tom Abbott was telling me last night that Dinwiddie had kind of given up on his professional golf career and was working construction.
Yeah.
and qualified. That's an amazing story for him.
It really is. He actually helped one of our production managers, Molly, move into her house a year or two ago. So he's been doing quite a few jobs during the COVID pandemic. Good to see him back playing golf, though.
Front left hole location here on the 5th. Did very, very well. He wasn't happy with the shot, but that's exactly where you want to be.
Tony Finau with his second shot here at the 4th. He's got 170 off of a slight upslope. Clear view of the flag, but there's a nasty bunker just left of it that could gather this, but he very safely has gone out to the right. Else does have a view of the flag, although the bottom of the green is hidden behind the mound in front of him. But he has a good target here. Doesn't have to negotiate that bunker. Can go at the flag if he chooses to. Has 160, so a little bit less. And this is fading out to the right side.
Be grateful for the read from Tony Finau.
Back on 3 green, McIntyre. Pin's just cut right on the top of one of these little knolls. There you go. That'll make them smile. The crowds, not Robert.
He's a pretty likeable young fellow, albeit with an old head on young shoulders. Oh, just a beautiful putt. Plays shinty. When he started getting bogged down in golf, he went back to try and play shinty for the fun of it. Short in the jaws for De Los Santos. It's similar to hurling in Ireland. Have you ever seen them play it, Thomas?
Well, I'll tell you what, Ali. You say shinty and then you say hurling, and I'm no the wiser.
That's why I asked you instead of
I
Kurt.
have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest with you.
If I remember correctly, I think it's like a soccer goal with a hockey stick that's kind of got a flat paddle on the end and a ball, and there's hitting. I've watched Robert play it before. I'm testing my memory there. That was a couple of years ago.
So is it similar to field hockey then? In the US they have.
I think it's played more in the air, so you can actually lift it up. And I believe that the ball is not as hard as a hockey ball as well, thankfully, from the sounds of it. But not far off. That felt like trying to describe the colour blue then.
I think people are very confused at home right now, Ali.
Well, good thing we have the internet. If you're curious, do us all a favour. Here he is, though, at the 4th tee.
Yeah, good ball. Very nice.
That is ideal right there. Up that right side.
I have to say, our referee Jinwoo that's sitting next to me is just shaking his head at you, Ali.
We do what we can. You know, international game. Back to 1. Speaking of the international game, Sebastian Munoz here from Colombia.
Big swing, high ball hitter. Although this is just a wedge, so he may try to flight this down a little.
Good result. Playing alongside Jordan Smith, who's been on a heater run recently. Been playing some brilliant golf, great golf swing.
It really is trending in the right direction for Jordan Smith. Came out on tour with such a huge talent. Excellent shot in here on the first. He's had that nice moment last week where he had a hole-in-one on 17 and he won a car for both himself and his caddy. His caddy is still smiling.
Yeah, Sam's a happy man. Got to pick the colour too. There's Tony Finau from range.
Well, it's been a strong start from Kevin Kisner. Birdied the first three and a par on the fourth, and this is for eagle on 5. There's an outside chance for most. Look at the pace. Just perfect pace every single time. And that'll be 4 under through 5 holes. When are we allowed to start thinking about something really special?
Sure, he's thinking pretty special right now. He's thinking of maybe work himself back up at least halfway up into the field by the end of the day.
Yeah, he's inside the top 25 right now, but plenty of players left to tee off. So that's going to be 4 pars to start the day for Adrian Aus, who no doubt felt like he might have missed a couple of chances in these opening holes, because they are scoreable, as we've seen from Kevin Kisner, who's 4 under through 5. Patrick Cantley, the reigning FedEx Cup champion, inside the top 10. I think the crowds have really warmed to Sahith Theegala as well, as I think they'll do around the world. He's a great character, Kurt.
He really is, and a great talent. He was all everything at Pepperdine in college, and they got it right with all the awards that he won there, because he's really come out and performed well as a professional golfer. Munoz is a little streaky, but he has a lot of talent. He gives it a rip every time.
Speaking of.
Yeah, this is certainly talent, and it's also muscle. This could be a long way down there. Now it's going left into those hills, and now it's all about the lie. That's pretty decent there. You get caught in those banks, and then it becomes very tricky for the second shot. That should be okay.
To the right, right? Yes, right to left.
Well, Finau. I mean, Finau's been favouring the left side so far today. And I think he's going to take this one right over my head. Looks like from where he's aiming. Which would mean he's going to be starting down the left and going for a little fade.
He too finds the rough. Here's the next group out.
This is game number 8. On the tee, from South Korea, Sunjae Im.
"24 years of age, South Korean. Had 8 top 25s already this season on the PGA Tour.
I'm surprised about that 24. Feels like it's been around for a long time.
I think it's because for a while there you were seeing him at every single event.
He didn't have a home his first couple of years on tour. All he did was stay in hotels and play golf. I think he played like 33 tournaments his first year.
From the Cayman Islands, Aaron Jarvis.
One of the 4 amateurs to make the cut. One American amateur champion who won at the Teeth of the Dog course at Casa de Campo down in the Dominican Republic. Man from the Cayman Islands wants to grow the game there. There's only just over 70,000 people in the country. Just the 2 golf courses. He spent a lot of his time playing in the US, getting his golfing IQ up there. Wouldn't mind following in the footsteps of Joaquin Niemann, who's also won the LAAC, as it's known.
Go Rebels!
Well, here's a look down the 4th hole from up in the sky. And that's where Robert McIntyre finds himself in this round, and that's where he's been in round 1 and round 2. He's in the perfect position here to attack this flag.
Hold your head.
We just wanted to just get out over that knuckle in the middle of the green. Not quite.
Molinari for birdie, just off the right, 3. 2 steps in the right direction now.
And Jordan Smith. This is a pretty straight putt. Maybe a little right to left. Popular figure on tour.
Kisner's second at 6. Back right hole location here today. He can get it all the way back there. Pretty darn good. The way he putts, that's a very good look for birdie.
That was a 7-iron on the way from 212. Decent line rough.
Just didn't quite get there now. It's rolling. This is such a tricky chip shot coming up. We have to bump that into the hill to get it close.
Thomas, that's the tricky bit with this front flag, isn't it? It's just judging where you want it to land and being so precise to get the shot close.
Yeah, that's definitely it. You'd rather be 150 feet past the flag than short of the green here. That's kind of the key. And sometimes that's difficult to accept.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, that's such a key word, acceptance. You know, knowing that you're just going to have a long putt for your eagle. Tony's got 197. It does have it's an okay lie. It's sitting down just a bit. And he's using an 8-iron. This is a low shot. Just got to get some run on it.
These are mistakes, they really are. You've got to get there. It's not impossible, but it's very, very tough from down in the swale short of the 5th green today.
See if Sungjae can get it back there. Join all these players that are off to a good start today. First hole definitely given up a lot more birdies than it has the first couple days.
5 birdies, 8 pars through 1 today. Up to 4. Wasn't really in the position to attack there, McIntyre. Back to Jarvis at 1. Really neat looking action. Now goes to UNLV over in the States. As far as the eye can see out there today.
Well, we're slightly excited about Kevin Kisner this morning in the commentary box. Can the run continue? Bang, right in the middle. 5 under through 6. There's the start.
And everything he's looking at now. The confidence is sky high.
Incredible start from Kevin Kisner. Out left at 5 for McIntyre. How far and what lie? Ooh. It's just buried its head. It's going to be a hanging one.
Number 6 would be 6, right?
Sungjae in. Not far away. Been steady so far this week, rounds of 71, 73. A couple of bogeys coming in on the way home yesterday, 3 in the last 5. But it's an opening par. So back there is Wyndham Clark from the USA, Sam Bairstow. He's had 2 level par rounds for the amateur. Nice work. It's going to be Clark to play first.
This is game number 9. On the tee, from the USA, Wyndham Clark.
Making his first ever Open appearance. Came over to play an amateur championship at Port Russia a long time ago.
On the tee, from England, Sam Bairstow.
So a little bit of a difference in terms of links experience between the two, even though Bairstow is the amateur He's the 12th ranked amateur in the world. A recent runner-up as well in the amateur championship. Plays out of Hallows Golf Club in Johnfield. Not far from where Matt Fitzpatrick is from. That's down the fairway. 4 amateurs, as we said, made the cut. You had to make the cut in order to be eligible to win the silver medal. It goes to the lowest finishing amateur at the Open. Delighted to say we've got a change up in the commentary box. We'll hear more from Thomas Bjorn and Kurt Byron, but we've got Sir Nick Faldo and Trevor Immelman in. Morning, boys.
Yeah, good morning. Bit of an indication of what might happen today with Kevin Kisner, 5 under through, 7?
Yeah, Nick, this is about the best weather I've ever seen here.
Yeah. Oh, it's flat, calm, it's beautiful and sunny, but just still a cool temperature, but absolutely perfect out there. Again, we're enjoying the pin sheet, a couple of new hole locations, trying to tuck it in as many corners as possible, and this is the hot man on the golf course. Actually, sorry, he's 5 under through 6 on the 7th, which is all about position. And again, we've got a new, nearly hit the marker, got a new hole location on the front of this green, so I'm fascinated to see exactly where that is.
It's not easy to stump you around this place.
Well, they're finding, you walk past some slopes, and in the good old days, you never go in there. There was very much a traditional championship line of where the whole locations went, but obviously to protect the grand old lady here, they're going to have to tuck in some crazy corners.
Yeah, one of my favorite lines of the week comes from Sam Torrance when he described these greens as having hidden talents. And they find these little spots to put the whole locations that really at times, even in good conditions, can be quite tough to get close to.
Wow, look at that for a scene. And it's 10 o'clock, just gone 10 o'clock here, and everybody's jostling them. That's at the end of the golf course. There is 7 and 11. There is that whole location right on top of a huge rise.
Yeah, you see that false edge right there.
Yeah, and there the red flag is 11 par 3, and that's a famous hole location right behind Strath Bunker. So that will be wonderful to watch later.
We saw the head down there of Scott Herold, who's out playing with Richard Mansell. They're on the 8th, playing as a marker. Mansell in a 1 ball on the tee sheet. Saw them earlier on. De Los Santos at 5.
It's also a tough hole location to get to, Nick, in that front left.
Front left. It's the steepest slope on the front of the green.
You either just got to accept a 50-footer or try and get lucky through the valley in front of the green.
There's your 50. That'll be a 100-footer. And he's got to come back over the hump, which they were navigating yesterday, coming the other way. Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a head scratcher to come for the man from the Philippines.
So the first green is very flat apart from the back left section. A couple of mounds and ridges. So what will it do? What kind of bounce? Yeah, there you go. Plenty of bounce and run.
I am looking forward to seeing, as the day progresses, and it is so sunny right now, just how firm and bouncy these greens start to get. Will they start to match the fairways is what I'm hoping for.
Well, probably going to match day 1, because yesterday after that little dampness came through, that it really changed it dramatically. There were 2 bounces and the zip back. There'll be no zip back today. Brings it in low. There you go. Congrel. There we go, got one to bite. Very good.
Yeah, I had dinner with Adam Scott last night, and he told me that you could absolutely feel the course changing after the drizzle in the morning.
There's a map for 2 greens, 7 and 7 on the right. Yellow flag is right at the top of that rise, that hollow. 7's always a burnt fairway, even when it's green. It kind of gets the wind, gets exposed. Familiar keeps the right foot back, and yeah, excellent wedge player. Short iron player, that's well played. Exactly what you're trying to do. Yard past or 2 for safety.
I think any of it I was over there, wasn't I? And he played out before we even played.
Wow, that's a different angle, Trevor.
Yeah. Third into the par 5. So what is that? 15
that's on 14.
Fairway?
Well, it's 14 fairway.
Yeah, it's 14.
That's very. I've never known anybody to. We generally play 14 and go left down the 5th fairway, but he's coming from. Okay, I got to say that is a great angle, isn't it? That is the beauty of St Andrews. He needs. Can he reward himself? Yes, he can. Look at that. Okay, something worth looking at today.
A little local knowledge there.
Yeah. Ah. You a surfer, Trev?
Not really.
Well, Adam
no.
Scott is, isn't he?
Yeah,
Serious
he is.
surfer.
He is. I don't think that's him though.
Trains with trains with 11, Kelly Slater. Gotta be darn good to be out with him.
Hopefully Scotty is still sleeping because he only has a 3:15 tea time.
Yeah, he's already having breakfast. I passed him this morning in the hotel.
All right, trying to keep this run going here.
Bound to happen. It's still just his 2nd par of the day. So if you're just joining us, let's walk you through the last hour and a half of Kevin Kisner's morning. Got off to the best possible start at 1. Thinking all right, good 1 in a row.
Yeah, well, this is about the best you can do at 2 because of this hole location. You're going to have to play long, so that is a serious bonus. Right, thank you. 3's another interesting hole location. They've gone away from the bunker, but guarded by all the humps and hollows.
So par at 4, then this for Eagle from long range at 5.
We see him making all of those putts. If you're a fan of the PGA Tour golf, you know that Kevin Kisner is one of the best putters over on that tour. With conditions like this, greens rolling at a very manageable speed, just right around 10, can be aggressive. You see he's just knocking these putts right into the center of the cup.
So that 7th hole was the shortest birdie putt, and then goes and misses it.
Yeah. A little light on speed there at 7, wasn't he?
There's the setting.
Isn't that great?
The 8th tee nestled amongst the grandstands. We'll go back there in a moment. No birdie at 1 for Sam Bairstow.
These greens will be running like a snooker table. They double cut them again. Just 3.5 millimeters. You know, considering it's grass that's hundreds of years old, that is quite something.
Yeah, you made me think yesterday when you were in here dropping that line, wondering if this is the original grass, which you got to think it is.
Well, I know. I learnt, you know, the great Tom Morris, when he came back here in 1863, which I remember well. He widened. He was given the custodian, you know, the greenkeeper, and so he widened the fairways, and he was the one who widened the greens, created, you know, the double greens. So to play more rounds, how about that? I'm sure he was in his pro shop taking the green fees back in that day. So
so a good businessman as well as a good golfer.
Well, it was getting cramped, I think, because they were playing the same fairways back and forward, weren't they?
Exactly, getting cramped with all 12 of them out there. Yeah. So this is 8, which is great from a TV tower, but golfers can see nothing. They always see some wispy fescue. Ah, there you go. Apart from the TV towers, you've got a big bunker right in front of the green. And it's all downslope to the flag. Nothing to, no wind to turn the ball against it, you know, to slow it down. So
just trust that there isn't that much wind.
Karen Stuffles has moved up to this group of Trey Mullinax and Kevin Kisner.
Well, and Nick, to your point, there is just a slight hint of breeze. I mean, it's barely a whisper, but it might be enough for him to do something with. It is slightly in and off the right.
Yeah, that would be perfect for your hold off fade.
And this is going on a fade.
Yeah, that's what he's trying. See if it sits down. That's firm, isn't it? Wow. Good. Oh, absolutely. Especially if the wind's turned back again. We had amazing full 180-degree turn, literally in 1-2 minutes. That's what's so fascinating.
Yeah, wasn't that cool yesterday?
3:30 in the afternoon. I was leaning on my tides again at 4:30. I was guiding everybody. Something's going to happen at 4:30, and it caught me out at 3:30. Which is, in a click of a fingers, 180 degrees. So the leaders, or the late starters, right, had a tough back nine playing all the way in left to right.
Looks like he's got a 6-iron out here for this shot for Kevin. Got plenty of height on it, starting a little bit left of the flag.
Got to land hot if that's coming in with a draw. So he's got, see, that will be the difference. You've got to cut it in there, try and bank it, and then, you know, that will stop an awful lot quicker. So he's in trouble now. Suddenly, little pull, and that's a good 30 yards from the flag. Photographer's dream today, isn't it?
Sure is.
The still photographers will be coming up with something magical. So if we see if this tour down the 5th works, nah, just a little firm.
This is at the 2nd for Aaron Jarvis. Good look for birdie.
Yeah, nice approach to get it in there that close at 2. Oh, great birdie. Very difficult hole location there at the 2nd today. Cut just a few steps over that deep bunker.
So the scores are out there. And you think that every one of the last 7 Open winners were on the front page of that leaderboard through 36 going into the weekend. I wonder if that'll change this time round after we've seen the starts of Kisner and his playing partner, Trey Mullinax, combined 9 under par. So it can be done. Can someone race through the field? Perhaps the newly minted major champion of Matt Fitzpatrick. So down to the 1st with John Parry.
Accessible hole location here in the back. This green is nice and firm, so you can skip it back there.
So I'm just reading the Gravities report, Trevor. As they say, 153. It's down 3 from it was 159. So they're saying it's a smidgen softer right now. So, but the speed is up. They got them up to 10.6, up 3 inches.
Okay.
God, fascinating stuff. Over to you, Trevor.
Yeah, his caddy was just speaking some Afrikaans, told him to trust it.
What was that? What's trust it in Afrikaans?
Vertrouwd it.
Vertrouwd it?
Close enough.
No, what was it? Go again.
Vertrouwd it.
Vertrouwd it.
Close.
Vertrouwd it. Trust it.
Let's see if this one takes a bigger hop. There you go.
Ooh. So what's perfect in Afrikaans?
Perfect.
Perfect. I can do that one.
Close enough.
Great. All my South African friends.
Yeah.
Good to see Selwyn Nathan here. Back in the day when I played the Sunshine Tour.
Yeah. Well, we always appreciated when you would come down there and play.
Oh, great stories with George and Brenda Bloomberg. My goodness, Uncle George. Oh, hello.
Eagle for Richard Mansell down at the short par 4 ninth. It's a good front 9 for him, 3 under par at the turn.
Well, Kisner's got this part, it's uphill to start with, to a little plateau, then back down towards the hole, but judging the speed is going to be difficult.
That was difficult.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding?
Rapers. What a bonus.
Misses the short one at 7 and makes it cross country at 8.
Wow. Guys getting their eye in. I've said all along, you get so many 30-yarders, you start getting good at them. You know, you start thinking or seeing, you see them like a 30-footer.
So he's now 6 under for his first 8 holes. And he's got 9 and 10 coming up, 12.
Yeah.
All drivable.
And 14, obviously. Good. You hit it just forward nicely with the driver. You're going to be really close. You'll be putting. Definitely at 9. 10 is something, a little fiddly bump and run, but you can obviously drive on or very close to 12. One good drive down 14, you can go for that in 2. And obviously 18, this is what we were talking about. This is dangerously looking, maybe got our first man up for the 59 watch.
Announcer's curse.
Well, I was asked by the RNA to say that, of course, just to curse. They do. I don't think they want that. No, we don't want that at St Andrews. Sorry, chaps, but
3-time champion golfer of the year is licensed to say whatever he wants.
Thank you.
Mullinax match, not this time round. We've had 4 front 9s of 31, most of which have come from our leaders, the likes of Cam Smith and Cameron Young as well. With Kevin Kisner currently on track for a 30, and that's with a par at the 9th, which we know is very scoreable.
Yeah. So when I said 39, it's 59 watch, all the gorse bushes' ears pricked up. They all came to it. Okay, we will help.
The bunkers all got a foot deeper.
They said we will all move into play.
I think it was Jim Murray that says St Andrews relies on an attacker's overconfidence, and they get less reckless with each time they're embarrassed by the St Andrews Old Course. Kind of hope that doesn't happen though with the run that Kisner's on. Back to Molinari.
So where's he coming from? Over the hill. Oh, onto the down slope. Yeah. Don't know if that was planned. I guess it was. If you're pitching and landing at 20 yards short of the green, it would have to be planned.
Oh, Barry was a little unfortunate with his approach here. One softest bounce we've seen there so far. Back up the hill.
Playing most of his golf on the Challenge Tour these days. Having a reasonably solid season as well. There's Hideki Matsuyama. He's off out alongside Bryson DeChambeau today. About 10 minutes or so. Back to 9 with Kisner and Karen.
Well, he's not going to take on too much here. Just got the iron off the tee right now. Play safe, short of those bunkers. It's only 24 yards between the bunkers up there from the left to the right.
Gosh, a 327 front as firm as what it is.
I'm surprised at that because the flag is, again, a very unusual one, way in the right-hand corner. I don't think I've ever seen that. So you can send it down the 10th fairway. Look, you could actually go right to the flag, tons of room, and come in from that angle. You've got 2 bunkers in the middle of the fairway, which I would have thought, there they are, you would be able to carry those.
Well, Molinax is going with the driver. There is that hint of breeze into the players.
Somehow get lucky.
Oh, of course, a little bit of heather there.
But he's going to have a ton of green to work with coming across, isn't he?
Way across, so...
Look at all of that.
Maybe the longer guys can easily carry that. They'd be going for this in off the tee. It's funny how you get a whatever, 60, 70 yard wide fairway, double fairway, and put 2 bunkers in it. And where do you keep looking?
Yeah, that's right.
At the 2 bunker, you cannot miss them. You're like, look at that. How am I going to miss them? And you've got.
Ooh, sneaks in the left side for birdie at 1. So Besaidnote off to a good start.
Molinari from length this time, though, for another. He's not going to get the most predictable of birdies at the par 5. But still, a very good start from a number of players out in 10 groups that are out on the golf course at the moment. But there's how it looks on the front page of the leaderboard. Some of the biggest names in golf right there, including McIlroy, Hovland, DJ, and Cameron Smith. And it's a pleasure to have your company wherever you're joining us from around the world at the 150th Open. There's Kevin Kisner working his way up into a share of 12th at the moment. But all these players will stride out this afternoon. Not expecting conditions to change too much, just firm up a little bit, around about 15 miles an hour per wind we're hearing.
Yeah, I was hearing that it will increase this afternoon through the evening, so the leaders may get a tougher ride of it, especially if it's going to be baked in sunshine all day. That's got to affect the gravity factor, or gravities rather, the gravities.
I think Cameron Smith was talking about it in his post-round interview. He's expecting a brutal test, was hoping to, like you've said, sleep in as much as possible. He tried to stay up as late as he could last night.
Yeah, what a start he's off to. Lowest 36-hole score all time at the Open here at St Andrews.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with that.
Did he take that one from you,
Yeah. God, did that. Well, Greg and I did that in 1990 here. 12 under.
That's right. Sorry for bringing that up.
Yeah, it's all right. If you could buy me a cappuccino, I'll be happy.
Okay. Deal.
Kisner's just found himself on a upslope at the 9th here. Had 122 to that flag. I always feel like upslopes into the wind are a bit of a pain.
Well, it might be quite nice to get the ball to grip.
It's coming in soft.
Very little protection to this hole location. Very 9 is the flattest green on the golf course.
That might be too short for him.
Yeah, doesn't like them.
par 5, Dean Burmester.
There's a double thumb man.
So he's back in the red.
Just hit it 4 inches further, and that would have hit the back edge.
Here's Mansell at 10. Went out on his... Oh, in a single, yeah.
He's playing a single and in joggers. He'll be around quick.
Yeah, he's got a marker out there, though. Director of Instruction, Scott Herald.
That's a nice experience for him.
Land it on that shiny part. Didn't quite land it far enough.
That's heather for you, Nick. It can be quite sticky.
Oh, that's true. Heather is like ice plant. It can do anything.
What's key to playing out of it then?
Don't go in it. It's hit and hope, really is. You know, heather is all root, and ice plant, just amazing stuff. It just explodes like.
It's an opening round of 69 for Bryson DeChambeau, 2 over par for him yesterday. A little bit more steady work from Matsuyama. So a couple of the biggest names in golf coming your way in the next few games. Teeing off in around about 2 minutes or so at 10:30. Hideki Matsuyama and Bryson DeChambeau. They start their day at 1 under par, as do Jason Scrivener and Jamie Rutherford, one of the qualifiers. They always carve their own path through this Open. Joaquin Niemann out with Paul Casey. Game 15 has the bullet Marcus Armitage and one of our newest winners on the DP World Tour in Poland's Adrian Meronk, who had the company of Tiger Woods in his practice round the other day. What a thrill for the man from Poland, Justin Thomas and Jason Kokrak. They're at 2 under par. This is the place that Thomas started his pro career 9 years ago now. Corey Connors and Danny Willett out at 11:25, so just under an hour for them.
Nick, how do you like that? Bryson still has the earphone in there.
Well, I hope he takes it out, because that will be deemed an artificial aid.
Is he on a phone call? Listening to music?
No, yeah, I assume listening to something. I don't think it'd be Maurice Chevalier.
Last second call to the coach. I was hooking it on practice range.
Now he's probably got a link with the International Space Station to get some kind of reading of something on the day, to get inside which way the grain of the grass has changed overnight. It finally takes it out. Was it?
This is game number 12. On the tee from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
They always arrive in their droves to support their man. The Japanese fans so keen. It's the second biggest golfing market in the world. There's more courses there than the rest of Asia combined. Here's their number 1. Huge start.
On the tee from the USA, Bryson DeChambeau.
target?
Right at the ball.
Yep.
Starting to work out links golf. Never finished inside the top 30 of an Open, Bryson DeChambeau. It's been a little bit of an enigma for him. He finds the fairway down the first. We'll be back on this piece of land in around about 4 hours or so. We've seen some lengthy rounds in the first 2 days. We're down to the top 83 players now. It'll be much faster out there today, thankfully. 6 hours plus on days 1 and 2. There's Anthony Quayle, a man who was born up in the Northern Territory in Australia. Had to travel for 6-7 hours to get to his nearest golf course. Down with Kevin Kisner. This the birdie putt for a front nine of 29.
So the two real chances, 7 and 9, didn't make them. Lovely smooth stroke of Chris Kirk.
That first hole is going to play a lot easier than what it did the first two rounds. Some front nine that.
It is the lowest of the week so far.
Somehow he'll still be just a touch disappointed after what happened at 7 and 9. You know, professional golfers are never happy, always wanting more.
You can see all of the tents down there.
Yeah, wonderful view. There's the tented village, the fan zone.
What was the first Open you ever went to, Nick?
Me, Troon, 1973. Dad drove me up. We had a white VW Beetle, and we took the camping gear and we camped. It was so cold, I actually kept my pajamas on under my clothes for the whole week. That's, I have to say, that is a true story.
Brilliant.
Yeah. But I loved it. You imagine, I was that young 16-year-old kid running around. I had lunch with Tom Weiskopf just a couple of months ago up in Montana, and told him the story. I was that kid running around, and I would peer in between, you know, on the tee. I'd get down the ground, looking between the spectators' legs, and never forget the strike of that man. How he could strike a one-iron was just like, you know, jaw-dropping for me when I was a youngster. Beautiful balance follow through from Hideki. What on earth was that?
Sounded like a poor strike, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, what a great view. Isn't that amazing?
Just don't ever tire of it, do you?
No, every time you get a new angle, you like to go, isn't it incredible? The old town. Just learned 750 years ago, the Swilkin Bridge was built to get the animals over the burn. 750 years. How about that?
10:30, 125. Starting 10:30. Yep.
That is the burn. It's obviously Scottish for ditch. But it's far romantic calling it a wee burn there, laddie.
It is.
Rather than hitting it an ugly ditch, mate.
That sounded better than Matsuyama's. And a much better result.
There she is. Isn't that amazing? That is one of the most historic golfing monuments in the world. If you're going to have a pilgrimage or a bucket list, You want to stand on the Pilgrim, Swilkin, but there it is. Isn't it gorgeous?
You had some cool photos taken there earlier this week during the Champions Challenge.
We did, yeah. And if you're smart, if you're the champion, you go out there on Monday morning and sit there on that bridge all on your own. Did that.
Just shies by for Molinari. Still a very good start, 3 under through 6. What's the Carnoustie equivalent? There is no equivalent of a Swilkin
Carnoustie, no.
Yeah.
Carnoustie is just too nasty.
You sleep for a week after having played the Open.
To navigate 17 and 18, you've got the winding berm, but it's in play, left, in front, right, everywhere. It's a toughie. That one gives you nightmares. This one's more romantic.
So down at the first alongside the game of Matsuyama and DeChambeau is Aaron Oberholzer. Good morning to you, Aaron.
Good morning, everyone. I heard Nick and Trevor talking about just recently, you guys talking about the 180-degree wind change that happened yesterday. I was on the course when that happened. It was amazing. And it's just happened again. It was blowing from the east, and now it's coming in from a westerly direction as these guys reach the green.
This has potential, just needed a little more. But a good first putt.
And these guys, Trevor, will definitely have to improve on that. That seems to be what's been hampering them over the first 2 days. 38 and 36 putts apiece for Matsuyama and
Team Burmester. For another one for back-to-backs, in it goes.
We're going to see a lot of putts made this morning because players don't have to factor in the wind on the reeds at all. And as Nick was saying earlier, the surfaces are just so pure. Players are able to be aggressive with the putter.
Yeah, this is one he can be aggressive with for sure, Trevor. And you're right, zero wind to speak of. Barely a flutter on the flags.
Short in the jaws. Just on the wind change, Trevor, with that shifting round, does that mean that the opportunities afforded to Kevin Kisner may not be there in an hour or so when that starts to pick up from the other direction?
Well, I was just taking a look at the weather now. It's supposed to settle into a southwester during the day, but it's not really supposed to get up to a point to where I think it's really going to pull a handbrake on the scoring. I think it's going to be a very gettable day out there for this third round.
Okay, for a tide update, 10:52 we got our low tide, so we're nearly there, aren't we? So we're coming up to 10:50 our low, and then we'll go all the way to a high tide at 5:09.
Wonder what you were doing over there. So did Karen. She's out there with this second shot for Kisner.
It is, and he's going to go through a little valley and then up onto the green here with the putter. Why wouldn't you when you've been making everything, pretty much?
Yeah, but that was kicking it. I don't think he had too many options there. That slope, left to right slope, really. Yeah, look where it's gone. It's 20 feet right. I've been there before in front of that, where he's walking right now. He obviously misread that kick push off it to the right there. This little puzzle thing. Maybe I could have chipped that one.
I just got to avoid Cheap's bunker down the left.
Yeah, that's right. At around 300 yards from where he is.
Oh, Hideki. Because he means he likes it or he's given up on it?
That was one of the famous Hideki mishits.
What is going on? Why? That shouldn't be allowed.
Can't trust him. Can't trust him on the follow-through.
That's absolutely perfect. And it's like, oh my God, I'm going to give up on Monday.
I think we nicknamed it a Hideki, if I'm not mistaken, Trevor.
I agree.
I wish my bad ones were that good.
We've got Hideki and Thigala who just lose the plot on the follow-through.
And he's not going to try to take on Cheeks, just with the iron low. Playing it right out towards Cheap's bunker. This should stay short of that, for sure.
We can easily get it out there 280 to 300 with these fairways. Maybe a little less. Yeah, that's fine. That's smart play. Got to create an angle. If you're trying to make a 3, you've got to come from right side. If you just want to make a 4, hit it to the back of the green and 2-putt it.
Out at the start of the loop, McIntyre, right to left, slinger, in it goes.
He's made 2 nice right to lefters, back at 5 as well. So into red numbers.
So just the 4 for Trey Mullinax there.
And as we look at Kevin Kisner, I caught a little whiff of their conversation between Kevin and his caddy, Dwayne Bok, and Kevin thinks like you do, Nick. He was talking about, not so much tide, but the wind changing. He's like, I'm going to go down this hole, and then the next one, and then the wind's going to turn. So he's fully aware that the wind is going to change. Boom.
Wow.
How about that?
Well, him making putts is not going to change.
So
it's like he's on autopilot.
Yeah, we start the second 9 like the first with a quick birdie. So here we go. He's 7 under through 10. Well, we'd expect Tony Finau to get close to 9.
Get in there.
Oh, kidding me. Talk about get your eye in. These guys, you know, it's funny. It's part of the golf course. You have to obviously practice a lot of these, and after a while you start to fancy. You start to read the last 20 feet.
That is the 9th eagle at the 9th this week.
Yeah, there's only 5 players that have played it so far today, and 2 of them have eagled it. One was a birdie as well for Adrianos, but you'd be expecting more red than yellow. Some remarkable golf being played already this morning at the Open. There is Kevin Kisner, courtesy of that birdie that came at 10 on the front page of the leaderboard now. Climbing his way up quickly too. So what does the rest of the day hold for us here at St Andrews? Here's the 11th.
Yeah, it looks beautiful, isn't it? There is Strathbunker to be avoided. Absolutely 100%. Don't go near that fella. Just a couple of yards. And there's slightly downslope as well. So got to just land it spot on the yardage. Land it 163 by the flag. Should hop past and stop. That is plan A.
And use the backstop as a bit of insurance.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get it there. And there's no concerns. It's a really tough hole when it's on a hard left to right wind, because you lose it right, catches the slope and heads down towards the 7th green. But none of that today. With his little draw, he's going to love this one. I'd aim right at it, hit my draw for safety. If I pretty cool spot for the spectators. They get to see, you see 11, they see 7, they can see him tee off at 8, they can even see him putt at 8, they can watch him putt on 10. Great spot.
Sit. Sit.
That means he's pulled it. Padoing.
Sit.
Oh, yeah. That is... yeah, it wasn't pretty. Probably a little rush of blood on that one, I think, for safety. Probably a nice A time for these guys.
Just a nice kind of full-ish
Getting last instructions saying fullish.
Yeah, 163 hole, 159 gets you over the bunker.
Yeah, we don't even want that number.
No.
I used to say, sometimes just give me the pin number. Don't even have that number in your mind. 163 is your number. Put that in the
That's good advice.
mental computer, yeah. Yeah, there you go, that's safe. So if you really pull it off and land it, 1 yard short, you might be inside 6 feet.
Now DeChambeau's second at the second. See those flags, a little bit of wind out of the right to this tricky hole location in the left side.
Well, that's helpful, Trevor. He can hit a cut against the wind. See, it's on a little tiny shelf that will repel it away. So if you really want to get fancy, I guess you have to go with a tiny draw and get it to turn round. Pretty tough to see where the flag is, isn't it? No, not happy with these strikes this morning.
That's 4 for 4 on give-ups on the follow-through.
Give up. Yeah.
But still hasn't missed a fairway or a green.
Molinari at 7. Yeah, we're going to see this quite a lot today, a little long.
This is up at 12 for Richard Mansell. Bounce back after the drop shot at 11. Leading the way from the front, out with his marker, Scott Herold.
Now Burmester at 7 here, trying to make 3 in a row. He's just made 2 from about this length at 5 and 6. There you go. So the South African on a run.
So we get these beautiful views from a wire camera as it's 400 yards long. It's pretty impressive. They've got 2 guys out there holding the wires up. Their arms are going to drop off by 3 o'clock this afternoon. But isn't that fantastic? I mean, the science of the game now, with the photography is brilliant.
But also how the views change throughout the day when the tide comes in and out, the cloud cover, maybe a little drizzle, then it's perfect sunshine. It's amazing.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
There it is.
Oh, he's left himself a tough putt. Hard left to right. It's probably 8 feet of break on this one. See the eyes. So you've got to look at your... Oh, there we go. Maybe make that 12 feet of break. Oh, and the rest. Yeah, so that's not good pulling it. Might be safe, but you got that. Nice 3, but for these guys off a tee peg, perfect weather. Oh, there's the wire cam moving along.
Feel like every time we come back here for an Open, you get to see more of the course, understand it better, especially the little loop. Back to 2 up the hill for DeChambeau.
Touch of wind picking up. Good try.
Should be good enough for a par-par start. It's 112 yards wide, that greens, I guess you could say. 7 and 11. It's down the hill for Mullinax.
Yeah, average green size at Pebble Beach is 3,500. Average green size here, 22,000.
Wow.
Slightly different.
Gonna have to give this a good hit up that ridge there. 2 holes in a row, he's left it right in the mouth.
What does that green size mean from a preparation standpoint? Because you're going to get shots here that you don't get anywhere else in the world.
Well, in your practice rounds, you're just not able to cover all of it.
Yeah.
And so that's where experience and having played here a lot really does come into factor. And the caddies have been doing a ton more work than they ordinarily would.
Oh, there you go. There's your little fade at number 8, and it sits down. Beautiful shot.
Chance for the 4 on the bounce to come for Dean Burmester. Just par number 4 for Kevin Kisner. Here's Jamie Rutherford.
Oh, will it go up and come back? It's got to.
He fractured his spine back in 2016, so good to see Jamie back out on the golf course. He won the Europro Tour Championship last year as well. And that plays out of Nebworth.
Nebworth, that was up the road from me when I was a young lad. Wellingarn City, Nebworth.
Nice birdie there from Jordan Smith.
Gosh, if you want a story, when I was going to amateur, thinking about turning professional. Well, actually wasn't. And if I'd gone for a pro job at Nebworth, but his system, they're paying £4 a week. And my dad at the time was receiving £4 a week child allowance for me. So my dad said, well, I might as well keep your son, which is very, very nice. So that's how and why I stayed amateur.
Hold the drive, kids.
Oh, boy. Can't get a cappuccino for £4 now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm pretty sure Nick's still waiting for the one that you owe him from earlier on, Trevor.
No, I won't forget.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this rise. This is another. I've seen a flag round that corner before. It is a brutal spot. They're going to have to send it over the gorse bushes to get really close to that one.
So this is where he's made birdies around the property.
Can pretty much tag every hole that he's played. Gosh, look at that. What a start. Another one at 10. He's in good position at 12.
From Chile, Joaquin Neiman.
Neiman was one of my picks coming into the week.
What did you like about his game that sets up for St Andrews?
Well, much the same as Justin Thomas. He has a great ability to move the ball around, shape it both ways, trajectory up and down, become a really solid putter. The only thing that was really lacking is the experience playing links golf. I still thought it was worth a shot with Neiman.
Well, they're two opposite. He likes to love to hit a low draw. There you go. But Justin Thomas likes his high fade, so they're quite different in that sense. But I agree, very good short iron players. It's a good angle.
On the tee from England, Paul Casey.
Must have trouble getting in last time. Last time when I left, it was around 5 under or something.
And there was a double at 17, bogeys at 12, 13 and 15 too.
So that was the change of wind direction. They had that, which it was the first time they'd seen it this week. The into you left the right wind coming back.
Ended up birdieing the last hole to give himself a little bit of a cushion. We weren't sure if the cut was going to fall on level par or 1 under at that stage. But it's a place that he too likes. Tied for 3rd here 12 years ago. Up ahead at the green, Jamie Rutherford. Yeah, shame. It was a good look. Little shake of the head there. He knows. There's plenty more to come. For 4 on the bounce. Catches the right edge for Dean Burmester. Another going nicely today. Sea of red out there in the 3rd round so far as we near 11 a.m. here local time in Scotland. And a new name's popped up on the leaderboard this morning, and Kevin Kisner, what a run he's on. And he's down at the short par 4 12th. Down on the fairway.
This guy's long, isn't he, Trevor?
Yeah, he sure is.
So let's watch this ball flight.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to get it up there near the front or just creep it on, much the same way as we saw Finau get it up there. Coming in here in good form, tied for 10th last week at the Scottish Open. 82nd in the world rankings now.
Fans enjoyed that one with a chuckle. Oh, it's tough. There she goes. Oh, it's going miles. It's going to land on the concrete, and that's 10 yards past. That's 20. Pretty good. Pretty darn good.
That's a nice hit, isn't it? 336 to the hole.
Straight at it. Yeah. Yeah, they're all happy campers. Big decisions here where to land it. That climb is nearly chest high. And it will kick. He's got to almost just go in, split the difference between that crane. Give it a good 10, 12 feet left. It will go up, go to the right. Wants to be long rather than short. Oh no, the last place you want to, gotta go long, haven't you, Trev? You just gotta just lean on it and just make sure if it goes wrong, it's 20 feet past rather than that.
It took a much softer bounce than he was anticipating in that darker green spot, didn't it?
Yeah.
So the first test coming up for Kevin Kisner, back to Matsuyama at 3.
Well, he seems to like this one.
What does that mean?
No. First time we've seen him hold on to the club through the follow-through.
So they cannot go golfers right at that flag, because there's plenty of humps and hollows as its defence in that corner. That's got to be good, isn't it? With some spin, yeah.
Wasn't that nice technique there?
Yeah, that was really well played.
Buried that leading edge down and into the firm turf.
Back at 1, Paul Casey. Pins 31 off on 7 off the left today.
They're just going to use that left side for safety.
So a good look at 3 from on his opening hole.
Is that heat haze or do I need glasses?
I was just wondering the same thing.
Posing. Oh. Oh, that's harsh to stay there. Oh, he's made hard work of it. This is really tough to judge this fella.
Probably got to sneak it by the left side of that sprinkler here, doesn't he? But look at the flag, barely moving at all, not moving. Not a breath out there at 12.
Yeah,
green.
that end of the course, isn't it funny? It's blowing down 1 a little bit.
Went just right of it.
Yeah, gave it a crunch for safety. You see, that's what he should have done first time. Yeah. Golfing gods were watching.
I hear they live not far from here. Birdie putt for Matsuyama. How not to be. So 3 straight 4s to open his campaign on Saturday.
So 7 double greens here at the old course. 12 and 6. Sharing.
There's only 4 on the entire course that have their own. 1, 9, 17 and 18. Giving this par putt its due diligence.
Yeah, maybe just giving himself a couple extra moments to cool off. Really has made a mess of the last 2 shots.
So keep a clean scorecard, Kisner. Had everyone going for a second there. Certainly gave it every chance of going in. Not to be, so the first drop shot of the day comes at one of the more scoreable holes.
Yeah, not really the one you'd expect to be dropping. Next is a toughie, 13. Bryson all lined up. Almost vertical.
It's amazing. So many people tell you to take the tension out of your stroke, and he looks like he has everything so rigid.
Yeah, the whole game looks like tension, isn't it? Completely different.
Greenside and putted up to here, Mullinax. So that's a birdie for him. So he himself is to 5 under par for his round today. These two are combined 11 under par.
Yeah, they'd have some better ball score going, wouldn't they?
Yeah, this is a good play at 9, I think. Go down the right-hand side. As you saw, it's burnt. You must get an extra 40 yards a run. And do this. Lovely little weighted putt there for an easy 3.
Just lovely touch. Back to 4 with DeChambeau. Hot off that birdie.
Just waiting for the fairway to clear here at the 4th. 290 to cover the berm of rough. That shouldn't be an issue for Bryson at all.
Not for him. Oh,
That's a funny response.
What does that mean? Is that going left? That is the little bunk guarding the left side of the 15 fairway.
Yeah.
So that should be perfect, guys.
Where's the flag?
Tough angle to that whole location.
The flag is left on 4. That is no chance to get close.
But he is on the short stuff, Aaron.
Yeah.
That's what I meant by perfect. The angle's terrible.
Yeah, angle is... Can be really brave. I mean, really, you 4 is the toughie on the front 9. You just do something sensible, make a 4 at worst.
You really got to be brave to squeeze it down that right side today, especially with the wind out of the right now.
Hideki's trying it.
Yeah, that's cool. The fans know exactly how good that is. That is perfect. So from there, and look how long. Now he can go straight at the flag, but Bryce will just be playing and hoping to control it. You know, the first bounce.
Yeah, coming over the deep bunker.
Come over the bunker, middle
side.
of the green, and it's repelling to the right.
Eagle putt from range for Burmester. That left for his 3. Will be for 5 in a row, however.
This was a good shot in here at 11 for Finau and pays it off.
So here it is for a streak of red, really, to close out his front 9. And it's a front 9 of 31. On any other day, it would have been the best we'd seen. Not today with Kisner's 30. Here he is. But off that dropped shot at 12.
Yeah, it went from a driving iron 13 when it was down off the right. So now going with driver, and wow, he's going straight. So normally with driver, they going left. See that down the right, to that right-hand hole location. Not a lot of room to work with.
So perhaps a similar challenge to the second on the previous hole. We'll see what kind of look he has in a couple of moments' time with that bogey. He has dropped off the front page of the leaderboard, but he's still inside the top 12 as it stands. A couple of Aussies in there, Minwoo Lee, Lucas Herbert, both at 6 under par. Yuto Katsurogawa at 5 under, getting his first taste of links golf here. The youngster inside the top 100 in the world, he's one to watch this afternoon. Plenty more golf coming your way from St Andrews. There's Nikolai Højgaard, winner earlier this season on the DP World Tour. The bigger hitter of the two twins, of he and Rasmus. 5 titles between those two. Back to 1 with Neiman. Just missed for Neiman, but what a pretty picture it paints below. the coast of St Andrews. These pictures coming from up in our plane. Rob Gunter's up there, as he so often is whenever we come over for the UK summer.
Gosh, they've done such a brilliant job. 4 hours at a time, they can stay up there, then they go and refuel at Dundee. Perfect flying conditions today. Give us a wave, Rob.
Yeah. Here's the birdie look of Paul Casey. Not his finest at the first.
A few people short with that particular putt at 1. Coming from that spot.
It's a beautiful look at the 4th green, a corrugated iron. The ripples on it. Oh, there's Bryson's angle.
It should be Bryson on the angle, guys. Yeah, I've got him at 152. I've got Hideki at 149.
So the good news, he's so close. Back in the day, we were coming for a 4-iron from this angle, but he can probably cut something up, Aaron, and, you know, against the breeze and get it to bite, maybe.
Yeah, he's going to have. It's still going to have to come in pretty vertical, Nick, with some spin at this angle, without a doubt.
This is some crunchy wedge, I should think. Just rip a fade at it. You know,
I would think this is gap wedge for him. That was the full compliment.
How's that going to react? Oh, and he's hit it long.
About as good as he could do, really.
No, yeah, when you've got a gap wedge, you should be landing it with a couple of yards of your intended yardage.
Oh, you've got mean all of a sudden. You've gotten mean all of a sudden.
You mean all of us? You mean the last 40 years?
I love it. All right, Hideki now.
3 yards closer, just 149. And I'll tell you what, even though he's down the right side, this is still no easy task either.
That looked a good swing.
Shades on.
Ooh.
Oh, these guys are... hey, you got to say that is misjudged with short irons in your hand.
Yeah, I'm going to get mean with that one. That was no good with that little wind blow.
You've got to know your down slopes, don't you?
Armitage here into the first. Abbreviated follow through, trying to skip it back there. Beautiful shot.
That's the kind of accuracy I want with a wedge, you see.
Here comes the bullet.
Why not? Look at that, isn't it wonderful? Tide's out. Should be just on the turn now, starting. But it's always so special, isn't it? The whole surroundings.
R&A have done a magnificent job this week, haven't they? So Armitage going to go ahead and tap in. Actually made his last 6 cuts in a row, counting this week. Back to the first tee. What a view that is. Thomas and Kokrak about to get underway. Get the feeling that they're going to need to shoot something really low if they want to have a chance come tomorrow.
This is game number 16. On the tee from the USA, Justin Thomas.
David Lancaster, the starter right now.
This year's PGA champion. The Open's the only major he hasn't cracked the top 10 in yet.
On the tee from the USA, Jason Kokrak.
Nick, you're always a little nervy when you get started here at the old course. What did you like, a draw or a fade off for this first tee?
Yeah, we were old schools. We went with 1 iron.
Uh-huh.
Just nail it. I mean, that was really, yeah, you're right. It's all about the strike. Just go left, well, down the center line, which is basically the left side of the green, gives you a smidgen better angle. But yeah, you just want to hit one solid to get it away. When it's playing short, you're trying to look for your optimum yardage for your second shot. You don't want to get too close. You don't want the, especially when the flag's on the front, you don't want the 60-yarder over the burn. Oh, he's got some tomato ketchup on his shirt.
His first bogey of the day.
What do they call it? A bacon butty over here?
Bacon butty. Oh yeah, yeah.
Were you ketchup or brown sauce on that?
I'm a brown sauce man.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. There's only one HP brand.
Well, it's not even ketchup, it's tomato sauce over here, isn't it? Didn't you call it tomato sauce? In South Africa, we call it tomato sauce.
Ketchup. I think it's
really?
ketchup, yeah.
Oh, must be a South African thing.
It's Aussie as well. So that's the view of Kisner on 13.
Meanwhile, that was saucy. It wasn't saucy, that one, was it? No, he pulled another one, so his little trademark draw has become a bit of a pull.
It was nice in there from Mullinax, however, so he's got a good look. It's not a bad way to see the coastline. See the path that makes its way kind of almost through it's the right side of the old course, but through the centre of the property. So it's for birdie through the valley for DeChambeau. No 3 for him. It is playing the hardest hole so far on the course, at least the 4th.
Kisner for birdie here at 13, just waiting for the players on the 5th. I see they have most birdies so far today with the players that are on the course. And there's the weight with the whole location to the right on 5.
Well, the RNA asked the players coming in, they will have priority, obviously, to keep them moving. So, not sure even how that works. Sometimes it's still not going to be. It's not, I mean, you're not going to suddenly stop if somebody's in their routine or going the other way. Should be a lot better. Obviously, 2 balls today.
Been about his length today. Made a number of those on the front. Seeing the putting stats just skyrocket in terms of footage made here this week.
Goes to yardage made this week.
Yeah.
Happy with that one. A little short of landing spot. You know it's going to spin. You know it's going to grip. So Kokrak from a tighter angle.
He moves the ball from right to left naturally, so he's going to like this whole location. Two skips and a grab. It's a good shot.
Meanwhile, this for the par for Hideki Matsuyama.
Yeah, not smooth sailing for Hideki.
This for birdie for Trey Mullinax. Something put him off behind him there. Just poor timing. Not sure if it was a clap, but understandably hot under the collar. So the players coming home have the right of ways, so to say, Nick. The ones on the back nine have the right of way.
Yeah, so the ones on the coming in, R&A asked them to have right away, exactly, so they will go first if they're sitting there on the greens looking at each other.
Well, still Mullinax, Kisner, that group playing some lovely golf. So is Burmester and Molinari. They're 10 under par combined. The scores are out there today. Nice to see the two-time Alfred Dunhill Links champion Tyrrell Hatton, his form converting into the Open. Missed the cut when the Open was here last time round. Down at the first, it's going to be Justin Thomas. And his birdie putt from 27 feet or so.
A slightly disappointing par at the first for Thomas. With just a wedge in his hand, he would have liked a better look at birdie.
Yeah, really. About 4.5 feet left for Kokrak there to come at the first. Back with Kevin Kisner, and Aaron Oberholz has joined this group now.
He just got a great visual of his playing partner. Just took it right down the wall, took the aggressive line, and ended up in a great spot.
So what do you got the wind going, Aaron?
Right now, the wind's actually right to left, but it's switching constantly,
yeah.
Nick.
The flags on one are implying that it's starting to go from the south, so they're little into them on the way in. Well, right now. You said it was going to come from the north, Trevor.
No, I said it's supposed to settle southwest.
Okay, it's turning. Well, that makes sense. It's turning. Something's going on for this couple of minutes.
So this 11:25 pairing. Danny Willett and Corey Connors.
This is game number 17. On the tee from England, Danny Willett.
Yeah, on the bridge.
A little bit of an old course specialist in his own right. Won last year's Alfred Dunhill Links. With just a stunning weekend of golf. It was 10 under par for Saturday and Sunday combined.
On the tee from Canada, Corey Connors.
This week, his first time to St Andrews. Caught up with him earlier in the week. He had the biggest smile you've ever seen on his face. Was just loving every minute of being here.
Yeah, he's a fine iron player, so relishing this opportunity today. A little glimpse of the flag at 18. It's way over on the right-hand side. That is quite unusual. Very steep to the right of that whole location. Yeah.
There you go.
Just outside the Secretary's office. That's where we had our cocktails for the champions dinner up there.
That must have been nice. Did you have a double or a single?
Rather fabulous, I have to say.
Very fancy. No, it's special, isn't it? Only happens when they come back to St Andrews in the Open. So there's a miss for Jason Kokrak. I heard Jordan Spieth saying you have to have picked up a couple of Opens to be able to speak at the champions dinners. You know, he couldn't quite get the confidence himself.
Well, he didn't want to speak after Jack. It was too moving, really. You know, because Jack basically said this will probably be his last Open he comes to. So you can imagine the whole house was like my voice right now, was feeling it.
Yeah, this place means so much to so many, and so much of his history came here. So birdies for Mansell and for Molinari there.
He's going to go with that high fade you were talking about earlier.
It might be a low one.
Medium high?
Medium, yeah, medium. Don't really want the high ones.
I would say 86 feet is probably on the lower side for him.
For him, yeah. He's
so I'll give you that one.
Above the hundreds.
.251 down here for Kevin Kisner to the front, plus 23 on in the most shallow part of this green over there on that left-hand side.
Get down, get down.
Well, that's a heck of a good
Softly.
call.
Softly.
What a call. It's quick, but he'll take it there. I mean, how would you get it close? I mean, look at it. But coming in, got to climb up. Good bank to get onto that green, and it all runs towards. So I would be. He doesn't realise how good that is right now. He's probably thinking it's gone into the bunker at the back.
I think that's makeable there coming
Yeah,
back up
it's
there.
great spot.
Just 3 yards closer for Mullinax. This one farther out to the right.
So Kevin Kisner will be nicely surprised when he gets down to the par 5 green and finds himself on it.
There's hell bunker right in the middle of the screen there.
Tiger was in that yesterday.
Yeah, played a great shot.
He sure did.
All right, Danny Willett at 1. Oh, way back, 167. Probably not a bad thing, you know. It's these guys. What's that look like? 8 or 9 iron. Still, maybe a bad thing. Wow, pulls it, big bounce.
That's the worst shot we've seen hit in there.
I haven't seen anybody miss anything. There's got an awful lot of flags around. Daddy should be able to spot the wind.
Just to roll it up.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's what, to get to the top of the hill? Or the top before the hill?
Yeah, huff and a puff. It's in the thick
No,
stuff.
just what's 27 short? 129? Yeah. Okay.
160, 129. I think it's talking 130 is to the top of the hill, and then it's a huge, obviously the downslope, which is a burnt biscuit. So he's trying to land on top of the hill. Yeah, there we go, liked it. Gonna land there, big bounce, and did it have enough motor? No. If he'd landed it actually on the downslope, that would have shot. He landed on top, so missed it by one bounce. Oh, great view, well done, Mr. Cameraman way up. That's what it does, rolls back down, and he's chipping back. That's almost 7-8 feet deep onto a downslope, just to give you a clue how difficult that is. And I love this approach, Trevor, into this second green, isn't it? There's a lot going on.
Yeah, sure is. And that whole location, the toughest by far on that second green.
Yeah, he's so short, he's fine, but
30 shot.
Yeah, I think it's at least that. Yes, maybe just a hair more.
Kind of like on that dude in the yellow back there, I'm thinking. Yep. Yeah, I like a couple more.
yeah, the flag so far left, it's there right in the middle of the end of the white 10 there.
Yeah, under the 150.
Yeah, right.
The right 150.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So he can actually go right at it. I mean, if that wind... tough to draw a really lofty club on rock hard ground, and when it's just dead across you. Just have to bail out in the middle of the green and accept it.
A phrase we hear often around St Andrews.
Now, your runs at the Open, when you were in good position going into the weekend, would you watch the early coverage before your late tee time?
I don't think I did really. I was a bit superstitious on that sort of thing. If I saw guys making a mess of a hole, I didn't like to watch that. Gotcha. So, but here, you know, we would stay at the old course. I actually did a full run. I'd come over and do a full practice session in the morning. You know, good hour, go and chip and putt, do a bit of everything, then go back to the hotel. I should have lunch. I'd even had a snooze, would you believe? And came back and did it all again.
Nice.
I mean, it's one way to get to 3:45. That is a toughie.
There you go, folks. Yeah. Inside the routine of a champion. Quite well played there from DeChambeau.
Yeah, that was awkward, wasn't it?
Back down with Danny Willett. So chip to here. This for the 4. And a nice up and down at that. His best Open finish came here in 2015. Tied for 6th. Positive putt there at his opening hole. So there's the balls of Mullinax and Kisner.
Well, they're waiting for the guys on 4, as these two flags are very close together here on 4 and 14 today. So you can have a nice conversation with your fellow player.
Yeah, I mean, why would they do that? I mean, why wouldn't this be the day when it was front right at 4, so you've got a bit of separation?
That's the story I always heard, Nick, is that, you know, they do opposites on the double greens, just so you're not all convoluted.
Yeah, we can certainly get far enough apart. And he's got the wrong way around, because he's already, the other player's already in his motion, because technically back 9 has priority.
When he gets to it, I mean, this is about as good a look as you could get, and having to be putting up a ridge, that's for sure.
This is the problem with another players on the through line. They don't want, you know, out of courtesy, you don't want to be walking around on the.
So while they wait, we'll drop back to one for the par putt. In it goes for Corey Connors. It was very much so in the picture 12 months ago at Royal St George's, top 15. They're ready now, Aaron.
Pretty steep slope right in front of him, right to left pretty hard off the start, and then it might try to work back to the right as it slows down coming up on top of the slope.
You described it well. It's exactly what it was trying to do. Easy 4.
So we're going to get back on the birdie train after the hiccup at 12. 7 under for this round now, and 7 under for the tournament.
Kind of half a chance here because it's just uphill. See a ridge gonna be there. It's got to turn and go. Yeah, there you go. I thought so, as my mum would say.
Just what the knight ordered.
That was a nice free stroke, wasn't it?
Sure was, yeah.
Such a nice sound to that. Perfect.
Try and follow it. Oh, he's actually in the fairway bunker. This for a 4. So
missed the short one for birdie at 1, and now a mistake at 2. So tough start for Kokrak.
we got the read. It's probably a little bit more right to left to start. Will it come back? Boom, it does. Oh. Seen a lot of putts hold, haven't we? The greens, for greens that are hundreds of years old, they're pretty darn good, aren't they? I think probably the best we've ever seen them, to be honest.
Can Bryson make the birdie at the par 5?
So he settles for 1 under par through 5 consecutive pars. There he is again, Kisner, back inside the top 10, courtesy of that birdie at 14. And what a perfect conditions they're facing out there today. It's been warm, it's been windy. It was actually hotter in St Andrews on Monday than it was in Jamaica. It was roasting, if you can believe it. Lots of wind since then.
I'm not sure Bob Marley would agree with that.
Why were you checking the weather in Jamaica?
Yeah,
is what I want.
It's holiday. That's next week. You're going to the beach, are you? Ah. Those were the days of trial. We played the Johnny Walker there. That was a great event.
It's Trey Mullinax off the tee, just trying to find that narrow strip of fairway or keep it short of the rough on the left-hand side.
Just crept into the longer stuff, Aaron.
Yeah, it's a tougher tee shot, I think, for a guy like Trey who hits it so long. Wind starting to freshen a little bit off the right-hand side. Dead right to left here at 15 right now.
look how far right. Well, he's moved over a little bit, but with his draw, he's going to try ride that wind. A little too much, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, big upslope right in front of him. Just suddenly, yeah, he's mad. Just suddenly over pulling a few. Right, so going to have just a controlled explosion. Boom. Oh. Lands it all the way down to the crosswalk.
It is not far from the green.
No.
Saw the nice shot in from Billy Horschel. This is his playing partner, Cameron Tringali. Impressed so many at the Renaissance Club last week, the first round leader, round of 61. Just couldn't quite get it across the line. It's been a little bit of the story of his career, but still playing some great golf at the moment.
Just about to drive it anywhere at 3 with the flag back. So it doesn't matter if you go too far left, you've got plenty of green to work with.
This is up greenside at 12, Dean Burmester.
Just flying over that first ridge.
That's a great place to play from, isn't it? Mm. Got no problems that Kevin Kisner had coming up the ridge. You've got to... Great scenes of the hustle and bustle, isn't it? Look at that. First group out. This is another brutal hole location. If it gets a little breezy when they come to this one, they won't be doing that for birdie.
He's had a little bit of everything today. Richard Mansell, the eagle at 9. 6 birdies, 3 bogeys, but a good one there at the third to last hole.
Interesting routine from Horschel when he putts.
Sneaks in.
He kind of creeps up on it, doesn't he?
He's going Billy, 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 Billy.
Oh, he's become a great putter, though.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Well, he's a good ball striker as well.
Yeah.
Work hard.
Sure is.
Oh, 19. It's time for a 99, folks, isn't it?
I mean, I've been up since 7. Surely it's not too early.
Oh, they're even doing
they're
doing a double 99. That's me. That's what I'm going for. Oh.
Now, do you do the flake in it here?
Yes,
as
that's
well?
a 99. You do the flake in it, you see. Oh, I love that. Me and my Capri's flake. There they are. Look, exactly. Look, to order. 99s.
That's it. Order one up for Sir Nick, would you?
Lads. I need a GPS to find out where that ice cream van is.
We'll drop a pin. So here's the birdie putt for Dean Burmester. Up on the high side.
.158 all the way back to the flag there, but I don't think he needs to land this much more than 10 on from this lie. Severe upslope. Lie was just okay.
Oh, not the best of bounces there. That was on a decent line.
He couldn't do that yesterday. The flag was right in front of him, wasn't it? Right in that front corner.
It was.
That'll be an interesting two-putt from there.
A lot going on down that hill. Pretty solid. His best club in the bag is his putter.
So after the teach from Horschel, he gets the opening 3.
A little cleaner lie for Trey. Definitely a better stance. But one, I think he's still going to have a hard time spinning, so trying to control this, land it just short of that ridge and let it trickle down to the hole location. 44 all the way to the hole.
Yeah, you can see that big mound just to the right of the hole location there.
Trying to play this one low, short, run it up. This is left.
It's trying, but not enough.
Yeah, those 2 putts to come are worth sticking around for.
Well, they have the green monster in America. That's St Andrews version. Cartgate bunker. That wall of, oh. Firming up, Trev.
That took a huge skip, didn't it?
Yeah. Into the moguls.
Well, in Scotland, they have the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah.
Chris Kirk going along nicely, 2 birdies to here. Another goes at 6. So he's to 4 under par for the week.
Amateurs going to have a real tussle this week. 4 of them made the cut. That's very impressive.
Yeah, Barkley Brown at 6 under, teeing off at 240. He's the leading amateur right now, but a long way to go.
Wow, there you go.
Isn't
Come
that
for
cool?
relax. Time for a snooze, yeah.
Couple of them out there just trying to find the right spot, get settled. So Justin Thomas, Jason Kokrak down at the 3rd, sharing the green with Mullinax and Kisner from afar.
This will twist. So the one about 15 feet in front of him will kick it to the right, and I'm wondering whether it then try and go back left and then back right again. Could be triple breaker easily. There's the push to the right, there's the left, and then, yeah. A lot going on, wasn't there? To be avoided, the moguls.
Kisner here at 15. I'll tell you guys, this is an absolute roller coaster, just over 80 feet, and he's got to go downhill 3 times up and over moguls, right to left the whole way.
Yeah, that last bit could really turn hard left. You can just see that diagonal line and see what happens when it hits that. Whoa, hey, there she goes. Yeah,
great call, Nick. It's almost like you've played here before.
Did all right at 15th green, but I needed it.
He did pretty good there with the speed control.
Yeah, that was actually good. It was. Oh my goodness, 2nd into 6. He can.
426 yards. This is all he has left.
Says Connie. That's what we thought. We thought somebody was going to get very close to 6. My goodness. I think they need to carve a few more burns in across the golf course in a few strategic places.
Careful, careful.
See Justin Thomas from up high over on the right. There he is.
Yeah, and even this one's going to be twisty as well. A tough read. Bash it in, that makes sense.
Yep, that'll do the job for par. Just a mere formality left here for Jason Kokrak. No harm, no foul, but he is 1 over par for the first 3. Thomas 1 under. Mullinax clear to take off now, Aaron.
Yeah, definitely got a great understanding of the speed from Kisner, but much different line. Still coming right to left and slightly downhill. Oh, how about this? That's really well done.
Amazing how much his life has changed in just a few days, getting that win in Kentucky on Sunday evening and then getting one of the last spots, or the last spot, into this 150th, and now playing well.
Can DeChambeau convert? He can. So the driver rewarded, as is the pitch. Second birdie of the day.
It's not that warm, is it?
Yeah, the water's 57 degrees here.
Eesh.
Yeah.
Is that classified as an ice bath?
It's the ice bath challenge. It's good for you, isn't it? This, they all say therapy now. We got to go and have ice baths.
That's good for you, holding out from 5 feet. Nice 2-putt there.
Under par today. Almost overshadowing really Trey Mullinax. He himself is 6 under par.
Now this group, or pairing I should say, sorry, 13 under as a pairing, so they're feeding off of one another. We've seen it happen a lot. One guy gets going and they draft off the other.
No trouble. What lies ahead for them in the next 3? Where are the troubles and opportunities?
Well, 16 with the wind off the right. It's going to be interesting to see if somebody with Mullinax's length decides to challenge that out of bounds up the right-hand side. Tricky hole location at 16 and 17, where it's all the way back left. And then, as we know, 18 has been gettable all week. So a few more good swings, maybe a chance for a birdie coming in.
Yeah, excellent tee shot here. Where's this going to land? On the side of the hill. Oh, big bounce. Yeah, you're going to aim at the corner of that rough bank today. You don't want to go anything down the right-hand side. Risk bunkers or gorse bushes. Time for a snack.
So just to remind you, there's the state of play at the top of the leaderboard, and the 2 Camerons, Young and Smith. And it's Smith with the 2-shot lead. They'll be out at 3:55 this afternoon. So in 4 hours' time, you can set your watches for that. And Rory McIlroy has the company of Victor Hovland out there today. No one's had more rounds in the mid-60s than Rory has in majors since 2010. It was great to see him catch fire yesterday afternoon. Really thrilled the crowds, matching his opening 66 with a 68. There's Dean Burmester making good progress through the field. That's the name of the game for those players that just made the cut at level par. the steady Eddie of Brad Kennedy. A man born in Sydney, lives in Queensland and plays up in Japan. A couple of good moves there from the likes of Bezadenhout, Tony Finau. What a thrill for the likes of Aaron Jarvis as well, one of 4 amateurs to make the cut. There's Robert McIntyre. He'll have a nice little crowd out with him, one of 2 Scots to make the cut here at the home of golf. Not the day Hideki Matsuyama was looking for, I'm afraid. So he's out to 4 over par.
You got to tell you. Oh, careful, careful. This must be tight to. Oh no, it didn't look as bad. John Wood is a rock star because he's just brought into the tower, into Commentary Tower, 2 99s for Trevor and I. How about that?
So good.
He was listening.
At least somebody was. DJ arriving. Oh, somebody arriving there, Minnie. How did he get in?
It's Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean has just arrived for his tea time at 4 o'clock. This is kind of... Yeah, makes sense. This whole location at 16 is going to be fascinating, because if that gets a bit crunchy on the corner, there's the Pinnacle's nose. Beautiful, perfect layup. He could do something with that. Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. This is 7, giving it a go. Oh, right into the middle of the stands with all the fans. Big wide stands. This is going to be... Oh, he's hit it. My goodness, he's hit it. Is he going to carry right? Or did it go straight into shell bunker? I lost it. Where is it? Got into shell, didn't carry shell bunker, that huge bunker right in front. So I wanted to stick around to see that. Now I'm going to have my 99 and hand this over to the great Thomas Bjorn.
I'm just looking at the carry on shell bunker as well back there for Bryson DeChambeau on the angle. You're looking at a good 320 yards. So we drop back to 4.
Well, that was really insulting watching them 2 eating ice cream in the commentary booth. He's still in here, Nick. Yeah. Working away.
He's got a much better technique than Jordan Spieth did the other day. I'm not sure if you saw that on social media. It was horrifying. That one out to the right. Not thrilled with that, Justin Thomas.
Up on 13, Dean Burmester. Just out of that first cut. Shouldn't be a problem to get control from there. That's a wonderful shot. Arguably the hardest par 4 on the golf course after the 17th here at the old course.
Kevin Kisner's back down there, as is Aaron. Can only just see the top of his head.
Now 145 to the front is what I've got him at. Allison, and 156, excuse me, to the flag. And this flag is just all kinds of tough here to get it close.
Yeah, I'm kind of really. Yeah.
Especially for a drawer of the golf ball and a right to left wind with a right hole location. clean lie, though, can get a really good contact with this and spin it.
Just holds its edge there. Nicely done from Kevin Kisner.
He's been playing some lovely stuff this morning. This was an excellent shot. It's kind of difficult to describe how difficult that pin position is there, right on the front right of the green. You've got the knuckle in front of it, and if you carry it too far, it's just going to bounce on towards the outer bounds on the right. Excellent shot in there from Kevin Kisner.
Well, Mullinox took it right down the right-hand side and took on the OB a little bit, cut it back up into the wind with a driver, and was rewarded with 95 yards. But I think it's one of the toughest 95-yard shots this guy's probably ever seen, Thomas. Have to be spot on for distance.
Yeah, this is where you got to trust your numbers. Very nice, exactly where you wanted to hit it. It's just one of those wedge shots where you hit a little bit away from the flag. Try and get yourself safe.
Jump to 4 with Justin Thomas. Lengthy putt ahead of him. Bones up there, standing guard.
Well, you really got it wrong there, Justin Thomas.
Little switch up in the commentary box. So Thomas Bjorn back in. We say hello to Tony Johnston as well.
Good morning to an extremely jealous Tony Johnston, as Ali Whittaker and Thomas Bjorn have just been brought ice creams, a 99 flake. And if you look at my shape, I'm the one that should be getting the ice creams.
as a result, as we watch Bryson DeChambeau second, pretty close to the face here at Shell Bunker. Well managed. So we'll have that look for birdie for his third of the round. We welcome Jay Townsend as well to the coverage today.
Well, this is a nice opportunity for Dean Burmester on 13 for birdie. Big swinger. Just never really got the pace going.
Fabulous look here for Kisner coming down the hill. Maybe just a slight bit from right to left is what I read.
Wow, that's some move today, isn't it? Make the cut on the mark. 8 under. That's a statement. You just never know. It's very unlikely to happen, but if the wind was to get up, throw another one of those in tomorrow. Whew. There's the life. There's the life. I love my dog. I'll take him with me. And he's probably having an absolute ball. That's so funny, isn't it?
And Tony, this is the weather's not going to get any better. So if you're going to get the old course right now is the time to do it.
said.
Dylan Fratelli, second shot at the first. South African in a nice position.
Very capable in the wind, Dylan Fratelli. That is just an absolutely beautiful shot. Just held it off. Nice little fade into the wind, bit of grip on it. And Justin Thomas for his par after exploding the first putt by. First fairway. Henley tracking it through the air, and that's why. Nice, into the breeze, can get a bit of grip on it, gauge the flight trajectory beautifully.
DeChambeau for birdie after coming out of shell bunker. Going downhill a little bit, that was woefully short.
Tough tee shot here for Kisner. Likes to draw it, wind off the right. This is hugging the left side, needs a good bounce. I think it's going to find the rough though.
And it does. Fear of the old course hotel. Deeply ingrained in every golfing mind, I reckon.
Yeah, big decision coming up for Kevin Kisner with that pin position right in the back left corner of 17th green behind the road hole bunker.
Trey Mullinax likes to play a cut, guys, so he's trying to cut it up against that wind, and this is also going to find the left-hand rough. Very difficult tee shot today with that wind coming straight right to left.
Pretty benign conditions, isn't it? Look at those flags, just barely moving. Fratelli. Would be a wonderful way to start the day. You know, when he was playing over in Europe, his putting was fantastic, but his stats haven't been great in the States. And as he finishes, Richard Mansell, first off this morning as a one ball. And he's put a very good round together. He's 4 under par. That'll be to finish 4 under for the day.
Russell Henley on the first. Oh, it should be straightforward, this one. Yeah, nicely done. Good positive stroke.
Kevin Kisner, obviously the hot man on the course, 8 under par through 16 holes. He has moved up the leaderboard into a tie for 6th. Some good scoring. The wind has changed a couple of times throughout the morning, and it is going to be an amazing third round here at the 150th Open. Every day is great at the old course, but especially when it's such a significant Open like this one. Trey Mullinax having a good round as well. Dean Burmester just showing the guys that are maybe still watching on TV in the room or warming up. Low scores are out there. And Thomas, when you're teeing off late and you see low scores like what we're seeing today, does that change your outlook at all when you're going out in the afternoon?
Not really. I think you got to, you know, in a major championship, you always go out with the the idea of this is my plan, this is what I want to do, and you try and stick to that and don't really take too much note of what's going on out there. You know, on a Saturday of a major championship, it's an important day to be aggressive. It's an important day where you go out and you have to post a score to be thereabouts tomorrow when the round starts, and it's all the build up to Sunday this.
Marker playing with Richard Mansell today. Oh, look at that, Scott Harold. Nice putt. Gives you a little bit more rhythm playing with a marker. Over to the 8th and DeChambeau.
Yeah, pin on the short left here on 8 today.
Let's go!
The bunker short is really not in play. In these kind of conditions, it's only when it gets really windy into. But it is difficult to get it close here. There's a downslope there on the front of the green, so it's going to bounce on.
Richard Mansell for his 68, well done. He probably was quite pleased to be out first with a marker. 3 hours 35. It's just the nature of the beast at St Andrews. You have a lot of weight in the court. The rounds do take a long time.
Tommy Fleetwood, first tee shot of this Saturday.
It's just a dink down there with an iron in it, but a 2 or 3 iron for these players that just kind of get it out rolling low and try and chase it all the way down there.
You doing anything different on the first tee shot today with the back pin as opposed to the front pin the first 2 days?
Well, I definitely think it's important with this pin position to get as far down as possible. You want to have a wedge in on the first hole here at St Andrews, and if you just hit the same shot as you've done the first couple of days, you all of a sudden find yourself hitting 8 or 9 iron into a flag. That's actually a little bit tricky when the irons get longer, but it's a very accessible pin with a wedge in your hand.
Left rough here for Kisner. Which way is he looking, Aaron?
I can't tell from where I'm standing, but this is, I just got the signal from Dwayne Bach. This is a 5 iron for Kis, and he might be looking left from what I could tell, which would be a pretty simple chip as long as you get the number right. The lie is very good.
Oh, the weeds got it.
He's definitely going left here.
Yeah, the weeds got it too. This has got to sit down potentially. I don't think he wanted to go that far left, Thomas.
No, he definitely didn't. This is tough. This is tough. If you're going left, you have to get past the flag. It's quite a easy pitch chip from long left, but he's pin high. That's going to be tricky there.
You've got to be careful though, don't you, Thomas, from that left-hand rough. If you get a flyer, the swill and burn comes into play downwind on firm surrounds.
Now that's a great point, Tony. What would you guys do here if you were in this left rough right now with the rounds that they have? What's your play?
I'm going long left any day of the week. I just don't think you have any shot. It's got to be such a perfect shot if you go up the right to even have a putt at this flag. You left yourself in a position, you know, if you're in the fairway, I feel like you can fly it over the bunker onto the 18th tee and you can putt from there. That's a very aggressive play, but you've got to be in the fairway to do that. If you're in a rough left, I feel like you have to go left and take your chances from there. .205 for Trey. Another good lie, but much like what happened to Kevin Kisner, he's got to be careful of the long, wispy grasp, grabbing the shaft here and turning it left. Maybe hang on a little tighter with those last 3 fingers in the left hand.
Very similar shot. And also just pitching in the rough. You know, you pitch that a yard or 2 further on the firm stuff. I mean, it really does bring swilk and burn into play. So for that pin, those 2 shots, they're not ideal, but they're okay. 0-1-1. Second shot for Fleetwood. Just a little bit of wind now. That's a good shot. Another one of those shots, Thomas, that you learn playing in Europe, isn't it? Both of those shots that Tommy's hit there. Those little stingers into the wind.
DeChambeau from behind the flag on 8. Longest putt. Yeah, that's poor.
Let's go to 14, the par 5. Molinari for birdie. Yes, well done, Francesco. Hasn't had the greatest couple of years, the last few years.
Down on the first fairway. Somebody your height, Tony. Brian Harman. Not the tallest player in the field, but he's a wonderful one. That's what he does excellently well. His spin control, his control of his ball flight, distance control is excellent.
Poor Tony, you're picking on him early.
He started early today, hasn't he?
Certainly did. John Perry. Third at the 10th.
Nice to see John back out there and playing well. Yes, beautifully done. The perfect little pitch and run. Played on the European Tour, lost his card. We haven't seen him for a while, but he's 4 under par at the 150th Open at St Andrews. That's some bonus.
Yeah, that was for his 4th birdie in a row. And I'll tell you what, if you ever at St Andrews had an Open, down here is a great place to be, sitting on that grandstand up by the 11th tee. You can watch the 10th, you can watch the 11th, the 7th green, the 8th green.
Justin Thomas, just a short iron in for his second of the par 5 fifth.
Ooh, that is going to be nasty. Look at that flag on that little plateau front left. I mean, from where he was, the distance he had to hit the green at least.
Not a very good lie for Kevin Kisner over here, guys. It's going to be tough to get good contact. Grain kind of lying against him with the grass.
Oh, don't. Whew. It could turn a 5 into a 7 in a heartbeat if that carries on another yard.
Yeah, it was always tricky from there. He just had the shoulder of the road hole bunker to go over. And that's why you have to be long when you go left. We don't say you go left, you go long left. You have to be long.
So many cheers all over the golf course, and it's going to be that way all day on Sunday. Such a good scoring day, and now Molinak's ready to go. What's this one look like, Aaron?
A lot better than Kisner's. He can obviously do whatever he wants with it. Plus, to Thomas's point, he is beyond the flag, so he can bump this in there and actually get this close with a good shot.
Yeah, well done.
Amazing what 10 yards difference in distance there did for the third shot.
Massive difference, Jay. Massive difference. Thomas hit the nail on the head. Got to go long left. Let's go see if Dean Burmester can follow Francesco Molinari in for a birdie. He's been given the line, he's been given the speed, and he learned pretty well. You know, you're talking fractions there. He's hit a good putt.
On the first green, Tommy Fleetwood for his birdie. It's a low one today. And that's the start. That's the start he wanted.
Good look from behind 17, across the wall, across the road, up the bank, and Kisner just barely hung on to the back fringe.
Outside chance for par, Jay, and I think at this point, though, you don't want to get too greedy here. You've got a great round going, and you're not going to be, if a bogey's not going to kill you here, that's for sure. There's going to be plenty of bogeys made here at 17 today. So maybe a bit of damage control right here with this putt. If it goes in, great. If not, make sure you secure your 5 and move on.
Oh, go on. Go on. Oh, it was right in the mouth. Good putt, though. You know, anybody that misses it in that really long stuff left today, you've got to accept that 5 is really on the cards. 4 is a bonus.
First green. Tommy Fleetwood has made it 3, and this is Brian Harman, his playing partner, to follow suit. Just snug in the right-hand side. This would be a fun group to watch, I think. They could go low, both of them, today.
Back to 17 green, and those grandstands are not quite full yet, but it will be standing room only this afternoon.
Boy, this is, you can get one of these to go for par here for Trey. That's picking up a half a shot on the field with a 4 here at the 17th. I have a feeling that left play, guys, is going to be very popular today.
What a pity. After a terrific pitch, yeah, this 17th hole, there's no doubt by the end of the day this is going to play closer to a par 5 than a 4.
Zadenhout for birdie at the 10th. Can he follow in John Perry, who chipped in from the front? Hold it from short of the green, I should say. Zadenhout continues to hole plenty of putts. Such a talented South African.
Tommy Fleetwood. There's the target. Just two things to avoid here. Obviously the course down the right and Cheap's bunker down the left. I think that's just about slightly better than perfect. 2 of them side by side. Great tee shots.
Bryson DeChambeau coming to the end of his front 9. Driver up the 9th. He can definitely get that. Slightly right, according to the marshal. Well, that's only slightly, that's for sure. Puts big demands on them, that marshal, doesn't it? If that's right.
Just right of perfect for DeChambeau. Making the turn in just a few moments. Kevin Kisner coming off the bogey at 17. He's still 7 under for the day on a low-scoring morning here at the Old Course. 4 players, a 5 under par in their 3rd round. Molinax, Molinari, Burmester, and Zadenhout. Not much wind out there, and Kisner has got the driver in hand, ready to go at 18.
Just waiting for the first fairway to clear. Someone had hit their ball all the way left over here into the 18th fairway, so just waiting for that gentleman to move along. Ready to play. Wind has switched just slightly in this direction, down off the right now, so you can get kind of a riding draw down there somewhere up the left-hand side.
One of the problems on this 18th tee, as you got a bad bounce there, but on the 18th tee today, it's going to be the second shot from 17. You know, you've got to have a kind of have a watchful eye of what's going on there when they start flying in into the green. They could easily roll onto the 18th tee.
I'm seeing some pretty cool shot here, like some chippy past the
And just as you say that, Thomas, someone just hopped one over the wall out of bounds from 17. Just to the right and behind Trey Mullinax.
Have some fun, buddy.
That would be a little unnerving. Now Trey's got a chance to get it there, no problem with this wind direction and his power. Just a low burner up the left center with a little cut.
Ample length. Will it stay on? Yes, it does. That big mound short of the green there is going to have a huge impact on tee shots today.
Going to need a similar length swing for his putt.
Good point.
Just getting back to 17 for a second. As the wind picks up, as it's supposed to do some, not a lot, to the end of the day, how much more difficult does that second shot at 17 become playing left of the bunker?
Yeah, it does become more difficult. I think one of the things is the tee shot is so important on 17. Get it in the fairway. Only else always felt like you stand in that fairway, and if you're in the fairway, you literally hit it at the road hole bunker, but you make sure you hit something that's long enough to get over it and carry, and then you just take your shot from there. But from the rough on the left-hand side, it doesn't really matter how much wind is there. You're really just trying to chase something down the left-hand side, left of the bunker, and try and get long of it.
Oh, that's tracking for DeChambeau, and it's in for an eagle 2 at the 9th. That is beautifully done.
Goes out in 4 par 32, gets to 5 under for the championship. Just tries to beat up the golf course with brute strength.
Burmester for a birdie. Oh, he's got his whole family over here this week. Folks are over. His dad played cricket for Zimbabwe. Real family of sportsmen. His mom, fantastic tennis player and golfer.
Tee shot at 2 for Ryder Cup hero Tommy Fleetwood. Full location over there by the bunker. That is really a nice play from Fleetwood. See a lot of balls in that position today as they try and take both the bunker and the downslope coming off the bunker out of play. Let's go down to the first tee where Sam Burns and Ian Poulter are ready to go. 3 under par. They would have to do something really special today to throw their name in the hat to really be in the conversation for the Claret Jug.
This is game number 23. On the tee, from England, Ian Poulter.
Always a nervous tee shot, the first of the day. The widest fairway in golf.
Nice low chasing long iron there from Ian Poulter. He loves this championship.
On the tee, from the USA, Sam Burns.
Hybrid club for Burns. A little bit more surprising, as you were saying, Thomas, playing maybe more aggressive, trying to get it further up there with the back hole location.
That's would definitely be my choice. Getting as close to the burn as possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely spot on. Probably the most attackable flag on this first green. Back left, you've got mounds that all feed back into the hole from every direction. So ideal tee shots. They just set you up with that pin on the first, don't they, Thomas? You think, that's quite a nice, easy one. And then you have 17 beasts.
We head up to the 7th. This is Paul Case's second shot. A little bit lucky there with the tee shot, but that is just imagination at the highest order. Brilliant shot from Paul Casey.
Molinak's about as far away from the hole. Maybe he could be 18 inches further away. Maybe a yard if he was a little bit left, Aaron, but this is a long and slow putt.
How about 128, 29 feet? 128.8 if you really want to get exact. Why don't we round up? 129. I mean, anything inside of, gosh, anything inside of 8 feet, 6 feet would be fantastic from here.
Agreed.
Brilliant.
Anything inside 8 feet would have been fantastic. That is an awesome putt from that range. Uphill all the way to slow. Great touch.
The thing is, there's nowhere you can ever practice hitting a putt that hard and that far besides here at the old course, and you can't even do it on the practice putting green.
I think that's why I saw so many guys this week just talk about not spending a ton of time on the practice grounds, but more playing the golf course, Jay, to your point.
Such a unique venue. You can't prepare for the old course anywhere but on the old course.
That's seems correct. This is very steep coming up this hill from the Valley of Sin, and then hard left to right off the start for Kisner.
Short by comparison. Only 74 feet.
Oh, that thing shot right really quickly, more so than I think he was anticipating, Tony.
Yeah, agreed. That slope at the front is so steep. Well, the only good thing about that is he's still got an uphiller.
Second green. It's a fairly easy putt. You should go close, slow, so you can give it a right go. There you go. Bada boom.
Dream start for Fleetwood, back-to-back birdies. Here's an interesting one, Tony.
Ooh, ricocheting it off the wall. And the wall's not smooth, so you have no idea really if it's going to come off at the angle you've anticipated or completely sideways.
Have to keep the speed up. That's job number one. Keep the speed up going up this hill.
Just ran out of pace. That would be a round of 65 for Kevin Kisner. Got off to that fantastic start. A little bit of stumble on 12 with a bogey there, but it's still a good round of golf. Look at all those birdies.
Seven under par, 65. And when you think about the 12th and the 18th, kind of gave 2 away. What a round it could have been. Molinex to finish off. One of the best 2-putts you're ever going to see. And a good birdie 3 at the final hole for last week's PGA Tour winner. And a good round as well. Fantastic play. A 65 and a 66. They will definitely get to sleep in quite a few hours longer after those rounds for their final round at the 150th. Back to the first fairway, Poulter.
You can be nice and aggressive here, Polks. That'll do.
Great stuff from the airplane. They brought us great pictures all week. And just look at how the 18th green goes right in to the middle of town. Such a unique place. First fairway, Sam Burns.
I'd say for him he'd consider that only okay. Burmester up over the mound at 16 for a birdie. It's going to break right to left. It's going to keep the pace up. Oh, a little fist pump for the Zimbabwean-born South African.
Gets him to 6 under. Low score on the golf course at this time, being that Kisner and Molinex have finished.
He just got the pace of this perfect, didn't he? That's the hard part of the putt, is to get the pace up and over there right. And there's his playing partner for his birdie. Can he follow him in? Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
What a group. Both the two have made 7 birdies. 2 bogeys collectively between the two.
Sam Burns at the first. He would have expected to be at least a half a gain as close, but if you just find one like that, it makes absolutely no difference. Beautiful putt. Beautiful birdie.
Oh, don't take a step backwards here.
How has he ended up there? Good question, Thomas. I reckon he must have pitched into that bunker and skipped out somehow. And that is beautifully played, because that was an awkward start. Yeah, how has he finished there, Thomas?
Ian Poulter. Straight in the middle. Good start from Sam Burns and Ian Poulter in this group. 8 birdies for the week. Not quite enough to be at the top.
Kisner and Molinex set the early pace on course. Kisner finished with a 65, and now it's Molinari and Burmester, both 6 under on their 3rd round. Both 6 under for the day, but everyone is chasing Smith, Young, and McIlroy. Don't forget Hovland. Kevin Kisner was disappointed. You could see in his body language with the 65. Could have been lower, but still Jumped all the way up from right on the cut line to the first page of the leaderboard. Back out to 10, and Ken DeChambeau finish off after a nice shot, luckily missing the bunker off the tee.
You know, this putting action looks so strange and so unusual, but I'll tell you what, I'm not really for the, well, you'd have to call it anchoring up the left forearm, but his arms and his putter shaft are in an absolutely dead straight line when you look at him from behind, and then all he does is rock the shoulders. Look at that. I mean, it's so easy to just not let anything go wrong there. Unless you pull it.
Classic Tony Johnston, build it up to perfection and then no.
Fleetwood, flyer of a start. These guys will all be thinking, I need a low one, a very low one if I'm going to get back into the mix. And there's another great shot from Tommy.
'17's tee, Francesco Molinari. That needs to cut a little bit. That's gonna probably chase down in the rough on the left-hand side. Oh, nice little bounce, soft bounce compared to what we've seen this week, and that's okay.
Great view of West Sands. The tide is out, should be coming in. I believe the low tide was around about 10:30, 10:45. Let's have a look at the winds as they stand at the moment, because certainly we know from already this week they change a lot. Look at the winds out on the left side of the screen, out near the boot. 13, 14. And you get in closer to the 14th and 15th holes, it was less. Nothing is consistent about the winds around the old golf course, and that's what makes club selection at times a real tough job. Adrian Meronk, Irish Open champion. This for birdie at 7.
Beautifully done. There we go. Not a bogey in sight. 3 birdies. We're going to see a lot of low scoring today, despite the tough flags.
There you go. Road hole bunker. Look at that blade open. Look at this shot. Oh. Excellent shot from Robert McIntyre. Just have another look at that. Look, he gets in the bunker. Look how low he is in his knees. How open the blade is. And just full power to get the elevation out. Oh, he got out easy.
You were building that up to be a tough shot. Come on.
A few careers have gone amiss in there, Jay, in the past.
Like rating at 7, 8. Yeah, especially going low. So what's that going to make play? 70. Yeah, if we go 8 of hurt. Sorry, if we go 6, 8 of hurt would be 72. Yep. Okay, just over 10 o'clock. Yes.
Lovely shot from Bryson DeChambeau on 11. That classic pin position there. Just over the bunker.
Such an aggressive line taking on Strath bunker. McIntyre, after playing out of the road hole bunker, this for par.
Well, we all fear the road hole bunker and being in it, and you always think you can make 5 or 6 when you are in it. He manages to make 4, and that's a great escape for Robert McIntyre. And the other Scot that has made the cut this week, David Law on the first. They'll have their own little tussle about being best Scot in the event, I'm sure. He's a protege of Paul Lawrie. Paul's looked after him for many years now, and I think Paul is even out there in the crowds watching. He said he certainly said he was going to be.
Fleetwood going for 3 in a row after a wonderful shot into the third. The early walk there, going left all the way. 2 brilliant birdie putts to start his round. A par at the third, not a bad score, and Tony Johnstone has stepped out, and Thomas, you'll be glad to get rid of Tony because we've got Trevor back with us.
It's one of the best substitutions I've ever seen.
That's the first nice thing you've ever said about me, Thomas.
It's only because he got rid of Tony.
I see.
Don't take it to heart.
Okay. I won't get too confident over here, but great to be joining you guys. What a fantastic day this is. Atmosphere's tremendous, conditions ideal for the players.
It's so tough, this. Your mind is wandering around. Should I play it up the right? Should I fly the bunker? Should I go left?
What do you like to do here with this whole location?
From the fairway, I think it's hitting it at the 18th tee. Try and get on the 18th tee. Carry that bunker. Francesco's going long.
He's going to the Raucous Hotel, it feels like. I could never get myself to commit down the left-hand side. Always felt so awkward aiming over there.
Burmester, Molinari both 6 under on the day 3 times at the 1st, the 9th, and the 16th. They've both birdied the same hole. I think they'd both be happy with 4 here at 17.
Yeah, but from here, for me, you have no other option than go left. If you go up the right, you've got to go so short and you don't have a putt. And if it comes out a little bit hard, you're on the road. I just don't think you have any other option but to go left here. And that's where he's going.
Oh boy, this is what I would always be concerned about.
It's low tide. If it was only a little bit closer to the other side of the burn wall, you might be able to play it out, but not from kind of right center as we were looking down at it.
I know it's early doors, but the 17th hole playing at 4.7 right now.
It's an interesting hole in that the ideal shot, especially if you're not in the fairway, you're trying to miss the green. That doesn't happen often.
Well, this young Italian amateur is having a great time this week. And there's 4 of them, 4 amateurs that made the cut. And that's a lot, and they'll be fighting it out for the silver medal. They have their own little competition in there.
Look across a 7 green to the far side. 11 green. Great crowds out there at the end of the golf course, and they'll be ready to watch DeChambeau try and make a birdie.
Tough to play this one high enough here. A lot of break from his right-hand side, particularly in the second half of the putt. Look at it breaking down the hill. Is it staying up? Oh, good looking putt there. par at 11. Got a nice round going. I'm sure he'll be taking a crack at that 12th green with the driver.
Not the best putt from David Law. He just slides by. It's a big occasion for this young Scotsman. I think it's a big occasion for all the players playing in the Open Championship here at St Andrews.
Some very low scoring early days here at the 150th Open Championship at the Old Course, the home of golf. Kisner jumped right up there. So is Mullinax, Burmester, and Molinari. Barclay Brown, he's in there for the silver salver as well. So many amateurs making the cut. Just goes to show how good the game is top to bottom. South Africa is Aiden Hogue 5 under par. Richard Mansell, he was first out on his own with a marker. 68 for the Englishman. Poulter got off to a good start. Let's see what he can do at the second.
Well, it's an easy putt to be aggressive on. Never really got either pace or line right there in Poulter. Up on the 8th, Marcus, the bullet, Armitage. There you go. Two young Europeans here playing together, Adrian Mironk and Marcus Armitage.
They've got the same outfit on too.
Molinari playing out of turn while Burmester's getting a ruling out of the burn, and that is a nice pitch from long left to 17 for the former Open champion. And there is the end of the golf course. A beautiful estuary, low tide this afternoon. There will be water everywhere. And the mainland of Scotland has 6,160 miles of coastline. Amazing rivers as well. Much of the coast is used for research and monitoring. Over 20,000 cultural and heritage sites exist around Scotland's coast, and our seas, including wrecks, museums, protected sites, and festivals of the maritime heritage, each of which add to the distinctiveness of Scotland's coastline and attract many tourists each year. It's also a major source of energy. Scotland has 25% of Scotland's tidal and offshore wind sources. Great look down from the plane as it circles, as it will all day. And going down to the first tee, Sergio Garcia and Will Zalatoris will be announced on by Matt Corker.
This is game number 25. On the tee, from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Looks like a lot of club for Garcia, playing aggressive.
It'll be interesting to see if he takes a little divot here with the wood. Yeah, sure did.
Fine, fine.
On the tee, from the USA, Will Zalatoris.
An amazing 6 top 10s in major championships. He really has the ball striking ability. It's putting that holds him back, and with lower scoring this week, might not be his cup of tea.
He is the real deal, though, this young man. I've watched him play a lot. Extremely talented and gifted ball striker.
A little bit more conservative play. That's the great thing about the old course, why it's so fun to watch and play. If you ever get a chance to come and play wherever you are in the world, this is someplace you need to tick off as far as your bucket list of golf courses to play, because it doesn't dictate how you have to play it. You have so many options.
Actually, a good look there at how deep that Valley of Sin is in front of 18. That was pretty cool.
Dean Burmester after his drop. So this is shot number 4. It's a good one though. Little testing putt there left for a bogey.
Top of the screen there, you can see where it all ends, right in the edge of town, and we're going to go out to the estuary's edge and DeChambeau on 12T.
Made a birdie here in round 1, par yesterday.
327 yards to the front edge at 12. Not even a full driver for DeChambeau.
Wow, that's a great shot there.
You really have to take on the gorse to get it in that position. That's a dangerous shot.
Yeah, to get it on the correct level. Beautiful shot.
Francesco Molinari for par. Ooh, just sneaks in. He's been putting well this week. And this is a nice score today. These are the kind of rounds that might just trigger him to come back to his best. He needs more and more rounds like this.
Sure, we're going to see another abbreviated follow through here from Fleetwood at 4. Tough hole location here on the left-hand side. Very aggressive there. Nice shot.
Landing that between the bunker and the flagstick. That's about as aggressive as you get.
Yeah, I won't see that too often today.
Well, Paul Casey has found it green with his tee shot on 9, so this is an eagle chance. That's a lovely roll.
Once again, he's played the front 9 well, but in the first day and the second day, he struggled coming home. Hasn't quite been able to convert. See what he does on the inward 9 today.
Burmester good up and down for a bogey after hitting his second at the 17th in the burn. A little damper on an otherwise really good round. Drops back to 5 under on the day. And there you can see Garcia and Zalatoris on the first fairway, and they are joined by Aaron Oberholzer.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, I like that.
Just getting last minute instructions from caddy Ryan Goebel. 158 for Will to this back left hole location, and I'll tell you guys, the wind has come up. I was walking down the first fairway and got a gust of a good 20. And it's died since then, but it's definitely, I'd say 10 to 15 right now at times.
What are you calling it, southwester?
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Same as the first 2 days, Trevor.
Okay.
Just left.
This guy can really hit it. He is so fun to watch his ball striking.
He doesn't miss
a mile too, doesn't he?
He does, and he doesn't miss too many distances. Very good with his distance control. Now Sergio, 26 yards closer, 132. And I can assure you that this is going to come in flighted. This man can hit it under a coffee table when needed.
Just went through the wind a little bit. It was a good shot though.
From 1 fairway to 18 green, the Scot, Robert McIntyre. The early walk going. Still a good round of 69, gets it 3 under par. It was a good first round, disappointing second round for the Scot. Let's go back to 4 and Fleetwood.
Seems to me like Fleetwood has just tweaked that putting grip a little bit. Felt like the bottom hand was a bit more on the side. He's got the fingers more on top now. Working with Phil Kenyon for a long time on his putting.
Well, 18. And this is with an iron. That gives you a good indication of how long Dean Burmester is. This is going left though. Heading towards the first tee.
Molinari, as you can see in the right center of your screen, he's already hit and safely short left of 18 green to Burns at the 3rd.
Another one of these young Americans that rarely flushes it.
Yeah, he's had a very good year, hasn't he, Trevor? He's really, really strong this year. He's got a few wins under his belt.
Yeah, sure does. 3 over there on the PGA Tour.
DeChambeau for eagle from just under 50 feet.
Well, he made eagle on 9. This will be a good run of eagles. If you can eagle 9 and 12, with 14 coming up. Not quite, and it should be good enough for 3.
Fleetwood set to play at par 5. Nice opportunity to unleash one down here. See how far you can get it down this fairway.
My first experience on this golf course, I was right up against that rock and you couldn't drop it. Had to chip out sideways.
Only you would get a break like that, Thomas.
Yeah, well. 30 seconds, gents. It happens, doesn't it? I was angry.
We're going to go before the last.
No way.
We're going to go before them? Yeah. Okay.
There's an unmistakable figure and voice down on the first tee. Champion golfer of the year in 2019. Shane Lowry and
have a good day, guys.
Nicholas Højgaard.
This is game number 26. On the tee from the Republic of Ireland, Shane Lowry.
Clear speculation, but probably had the greatest Sunday night celebration of anybody when he won in Northern Ireland at Royal Portrush.
I think so.
Oh.
He's got the great hands for links golf, though. He can hit it so low.
Darren Clark might have something to say about that.
Yes, but he's a Northern Irishman that did it in England.
Nikolai Højgaard.
I would think that Shane probably had more help in Northern Ireland than Darren had in Southern England. But your point is well made. Super talented youngster here, Thomas.
Yeah, this is talent. This is Up there with some of the best talents I've seen in many old years in golf. He really has all the tools, and his problem is really to keep them under control. He's got so many options over every single golf shot, and that confuses him a little bit at times, but it's great to see him playing this week, and we'll learn a lot playing with a past champion of this great championship. It's all a learning process for this young man.
Yeah, the beauty of the old course. Lowry's going off, and Burmester coming up 18, goes over, gives him a little fist bump. Sergio at the first from the fringe.
Yeah, it's a tough putt from behind the hole there. The guys we've seen there have really struggled to get that line right. On the 12th, DeChambeau for birdie. This should just be a tap in for him. There you go. Moves to 6 under par.
Zalatoris dream start. He is such a good ball striker. He'll be thinking something low today. Have another chance to win a major. It's really the 4th time this year if he could jump in the conversation. Down to the first fairway, 18th fairway, combination of the two. Molinari.
Trying to land it in the bottom. He's just got a kick. Didn't land it far enough. And kicked a little bit right. There's still a chance though.
Of course, that low round was when he won the Open at Carnoustie. Great year for the Italian. Dominated the Ryder Cup. Just about everything else. Burmester, see if he can do better.
A little more awkward here because it's going to move to the right as it bounces up. Flew that a few paces too far. Both of those would have expected them to get a little closer from where they were. Burns here for birdie at the 3rd. The 3 wins he's had. One in the fall last year at Sanderson Farms, then the Valspar, Charles Schwab when he beat Scotty Scheffler, his good friend in the playoff. So 3 wins this season on the PGA Tour, and 2 birdies in the first 3 to start this 3rd round.
13th tee, DeChambeau with the iron. Which way is he going? You really want to go left, but if you can go left and get it in the fairway, it's a good angle into the flag, but it can be difficult to hold the fairway down the left. He's done that perfectly. Absolute. You couldn't put it in a better spot down this fairway.
Lowry's ball on the way at 1. See what kind of bounce he gets here. A little softer than he was anticipating.
Been a great fight back for Lowry. He was 3 over early in his opening round. So since like the 5th hole of the first round, he's 7 under par. He's really fought back bravely.
Yeah, him and Adam Scott. Adam Scott was 4 over through 6 on Thursday. Both of them really done well to get back into the spot.
Good look at this golf swing here. Very much a big shoulder turn. Really uses the body. He's a long hitter, Nicolai. That's a good shot.
What are the difference between the twins' games, Nicolai and Rasmus?
Well, Nicolai is a lot longer. Rasmus is still long, but Nicolai is probably one of the longest in the game. Rasmus has a little bit more rounded game, I think. Nicolai is very dependent on being right on top of his game. Rasmus is a better getting a lot out of his golf.
graphic there showed us exactly what we've seen all morning. Nearly 4 shots lower scoring average today than the first 2 days. Burmester for birdie down the hill at 18. Amazing how often from above the hole at 18 we see balls come up short. Still a good round for Dean. Round of 67.
After the good tee shot at the par 5. Can Fleetwood somehow get it close to this hole? He's flared this one out to the right, though. Hoping to hold on to that right-hand side. Just does that. Had the distance dialed in nicely.
Well, that's a big swinging right to left putt for Francesco Molinari here on 18. And that was never up on line.
You never really understand the slope from, especially the right half of 18 green, from back right to kind of middle part of the green. The severity of the slope until you're there looking at it. TV flattens everything out. It's quite severe. A nice 66 for Molinari. Jumps inside the top 15. Clearly getting his game back in shape. Putter's going again. From one Open champion in 2018 to the 2019 champion on the first green, Lowry.
All the Irish have come out of their rooms now. They've been watching the rugby this morning. Ireland winning down in New Zealand for the first time ever, and now they're out to watch their favourite golfer, Shane Lowry. Sergio Garcia on 2.
Oh, is this any good to this tucked hole location at 2? Wow, what a shot that is.
Honest opinion, Trevor, was that a pull?
Possibly. Either way, it's good.
Pretty aggressive line.
Well, Nicolai Højgaard for birdie. A little shake of the head.
That from 113 from Will Zalatoris, trying to hold it up against that breeze. It's the only way you can get it close to this flag, guys, is to hold it up against that wind today. Phenomenal shot by Garcia here.
Well, apparently it's moving day. Good luck to all. Look at the artwork out there. Amazing time spent.
It was nice of you to get up early and go do that, Thomas.
It would definitely not look like that.
There's an idea of the wind as it's going across the golf course at the moment. You play 13, mostly from the right and helping. DeChambeau took it down the 6th fairway, and Thomas, you feel like this is the best angle?
Yeah, I think so. This is the way you want to come into this flag. Mr. Coffins. What a name for bunkers. You really know what that means.
Don't miss short or right here. Should be good, he says. And it is.
Well, sometimes you just know, don't you? Sometimes it just leaves the blade and you're like, yep, I know exactly where that is. It was a long time ago you and I felt like that though, Trevor.
It sure was. I mean, blind shot. He's picked a spot over the course that he likes. Felt sweet off the face. And look at the check here on that second bounce, just quietening the roll down. Beautifully judged. Starting to look comfortable, DeChambeau. Trying to put that wrist and hand injury behind him.
Fleetwood, you would have to say 2 putts from here is excellent. That's got to run. That's got to go. Oh, it's tough from that side. Sometimes the putts are so long you just feel like if I get a little bit too excited I'm just going to roll it off the green on the other side. So you just kind of back out of them a little bit.
Shane Lowry, tee shot at the second.
That is going to be perfect for him. Down the right-hand side with that left hole location.
Let's see, who is arriving here? Maybe, just maybe, the #1 player in the world, sneaking out of the back seat. You know, God, where's the respect?
Since when does the player sit all the way in the back, Thomas?
Well, there's a gentleman. There's a gentleman.
Fleetwood for birdie. Eagle putt came up short. Great start for Fleetwood. Third birdie in the first 5 holes, gets to 6 under par.
We head out to the 9th tee where we find Jason Kokrak. He can certainly get that.
It looked to be less than driver, Thomas.
It was a 3-wood. Oh, keep going then. Keep going. Keep going. That's nice.
Now Zalatoris for birdie at 2.
Anytime you make par with that hole location over the bunker, it's a darn good score. But that's the mark of Garcia down there. So close to the hole. Sold out this week. Standing room only everywhere you can see, and the town has been abuzz. What an amazing atmosphere it's been here at St. Andrews for the 150th Open Championship. And they have been treated to some great golf. We saw a great shot from DeChambeau. This will be for the 2nd birdie of the day at the 13th.
He's coming off of a birdie at 12. Remember, he made the eagle at 9. Some round going here. 5 under already for this 3rd round. This is for another one.
He's making it look easy. It's far from easy, but the way he's playing today, DeChambeau is kind of bringing the old course to his knees through pure brute strength. Australian Brad Kennedy, 2nd shot to the 1st.
Brad Kennedy playing with Victor Perez, the Frenchman that, strangely enough, lives just down the coast here in Scotland, in Edinburgh. Used to live in Dundee. So it's like being home for him. a sign of the wind just starting to pick up. Getting a little bit more spin on the ball into the wind.
And the forecast is for it to pick up to sustain over 10, gusting up to the upper teens. Nothing really strong by links golf standards, but it's going to be there.
Garcia for birdie at 2. And pays off that beautiful iron shot. Well done there.
Have another look at the wind map. 6 over by the 1st and 18th, 16 by the 11th and 12th, and just about everything in between. Let's go down to the 9th. Well, we saw the tee shot of Jason Kokrak. This for the 5th eagle of the day at the 9th.
Oh, it was well deserved after that tee shot, that's for sure.
Now DeChambeau at the par 5. He needs to take it down that wall line here. The wind is helping it out of the right. So probably right of that target marker there with his length. 192 ball speed, my goodness. Let's see if it stays in the fairway. Yeah, it just does.
Yeah, it looked like with the flight it wasn't the greatest of hits.
Maybe a bit spinny.
Yeah, a little bit spinny, but that's worked quite well for him on this hole. Always working, always thinking, always, what can I do better? What am I doing right? What am I doing wrong?
Cameron Young was the leader after the first round with a 64. Cameron Smith leads after a 67-64. The Camerons, McIlroy and Hovland, chasing at their heels. Good rounds from Molinari and Molinax in the 3rd round here at St. Andrews. Fleetwood off to that wonderful start. 3 under through 5. He'll be thinking, oh, let me get it into the double digits and maybe I'll have a chance. Down to the first green. Victor Perez.
Big uphill there in the middle of the putt. A slow putt. That's pretty good. Jason Scrivener has found the green on 12, so this is for eagle.
Oh, come on.
No.
Nice birdie at 4 for Poulter. Birdies 2 out of the first 3, gets to 5 under.
That stand behind the first starting to fill up. Sure, it'll be jam-packed later this afternoon when the leaders come through there. Nice look at the grip of Brad Kennedy. Pretty conventional. And like so many, coming up short from in front of the hole at 1.
When you say a pretty conventional putting grip, these days you have to kind of giggle. What is conventional?
Old school conventional, but look at this. This is no fun.
Well, it's the danger around here. Yeah, small pop bunkers everywhere. And you really have to make sure you take them out of play.
It's not very big, but Sutherland does grab a lot of tee shots when you take it up left center at 3.
Do you know the names of all the bunkers around here, Jay?
Most. I did a lot of studying earlier this week.
Good.
I'm trying to learn all the names of the bunkers because I find it fascinating. I think it's great. There's a story behind every one.
100%, Aaron.
110 of them out there.
There used to be 112. They knocked it down to 110.
And it's still amazing to me that Tiger didn't hit it in one of them after being around here now. It's unbelievable. Well, he did have 82 yards. Now he has 90 yards after having to play backwards out of the Sutherland bunker.
Right here, straight across. Pretty much. Yeah, so let's go 85 then. Okay.
Now wind freshening into off the left. Gotta be careful. The distance control here can easily scoot by this hole down a couple of ridges if you're not careful.
I'm going to put Jay on the spot here. Sutherland, why? You said you knew why.
I know why some of them are. I've got most of the names down. I'm still getting the backstories. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Is it time for you to have another ice cream?
All right, he go for eagle at the par 5 fifth. Turns from his right. Is it going to dive in there? Yeah, it sure is. Confident putt from the young South African.
He must be in just about in the frame for your team.
If he keeps making those, he is.
It was right around that 70-yard mark, just trying to pitch it and run it for Sergio. Release it there, not bad. Another good look.
Yeah, good shot from Sergio. I would think 18 months ago, well, 15 months ago, he would have been in the conversation. Then he won 3 times quickly on a DP World Tour, went over 1 in the States, and it's kind of gone off the boil a little bit.
Yeah, he has. Hasn't had his best stuff this season. Maybe that changes for him this weekend as we take a look at Rahm getting a few putts in before he gets going. Putter hasn't really cooperated for him in the first 2 rounds. He's going to be looking to get that club heated up here in round 3.
He's in a good position here, Bryson DeChambeau. You really just don't ever look at the flag here on 14 when it's on the left. Just want to go down into the middle of the green. There's bunkers down the left-hand side there. You see the 4 of them short of the green. The two short ones you definitely don't want to go in. The green side ones I guess you can get away with if you get a good lie. But you're aiming down the middle of the green.
Probably not going to climb its way all the way on top, but not a bad leave there.
Those are the ginger birds just short of the pin there on 14, in case you were wondering, Thomas. Maybe because it's someone likes ginger beer.
I do.
What's not to like?
Tom Kim coming into the first. Seems to have laid quite far back there. Jo Young Kim likes to be called Tom.
Great name.
His affinity for Thomas the Tank Engine. Fantastic young player. Spent some time with him earlier this week, walked a few holes with him. Was picking my brain about links golf and the old course. Really enjoyed getting to know him better earlier this week.
Monday he was walking around in shorts. I'll tell you what, you see those tree trunk legs, he looks like a tank. He is a strong young man.
A 150. Okay.
I mean, just left of this flag is better than right. Because right catches that bridge, comes all the way down.
He's great at controlling his ball flight, Patrick Reed. And he's done that very well there on the first. the 6th. Will we find Brian Harmon for birdie? And that takes him to 6 under par. Climbing nicely up that leaderboard. Zalatoris, we saw him coming out backwards, so this is for par. And that's disappointing. That really isn't a hole you want to make bogey on. Level par for the day.
Fleetwood for birdie at 6. Been on a real run. Birdied 1, 2, and 5. Can he add 2? And he can. 4 under through 6 for Fleetwood. As Fleetwood is on that roll, we look at Garcia, and I join in the box by Tony Johnstone.
Sergio with that familiar right-handed claw grip. Sometimes it works very well, sometimes it doesn't. Seems to be pretty good at the moment. 5 under with back-to-back birdies. Zoom down from overhead, DeChambeau. Out with the putter. Only sensible thing to do so many times around St Andrews, that's for sure. Ooh, he's got some undulations to negotiate here. Just taking a little pause while they putt out on 4. That's a bit angle. At least 4 feet high, this ridge. And it's at a slight tangent as well, so reading line and pace, both of them are difficult. Very rigid one-piece method, and got it radically wrong. Dear oh dear.
Back to the first, and the 1:35 p.m. group is about to get underway. The pairing of Harold Varner III and John Rahm, both with 73s and 67s, nicely backed up yesterday. I dare say he might be waiting on the 18th. They're both looking that way. David Lancaster down there. Confirmation. So let's go over there. In the meantime, Sebastian Munoz for a birdie.
Just lacking in pace.
This is game number 29. On the tee from the USA, Harold Varner III.
The world number 37. Little hybrid for him.
On the tee from Spain, John Rahm.
A lot of people have been hanging around to watch this tee shot, and they will follow him off down the first.
Is that tee shot coming towards us?
I lost it. I was trying to see it.
Exciting player to watch, makes the game look just ridiculously easy. Very short, very brisk backswing, and then it's pure power.
So off they go. John Rahm and Harold Varner III both start their day at 4 under par. Came close last time round. John Rahm, top 3 at Royal St George's. Here it is from overhead. So from 1 to 14 we go. Down with Bryson DeChambeau.
Wicked putt here coming off the slope. You can see it just picking up speed. The only thing that was going to stop that was the hole. That was really well judged.
Yeah, much finer effort than his first one. Certainly he'll be very disappointed. DeChambeau, he likes to punish the par 5s.
Joo-Hyung Kim. Just nudging it down there. Tom at the opening hole. So that's the next pairing coming our way. On the left there, Tristan Lawrence, and on the right, Jordan Spieth. Just putting their finishing touches on their warm-ups. See the short walk just across the path. It's not a big putting green by any means. See a lot of people putting to other targets, to the corners as well, trying to get their pace in.
DeChambeau to pay this off. Certainly a disappointing par 5. Got it in the fairway and was just playing away from the ginger beer bunkers and played a little bit too safely. Couldn't get up and down. Birdie for Shane Lowry. After that poor start, 3 over par through 4 holes in the first round, continues to fight back. 2019 champion, really going well.
That's Anthony Quayle. Little to navigate up and over. Couldn't, could he? On the Queensland PGA back in January, plays over in Japan. That's how he punched his ticket. Another one that came through the Mizuno Open. Nice birdie there from long range.
Rahm will be taking dead aim here. He knows just how accessible this pin is. There's a slope from the left, a slope from the right. There's a backstop behind it. Oh, absolutely gorgeous golf shot.
You notice the flag stick there. It's now blowing a lot from the left. The wind has changed direction more out of the south in the last 20, 30 minutes. Earlier, not that long ago, I guess I should say, it was blowing straight in. Look at the flags behind the grandstands on 1. Almost left to right. characteristics of the golf course will change dramatically with a wind direction change. Great shot from Jon Rahm.
Varner also there's just no reason not to have a go at this flag. If you don't get this within 15 feet, you will feel disappointed. Another absolute ripper. 2 superb shots.
Yeah, 2 of the best that we've seen down there at the opening hole. So the number posted early on for Kevin Kisner, but a couple more are popping their name up onto the front page of the leaderboard here in the 150th Open. DeChambeau, Tommy Fleetwood there too. So our final group off in about 2 hours and 10 time at 10 minutes or so. The Camerons. Quite same by name, but different by nature, those two.
And you have to think, Jon Rahm can get that putter in his hand going a little bit. He could really go deep with his game.
So this is what's coming your way. In the next little while, Jon Rahm and Harold Varner III already out on the first green. Next up, what a day it's coming for Tristan Lawrence, out with Jordan Spieth, both at 4 under par at 5. We find Thomas Dietrich, nice to see him find some form in the 2022 season. We know he has it. And Xander Schauffele, the most informed man on the planet, you could say right now. And then Ireland's David Carey with Lee Westwood at 2:10. So a little over 25 minutes before they start their Saturday's play. And that's the view down at 1.
Rahm for birdie, a little right to left in this one. You have to have the strength of mind to start it right of the hole, especially if you're going to die it in there. It would take a lot of speed to even start it on the right edge.
We've had 4 pairings today so far who have both birdied the first. Will this be the 5th? Rahm's got to start the ball rolling.
He was aiming straight there, Tony. I mean, that was easily a cup outside right, even with the pace he hit it. Just a clear misread. Great view there. He hit it right where he was aiming, right where he stroked. It was it was a good putt. Poor read.
Yeah, you're spot on.
Yes.
This is game number 30.
Yeah, it's 260 at that.
On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
Champion golfer of the year in 2017, I should say. What a finish that was.
Spieth was at the top of many people's list to win this week. Such imagination around the greens, which is required here at the Old Course.
On the tee from South Africa, Tristan Lawrence.
What an experience this is going to be for this young South African lad. He's got 2 wins under his belt. One of them, the Joburg Open last December, which was cut to 36 holes because of the Omicron variant coming out. But he wouldn't have played with anybody like Spieth, I don't think, at this level. With the sort of crowd that's going to be following them too. It'll be a great experience. I think he's up to it as well. Pretty calm, cool and placid customer. and avoids all the divots. Always nice on that first if you don't find one.
Been over in Europe for a little while, Jordan Spieth, one of the guys that went and played over in Ireland in the lead up, as well as the Genesis Scottish Open, which he said was hugely beneficial coming in this week.
HV3, Harold Varner the third for birdie at the first, just straight in, slightly uphill. Well, straight with a little circle at the end, but in the end it was a 3. Great round yesterday after an indifferent first round for the American.
DeChambeau at 15, a change of wind, just an iron. Trying to thread it down between the two mounds, right and left. Oh, took a little hop left. Look at that thing run. Not ideal with an iron. It's all about the links bounce. Fleetwood for a birdie at 7.
Would have been for his 5th of the day. Another one of those off to a fast start, something he hasn't done so far this week on this course, Fleetwood.
Thomas Peters for an eagle at 9. Yes, please. A man who we all expect to do great things in majors at some point, and he seems to up his game in the majors and the bigger tournaments.
A little payoff here for Aaron Jarvis at the final hole. Good bounce back after a drop shot at 17. Kind of level par for the amateur today.
DeChambeau. Ooh. This is a hot lie. This could come out flying, but it could also come out dead. With the modern grooves, that's the nature of the game. Which will it be? And it's a little dead, but you know what, from where he was, it's a pretty good shot right there.
So much of that out of that lie was just strength to be able to keep the club face square. This is an easy putt at 2 for Tom Kim. Uphill right to left. You have to give this quite a good hit to get it to the hole.
Oh, did he ever?
I met him at the beginning of the week last week, Elliot, the Scottish Open. What a delightful young man.
Isn't he just? Walked around with him in the practice round, so that's his first birdie of the day to 5 under par. Back to 1.
If Tristan Lawrence can just get a couple of nice pars under his belt, just to ease into this, and just get the feeling of, you know, the roar of the crowds, the presence of the crowds, playing with Spieth, I think he'll do okay.
Had a lot of crowds in Ireland a couple of weeks back as well. Finished in the top 3 there, but was right in the mix in front of 18,000 plus in those final couple of days. So that would have helped in the lead up to events like this.
Absolutely, good warm-up.
17. 37, 40.
Spieth ready to go.
35.
135, he said. And now it looks like the wind has turned from left to right, back more into the player's face as they hit their second.
Right when I was over it. Did you?
Yep.
And Jay, you say I can talk a lot.
Yeah, Spieth and Greller, they've got you, but you're definitely the world's number 3.
It's my Italian blood. I think we can probably put Jordan down for a low one today as well. He looked comfortable yesterday.
Great look down at 3 and 15 green. Of course, there's 7 double greens. They always add up to 18. The only single greens are 1, 17, 9. I'm trying to think of the other one. And 18. Of course, Allison helped me out. Thank you, Allison. Just having a mental block. It was a good second shot for DeChambeau out of the left rough. This is not a simple putt.
It's not. The other interesting thing about this course is the scorecard is a palindrome. The sequence of holes, par 4, 4, 3, 4, if you do 1 to 18 is exactly the same if you do it in reverse. Stick with me, Townsend. I'll teach you a few things.
No flies on you, TJ.
What was it like when before they played the golf course the way they do it now, when you used to play it the wrong way around?
When it was 11 holes and we played 22.
Yeah, back in the 1800s.
I can't remember what happened yesterday, but I'll get back to you on that.
They do that one day a year still to this day. On New Year's Day would be a day to be out there and have a lot of fun. This putt should have some right to left to it, influenced by the mound that, well, a moment ago the camera angle we had, the caddy was standing on the high point. There it is, caddy with a yellow shirt.
Oh, it was online. You know, we all talk about his power and his crushing it, but he's a seriously good putter too. And when you think a couple of years ago, he had the heebie-jeebies. He actually putted side saddle for a while. It was so bad.
Sees the ball of John Rahm. What's he looking at from here, Jay?
He's looking at a bad angle is what he's looking at. The hole at 2 is cut over the bunker. And that's the Cartgate bunker. You do not want to mess with it.
Tell you what, he must have flirted with Cheap's bunker down the fairway as well, which is out sideways if you can. Rahm has the ability to get it in very high, coming in softly. He's going to need all of that.
That's just a chance you shouldn't take.
No.
And now he's likely up against the face, coming in like that. Could be buried. But he can't see the ball right now in your screen, so it leads you to believe it's pretty close to the face there. You just had to take that bunker out of play. Aaron Garcia is ready with an iron at the 5th.
A little bit of a blind shot here for Sergio. Coming up and over 178 to the front to this very dangerous hole location in the front left. 191 total. Wind coming across from the left, trying to hold a drop against it.
Oh, that's going to go down, isn't it?
That's a no-go area. You cannot miss 5 left when the hole is cut on the left side of the green the way it is today. It's only cut 5 from the left edge, and that is a steep bank down to the bunker.
There's Barclay Brown. No bucket hat yet. It's been blamed by the R&A all in jest for them selling out in the shop this week.
And it's the R&A's fault, really, for laying on such good weather for us. Oh, it came out hot and just ricocheted off that downslope. But you know what? You'd much rather be there 40 yards away than where Garcia is 10 yards away.
Neither are good, though. He's got a lot of bumps and hollows and a slope going left to right to get it anywhere near the hole.
Sorry, I said Garcia. Jay, apologies. Wrong.
Tristan Lawrence, long-range birdie at the 1st. Well judged from that range. Even if you come up a roll or 2 short, you don't mind.
Dylan Fratelli down there, from what we can see of it. Second at 9 in the sand.
It's unbelievable. That was going like a train.
Let me think. Do you think the flag helps him there?
Just slightly. Brilliant. Well, you've got to have some breaks sometime, don't you?
Especially a links golf course, you get some odd bounces from time to time when you hit good shots. Well, this wasn't necessarily a good shot, but it turned out great. Anything but an easy shot. It was a long bunker shot all the way across the 9th green. That was probably going all the way across the green. Amazing to see that ball go in.
Spieth. Not many better on the planet than Jordan Spieth from this range. He's underjudged it a bit, but you know what? He never misses them by more than a couple of inches. 25 to 30 feet. He is the best on the planet. He has a bit of an issue from sort of 18 inches to 3 feet, but those, he's the king.
DeChambeau going with iron, aiming left. Playing it down 3 fairway. Taking the principal's nose and Deacon Syme out of play.
You like that play?
I do today with the right hole location,
yeah,
definitely.
with where the pin is, yeah. It's been popular. So that's how things stand as we move into the afternoon, just nearing 2 p.m. local time. It's great to have you with us along the way here at St Andrews.
That is the ball of Sergio Garcia in that bunker. I don't know the name of the bunker, but the name of this shot is hard. That one might come right back to him.
Ooh.
We could find that other bunker just to the left, Allison.
Dear.
It is. This is why you don't want to mess around with the left side of 5 today.
They might name those the Garcias, Aaron.
Only 110 or 12, depending on who you ask, bunkers around St Andrews. The caddies actually have to take a 2-hour exam to be a caddy here on the bunkers.
Oh. Russell Henley rolling it in at 9. Nice birdie. Doesn't match Fratelli's 2, but it's still nice. A 2-hour exam. What do they have to learn? Where they are, or the names, or?
I think both. Yeah.
Wow.
Because you can't always see them, and that's the trick, is to understand the placement of them all.
And you're right, Ali. Some bits of research you do says 112 bunkers. Some say 110. Are there 2 hidden bunkers there that nobody's discovered yet, or what?
What a setting it is. You never tire of it from overhead. So the next group, Thomas Dietrich from Belgium and Xander Schauffele, both with 69s and 70s in different order though. They're about to get their afternoon started.
This is game number 31. On the tee from Belgium, Thomas Dietrich.
Picked up a 10th place last week at the Renaissance Club, which was a nice little piece of confidence to build on coming into this week in a year that's been a little bit indifferent for him.
On the tee from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
Man in form, and he's strung together a couple of months actually. Brilliant. Last week it was an exhibition in course management to right till the final hole. That'll do.
So down they go. Little switch up for the afternoon for you coming your way in the commentary box. The ever-talented Dominic Collier is going to be taking my chair. Thomas Bjorn and Trevor Immelman back in as well.
And this is Sergio Garcia on 5. He's gone from one bunker to the other, so this is his 4th shot. And that's going to come back towards him. Just trying to settle his mind. And that's a good shot. But that would be his bogey putt coming up. And this is a tough shot for Bryson DeChambeau on 16 with that front pin position. It's difficult to get it close. I've got absolutely no idea where that went.
Well, maybe we can get clued in once we see the strike. Ball first.
And John Rahm's got a little bit of problems here on number 2, so this is for par. Big swinging putt. Found a bunker, and anytime you do that around the old course, there's a chance you'll make bogey.
Garcia for bogey at the par 5. Oh man, this is expensive here.
Yeah, to be honest, Trevor, you're really disappointed if you don't make 4 on the 5th hole at St Andrews, which makes 7. It's a completely different story. From one former Ryder Cup hero to another. How about this shot? How about that shot? You really got to know St Andrews to hit that kind of shot. Excellent.
Zalatoris would have got a little look at the line when Garcia hit this putt. And he learned something. So, a good 4 at the par 5 there. Now back at the 2nd. Spieth 2nd. Lawrence already played, he's in the back bunker.
You could see in the graphic there's been 9 birdies here, and they've pretty much been all around where he was, Jordan Spieth. So you'd have to say, even for him, that's an outside chance.
You go, baby. Well, coming up a drop shot at 2. Jon Rahm at the par 4 third, 405 yards.
That's a beauty.
Do you know, Thomas, I was walking up to the course this morning. I just got that little look between the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse and the grandstand on 18. You can see down to the 17th hole, see a couple of golfers out there on the fairways, and you realise what a very special place this is and what a very special weekend we are in for.
There is nothing better in the game of golf than this championship at this golf course.
And you throw this weather in, yes, we could do with maybe a little bit more breeze, but it really is a picture out there.
Yeah, but that's only because we like to see the players suffer a little bit more than they do in these perfect conditions.
Well, I like to put it as being challenged in the conditions, but I take your point. And there is the not so old grey tune of St Andrews today. Keep going down that road on the bottom left and you will come to the 17th hole, the road hole. This is Belgium's Thomas Pieters. Birdie putt at 10. He's just eagled the 9th. Nice move from the winner of the first Rolex Series event of the season on the DP World Tour in Abu Dhabi.
Well, if they keep going straight, they'll get to my home country. Denmark, over the North Sea there.
May take a little while with as soft as the wind is blowing.
Trust me, whenever you get closer to Denmark, it'll start blowing. It normally does.
Trevor, Thomas, you have both faced having a share of the lead or leading going into the weekend of a major championship. What is it like and how do you handle the situation?
Well, I think when you're playing that well, you just kind of, you know, focusing on your golf. You know you're in control of everything, and you just try and control the day. Really, for me, it was, you know, especially the Open Championship, the tee times are so late. You just try and control everything you can control, and try and get the hours to pass by with doing good things. You know, either hanging out with your family or go for a walk, or just kind of get the hours to just pass through the day, because these late tee times after 3 o'clock can be difficult to deal with if you're just sitting there thinking about golf all the time. So it's but it's an exciting time as well. You know, I found it exciting as well.
Yeah, mentally you ride a bit of a roller coaster, because at times you are extremely excited, at times you're a little bit anxious and nervous, hoping that your game will be able to hold up, hoping that you're going to be mentally tough enough to hang in there if adversity strikes. But at the end of the day, what I found was helpful was continuously reminding myself that this is the position I always dreamed of being in. And when you start to look at it from that perspective, it gives you an appreciation for that moment and the sacrifices and hard work you put in.
Look at this, Bryson DeChambeau. He's not going for the yellow flag, he's going for the red one. Which is what happens sometimes here at St Andrews. We didn't know where the ball had gone for his second shot. Well, here, this is where it went. It'd be nice if we could just tap it in the other hole there for birdie and then go on. But you are playing to the red one. It's a big long putt. I think Saturday is always an interesting day when you're up there, because there's a long way till Sunday evening, you know, when the tournament is decided. So you kind of still have to go out and play your golf and be aggressive. You're not really done anything yet. You're just in that position where, yeah, I'm still in the tournament. It doesn't really matter if you're leading or if you're 1 behind or 2 behind. It's about, Saturday's all about getting yourself in a position where you have a chance on Sunday.
Well, this guy knows what it's all about and what it takes. Winner at the US Open already.
That was nearly the win.
That is second into the third. Not quite reacting the way he thought.
No, for the first time in his career, I guess, he seems to be battling the game a little bit. It's all come so easy to him, hasn't it? Jon Rahm. He'll come through it, no doubt about that, to Schauffele, looking for a fast start. Last week's winner down at the Renaissance Club. He'll have to settle for par. No birdie also there for Thomas Dietrich, and we go to Jordan Spieth.
Slow, big break right to left. Never really got the pace of the putt. And he'll be slightly disappointed with that after he got the tee shot to where he was. DeChambeau for par.
First
misread.
Beg your pardon, Thomas. First drop shot today for Bryson DeChambeau. And it is a tough closing stretch. Most of the players this week has been the theme. Make your score on the front nine and then try and hold on to it coming home. DeChambeau 7 under par, 6 behind Cam Smith. There you go, there's the double green. DeChambeau was on the second, putting across to the 16th. Right, to Jon Rahm. Par the first, bogey the second.
See that top hand peeling over the edge of the grip there. A little bit unusual. Well, he's lowered his hands now that he's got that face lined up. So maybe a little frustration creeping in.
Well, there's a little bit more on this than I thought actually for DeChambeau. Remember, this is a bogey putt at 16.
Yeah, I always think with Bryson, that's maybe a part of his game that he sometimes misses a lot of short putts, I think. You know, he can be so fantastic. He can, you know, whole long putts, he hits it unbelievable, but tends to miss more short putts than most.
This one isn't quite done either, is it, for DeChambeau? Double bogey, 6-16. So that's a real momentum killer for Bryson DeChambeau.
And now goes to the toughest hole on the golf course so far today, the 17th.
Harold Varner. Well, he was wearing a very vibrant pink yesterday. He's rocking the green out there today. See if he can climb to 6 under. Not so from that distance. I can't remember what it was he holed from earlier this season when he got his victory, but it was a long, it seemed like almost another postcode. Long, long way away. Sensational stuff that was. Let's go down the first fairway and we'll find the Open debutant from Ireland, David Carey. What a thrill. Said on Twitter he's carrying 2 drivers in the bag. That's an interesting ploy if it's so.
Wonder what he took out to account for that.
Ooh.
Hopefully not the lob wedge, because he's going to need it there.
He's a true historian of the game, so he's absolutely thrilled when he secured his place through final qualifying up at Fairmont St Andrews, just a couple of days after Padraig Harrington had won the US Senior Open. Here we are, 17. DeChambeau, look how high the ball is teed.
Wind out the right. Oh boy.
This is going down the second. This is going to stop before those bushes. It is, but it does not look like it's in a great position though.
It was a good one to have the top tracer on to show all of that curve, wasn't it?
couple of lovely flags there, Dom.
Okay, nice wide turn. You see how he releases that front hip. Front foot comes off of the ground, and now he starts to power this swing right here. Dives down into the turf and then explodes up. Let's see where he hits it on the face. Maybe a little high and on the toe. That's why the extra hook. After the double at 16. Now in trouble again at 17. Over to 1.
Yeah, playing with David Carey. This is Lee Westwood. It's his 27th Open Championship.
Go.
Spinning it up a little bit. It's a decent shot, though.
It's the 5th time he's played in an Open here at St Andrews. Gives you an idea of the longevity of Westwood. Out to the far end of the course, and Tommy Fleetwood at the 10th.
It's been good to start to see him find some form again, hasn't it? 4th last week in Scotland, had a 5th at the PGA Championship, tie for 14th at the Masters. Sprinkling a few good results in again.
Yeah, not a great putt there. Just down his back 9. Still 4 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament.
Back to David Carey over the back of the first. Got to play a practice round with Padraig Harrington. He was trying to take on as much advice as he possibly could. Let's go up to the 6th.
Bill Salvatores for birdie. There you go. There's a lot of talk about this guy's putting stroke. He holds a lot of putts for a guy that supposedly doesn't have that great a stroke, I think. I don't always think it's about the stroke. I think it's about the mind of willing to putt in as well.
4th tee, John Rahm. Hole known as Ginger. Apparently someone used to stand over there and sell ginger beer.
Short Rambo. Come on, Errol. Good job.
It almost seems to have changed colour overnight, this course. We had the early rain yesterday and things were looking relatively green in places, and then gradually as the day went on it got browner and browner, and look at that.
Yeah, all the sunshine, bit of wind starting to kick up. It's going to be baking for the rest of the day.
Long range par putt for David Carey, the Irishman, at the first.
And that would be a disappointing bogey down the first.
Move on up to the par 5 14th, and Paul Casey. Will it get there? Will it get there? I think it will, you know. How about that for judgment?
That ball ran out quite well, didn't it, down the hill? So on a string of 4s, that one a birdie at the par 5.
Back to the first, and the birdie putt for Lee Westwood.
I've seen a lot of players come up short from this spot at the first today. Westwood's given it a good wrap up there.
Up a couple of holes to Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, it's a nice look at this flag from where he is there, and he's taking advantage of it.
How cool was that flight there? Flying it down with a cut spin.
I think you've got to look a long time to find somebody that controls his wedges better than Jordan Spieth.
Well, this is Bryson DeChambeau. Remember, we saw the tee shot at the 17th. He's away in the...
Take another look at that trace on the 17th tee. Huge hook.
Is on the gorse?
So he's found it.
Okay, and then 1 and 1. Drop the second one.
Looks like he's taking line of sight relief here on 17 for the grandstand.
Dropped it. That was a misdrop. It fell out of my hand.
Yep, fell out of your hand, so it's just a redrop.
And that means that he gets what's called 1 and 1.
Yeah, right there.
Yes, sir.
So he has to 1 club length to get relief from the grandstand, and then he has to drop it in a 2nd club length, and the ball has to stay within that club length.
So Tommy Fleetwood reaches the 2nd of only 2 par 3s here over the Old Course, the 11th. Difficult pin position on this hole today.
Yeah, and with this wind out of the southwest, I always found it quite difficult here at 11 to figure out if it's helping or hurting. You know it's out of the left. In this whole location, you know you cannot come up short because that deep bunker is waiting there.
Miss it.
Oh, look out.
Tough one coming up there, but it could be potentially much better than being in the bunker. And sometimes where you have to come out to if you're in the bunker. So still a tricky one coming up though. Spun it up into the wind.
3rd hole, Jordan Spieth, beautiful approach shot. Can he take advantage, move it to 5 under? Thomas, did you find you saw the lines relatively easy on these greens? They're sort of flattish in places, aren't they?
Subtle, very subtle little breaks here and there. And I think sometimes we get a bit confused on certain European players that play the downhill links because the pins are in quite easy positions, so easy to putt to, and then you come for an open and they become a little bit more tricky, a little bit more subtle pin positions, and a little bit of break here and there, but it's difficult to tell on links golf courses.
Well, the leaders are off at 3:55 this afternoon. Cameron Young and Cameron Smith. What a storming start it was from Kevin Kistner earlier today. That's the great thing, isn't it, about the Open? You get up, you watch some of the early play. 6 under through the first 8 holes. 1 under thereafter. For a round of 65. 67 for South Africa's Dean Burmester. Well, that's a nice move inside the top 30. And another South African enjoying his morning on the links of the Old Course, Christian Bezuidenhout, with a round of 68 to the first.
Fly.
This is Japan's Yuto Katsuragawa, or something like that. Katsuragawa, I beg your pardon. I thought I'd have a stab at it, and it just came out horribly wrong. He's only 23, playing in his first Open. What a thrill to make the weekend. none more comfortable having a go at this one. Abraham Ancer.
Yep, well done. This is his first time to St Andrews. The game should suit links golf. Shot maker, moves the ball around, uses his hands well.
Not quite the release up that green into the wind. Head out to Shane Lowry. These are hands. These are lovely hands for links. When you've got good hands, you can hit shots like that. Shane Lowry setting up a great birdie opportunity.
Now to 17 and DeChambeau.
Where are you going here? I wouldn't even know where you're going here.
But still really good break getting that ball out of the long grass. Oh, look out. Now it's going to get even more interesting for him at the road hole.
So you've got the 11th and the 7th, another of these double greens. There's number 11, and here's Tommy Fleetwood.
Tell you what, I think he's going left here. I think he might just take his punishment and go over to the left and give himself a chance, feeling like if he goes at the flag, he'll just bounce on up the hill. Yeah, out to the left.
Oh, no, he was expecting that to come back a little.
He definitely was. That's a steep part of the hill. He thought it would come rolling back down.
Rahm into 4. Just see the top of the flag.
That sounded like a good strike there. Sure it was.
Tough hole, tough pin position there. Only 2 birdies on the 4th so far to 17 and DeChambeau's 3rd. What's he going to do? Run it up the bank?
A little bit of a hit and hope. And he's done really well. This is fantastic.
Tell you what, that's going to be some 4 if he holds that putt. Could have been anything after that tee shot and after the second shot.
Over to 1 and Ancer for an opening birdie. Shot a bogey-free 68 yesterday, Abraham Ancer, to get back in the contest after a slightly difficult first day. Here's Zalatoris.
Brilliantly done there. Showing not just talent, but great imagination at 7. Just tiptoeing across that ridge. Had a good look in the side here.
Difficult not to cheer for Will Zalatoris just a little bit. He's had the putting problem since he was at college. And he still manages to contend in major championships. Katsuragawa at the first. I'm going to leave that to one of you next time it comes up. DeChambeau for his par at 17.
Well, that's why he's one of the most exciting players in golf. When you make fours like that, unbelievable. And that's got to make you smile a little bit.
Well, you know, handicap golfers hate that. Because they play here, no grandstands, they'd be in real trouble down there in the rough. They wouldn't get a free drop from there. Zalatoris misses out. Shame, really.
He was trying to make 3 birdies in a row, but going to have to settle for par at 7.
Well, Tommy Fleetwood had to come up to here. So this is for par. Down the hill, left to right. And that's just going to dive to the right.
Good effort, but it will be the first bogey today for Fleetwood. 218 and the driving iron for DeChambeau.
332 to the front.
That didn't look like a good hit at all.
It didn't. Landed just short of the road there.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
He will get another free drop there at 18.
And again, I think he's slightly fortunate there. If he'd gone a little bit further and hit the practice putting green right next to the first tee, I think he's out of bounds, isn't it?
The practice putting green is. I feel like he was a little left of that, though. Into that stand, he would still get relief.
Yeah. It was all going so smoothly, wasn't it? For Bryson DeChambeau until the double bogey at 16, the drive at 17, and then that one at the home hole known as Tom Morris, after the legendary golfing figure from this part of the world. So what have we got? We've still got about an hour and 20 minutes before the Camerons get going in the final 2 ball. Smith and Young. Adam Scott from Australia shot a great round yesterday, 65. He goes off at 3:15, so that is about 45 minutes from now. The US Open champion there at 6 under, Matt Fitzpatrick. Barkley Brown, the leading amateur. Sam Burns, what an exciting young player he is. 2 under par through the first 8 holes, so nice little steady movement up the leaderboard. Fourth hole, Rahm for birdie.
Yeah, it's just not going John Rahm's way at the moment. Here's Sam Burns. This is for eagle on 9. Just got a little bit too aggressive with it.
Easiest hole on the course today, the par 4 9th. Playing well under its par, and there is the championship leader, Cam Smith. And that is some shirt, isn't it? Looks like he's heading for a day at the beach.
I was about to say, we won't miss him today. We'll know where he is.
Alan Rise has found the fairway unsurprisingly at the first. Born in your home country, Trevor. Born in Cape Town.
Yeah, when he was very young, moved back to the US. His parents were down there doing some business at the time. Finished second at the Memorial not long ago. He's had a good solid season in the US. Inside the top 50 in the world rankings now.
Playing with Lucas Herbert from Australia, the man from Bendigo in Victoria. Good player.
Yeah, he really is a nice player, Lucas Herbert. Came over to Europe and did extremely well, and then he managed to get himself over on the PGA Tour to win there as well. big game. Hits it a long way, but he has all the tools. You know, he can knock it down. He can do all the right things, and that makes him a danger for future Open Championships. That's for sure.
Just 2 drop shots over 36 holes so far for Lucas Herbert. That gives you an idea of the consistency out there. Now, can Thomas Pieters continue his little run around the turn? Not quite. But a good day for Pieters. He is 5 under par to Rahm at the 5th.
This tee shot suits him perfectly. Aim way down the left, bust that hard fade out there.
Four left.
Didn't cut it.
Good lucky once today, please.
Well, it did.
Come on, John.
It did. He'll be just fine.
Looking at the way the game's gone and the way that people swing differently and it's become a power game, would you guys be doing different things if you were starting out now?
Yeah, I think so. I think one of the things in the game of golf, which is watching Ian Poulter hold a putt there on 9. I think one of the things that I would teach kids was to, you know, have sessions where they just simply hit it as hard as possible. I think that's the game today, and I think if you come out and you don't hit it very far, you are really behind most weeks. So you'd have sessions. You don't have to hit it as hard as you can all the time, but you have sessions where you just get speed up. And that was certainly, I mean, it was the opposite when I grew up. You know, you try to have control. You try to control your golf, and oh, what a shot that is.
Talk about control. How was the spin control there for DeChambeau at 18? He's getting away with a few swirly shots here toward the end of this round.
To Zalatoris to get to 7 under at the 8th. Looking good, looking very good. Oh. Well, sporting the long putter. This is Aaron Rise with a chance at the first. Well, like you say, Trevor, another one coming up shy there.
Yeah, up the hill and back into the wind.
Right, back to the first tee in front of the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse, because Barclay Brown, the young English amateur, is about to get going, and he's got a young Thai for company, Sadam Kai Kanjana. There's the bucket hat. Asked yesterday why he wears it. He said, I've got massive ears, they get sunburnt. I need something with a broad rim.
That's a good answer.
This is game number 35. On the tee, from England, Barclay Brown.
Yeah, what a better start than he had yesterday. He was 2 over through the first 4 holes. Bound to be some nerves there.
Yeah, it would have been a long morning for him waiting for this 2:40 tee time. Good solid swing.
On the tee, from Thailand, Sadom Kaukamjana.
Bogey-free 67 yesterday. Impressive stuff from the 24-year-old Thai, like Barclay Brown, playing in his first Open. How about that? Your first Open being the 150th at St Andrews.
Doesn't get better than that. This one down the right-hand side. Let's see what kind of bounce it gets. Okay.
So off strides the tall figure of Barclay Brown down that first fairway. As I say, leading the hunt for the silver medal for the low amateur at the Open. And here's another amateur player, Filippo Celli from Italy. This for birdie at 9. He's going to make a fight of it, isn't he? 2 under front 9, no drop shots as well. Impressive stuff.
Well, 18th green. Bryson DeChambeau finishing off. I tell you what, those last few holes could have been a lot worse. But he's gotten away with it after the 4-putt on 16. It's a par on 17 and a birdie on 18. It's 67 shots. Good round. He would probably feel he should have been a couple better. And us watching probably feels like it could have been a couple worse in the end.
Now at the first, Herbert trying to convert that good iron shot. He's putted beautifully on the PGA Tour this season. Second in the standings. And that's why, making putts like that. So he gets to 7 under.
So there are certainly birdies to be made out there. We'll see what happens in terms of the breeze this afternoon. Yesterday, it switched on players. In fact, one of them from the leading groups, I think it was Cam Smith, said he played 16 holes into the wind. Rory McIlroy playing with Norway's Victor Hovland. That'll be an exciting 2-ball to follow out there. The Carnoustie Open champion Francesco Molinari. That's good to see. He has had a real rough ride, hasn't he, over the last couple of years? Really, since the collapse at the Masters in 2018, when Tiger Woods came through to win so spectacularly. Ian Poulter 3 under. Zalatoris is a couple under. Dylan Fratelli, he made that sparkling eagle at the 9th. It was travelling when it hit the pin and went into the cup. He's playing with Jordan Spieth. Joo Hyung Kim, the 20-year-old from Korea. Another really exciting talent to come from South Korea. Kaikanjana into the first. So Barclay Brown next up here. He was practicing with the England team down at Royal St George's last week.
That's a nice shot in there on the first. Settle a few nerves.
Well, he said as an amateur, especially growing up in the UK, you play a lot of links golf, so this style of golf comes relatively easy to him and to others. Here's Tommy Fleetwood on the 12th tee.
Yeah, he should be able to get there quite easily today. There's not that much wind out there.
Sneaky pin position today.
Yes, it is. It's one of those where you would really love to get there. You know, this one's going to come up just short of the green, and it's a tricky shot they have here, up and over that knuckle. It's kind of the flags. I think it's pretty much where that caddy was. You know, so it's up and over and away from you, and it's just a little bit tricky. You really would love to get over the green and chipping up back up that hill.
Thomas Peters at the hole ahead.
Location on the right half of the green here. Looks like a double cross from Peters. Trying to cut it back up into the wind. Didn't quite get that side spin he wanted.
He's getting back up there, Thomas Peters, isn't he? I think it was a big win for him at the start of the year. I think the next stage is probably, Thomas, would you agree, to make an impression in one of these majors, to start contending?
Well, I'm really surprised that he doesn't more often. You know, the swing and his ability to play, and he's got control over his flight. He can hit it so high for the American majors. He can hit it low for the Open Championship. He really should be contending more, and it's not really any reason why not.
Well, a little bit like Hatton, sometimes a little too hard on himself, I think. Needs to cut himself a bit more of a break. Keep the mindset in the right place and trust that talent, because he's got a ton of it.
Well, this is to move to 8 under. How about that? There's the talent for you. He did stay actually at the start of the year, or I think it was towards the end of last year. He's trying to free himself up a little bit with the putting. Got a little bit technical. He's trying to go back to how he was as a kid. Just stepping up there, seeing it and hitting the putt. Certainly worked on that occasion.
Well, that's what Cam Smith was going through in his press conference yesterday. No practice putting stroke for him. You know, he just sees it, feels it, and hits it. That can work for some.
Easier said than done, but when you can do it, it's a beautiful spot to be in, isn't it?
See if Barclay Brown can open up with a birdie here. Oh, well, I think he had the line. Came through qualifying at Hollingwell. Beautiful course there. So, Kaikanjana for an opening 3.
Well, that looked good all the way, didn't it? I think we found it hard that it didn't just drop in the left side of the hole there, but
I've really enjoyed the advent of these qualifying series for the Open, for the US Open, where they've taken it to different parts of the world, to different tournaments, and sometimes you get a run of tournaments to get in. It's been a great innovation. Beautiful. Lovely stuff from Zalatoris. So he goes to the turn in 33. That is 3 under the card. Green on the right-hand side of your picture. And we'll go across to the first tee in front of the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse, where the US Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick has Australia's Min Woo Lee, a Rolex Series winner in Scotland last year, for company.
Did he say 10 seconds? This is game number 36. On the tee, from Australia, Min Woo Lee.
Have a good day, guys.
Talking about talent with Thomas Peters earlier. Here's another young player. Incredible talent, tons of power. His sister is already a superstar.
Yep, thanks.
Tied for 14th at the Masters this year, tied for 27th at the US Open. Trying to do better than that here.
On the tee, from England, Matt Fitzpatrick.
Matt shot an excellent 66 yesterday to get himself right back in the tournament. He's comfortable here, he knows the course. A little upset about the pace of play.
That ball came fizzing past that camera, didn't it? Gotta take another look at that tee shot there. Gotta fright that ball. Came across so quick. Let's see. Oh man, that's fantastic. So the US Open champion gets his third round underway with a good tee shot.
Over on the range, Rory McIlroy.
I wonder if he put that shirt on this morning because Ireland won the rugby.
It's a good call.
Trying to keep it shot by shot until you run out of holes. That's his approach. It's not a bad one, is it?
That's definitely the approach. That's the question, if you can keep it like that in your mind. Acceptance and patience is what you talk about all the time when you play Open Championships, and especially here at the Old Course.
Lovely drive down there from Barkley Brown. Settle, settle.
Tricky one for Tommy Fleetwood here, so he's choosing to go with the putter. It's going to go up and over, left to right, and down the hill when he gets to the green.
Get going just a little bit more. That's nice there, isn't it?
Oh, look at that pace it picks up on the way down there.
The ball almost got stuck on top of the hill. Just crept over. Great touch from Fleetwood.
Justin Thomas. Look at where he's aiming for this one. Along, he'll do the same thing. And then it almost stops, comes down. Will it, will it, will it? Oh, it will.
He's having a horrid day, Justin Thomas. Look at that start on the back nine. It's really not what you're looking for. Level par for the tournament. Got things to learn about links golf. I think he's not really his favourite style of play, is it?
Oh, look, there's a theme going. Scotty Scheffler, the world #1, also in green.
Well, that's definitely not for Ireland.
So it's going to be Min Woo Lee first to play at the first.
Do you think wedge is fine?
Yeah, I do, mate. Yeah.
I think it's just a nice one, eh?
Yeah.
Not a smash, just like...
It's just if you're trapping it because of that lie, then it's just a nice one. Yeah, okay. Love it.
Nice positive chat there with his caddy.
Fitzpatrick much closer. What a first 2 days he would have had going around with Tiger. That would have been some experience. Is he going to come back a little? No, it's not. So two pretty average shots into the first there from that pairing.
Yes, he tweeted, didn't he, yesterday, that it was quite special, especially following Tiger down the 18th with that reception that he got, which was quite something.
Tommy Fleetwood, a little left to right up the hill. He's up and out of that straight away. That's disappointment.
Yeah, he was what, about, I don't know, 15, 20 yards away after his drive, and took 3 to get down. Herbert
made a good putt at the first for birdie. That one just hanging out there. Still solid 4 at the second.
Well, let's head up to 9. This is Shane Lowry.
Well, that's been a very poor tee shot because the pins are all the way on the right-hand side here. But it doesn't matter, does it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Well, you said earlier he's got great hands. How about that?
And there's Irish fans everywhere you go. And how about this shot? Just perfect contact out of the rough. And look at the check spin he got on that. Oh. Beautiful.
So he goes to the turn in 3 under par. Lowry moves to 7 under, the 2019 Portrush Open champion. Oh, it's exciting stuff. It's all heating up, isn't it? It is moving day. It is Saturday at the 150th Open at the home of golf. Oh, we've got some superstar groupings, pairings to come for you. Siwoo Kim will play with Sahith Theegala. They go off at 3:05. 3:15 the hour, it's Patrick Cantlay, the FedEx Cup champion, with Adam Scott. Taylor Gooch from the United States pairs up with the 2-time Alfred Dunhill Links champion, Tyrrell Hatton. 3:35, the world #1 gets going, and how about that for a pairing? He plays with Dustin Johnson, a long-time world #1. Victor Hovland is out with Rory McIlroy. McIlroy looking for a first major victory in some 8 years. And then out last at 5:04 in the afternoon, it is the two Camerons, Cameron Young from the United States and Cameron Smith from Australia. This is Matt Fitzpatrick over the back of the first.
Coming out of that burnt patch there. Look how quick that is. Settle. So a lot of work left to save par at 1 for Fitzpatrick.
There's Brown on the second. It's not the perfect angle to come into this flag, but he's close enough to the green. And that's okay. Safe. I'll give him a chance for birdie.
If you had a late tea time on a Saturday afternoon, Thomas, would you watch any of the golf in the morning to take in the pin positions?
Definitely. Definitely study especially on links, study it all, see where you can go, see where you can't go. I think that's that has to be the approach.
Should be good enough for his part. Matt Fitzpatrick will have, what, 6-8 feet or so for his 4 at the first. There is the championship leader, Cameron Smith. Just under an hour to go.
Has looked so solid in the opening rounds, unflustered, unfazed with the poor shots that he does hit at points, and just making putts from all over the place.
Oh, Fitzpatrick for par. Sneaks in the left-hand side. Ended up being a good par in the end.
He was talking about trying to treat every round in the same way, you know, going across the week, but going across the season. So it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter which tournament it is. Prepare in the same way. Try and take the same mental attitude into each and every round.
Yeah, good luck with that. The bigger the tournament, the more you can't you know, the emotion will always come into it, you know, and obviously as player you try and talk it down and you try and put a lid on all those emotions, but they're going to be there, and I think they have to be there. You know, the bigger the event, there has to be a little bit more adrenaline, a little bit more. It also makes you aware of what you're doing. It kind of makes your senses aware of what you're doing.
But he's got a few things going his way. He's been there before at big tournaments, won the Players this year, so that's a huge stage for him to be on. He understands how his body reacts, and he comes in here with a lot of confidence. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if he goes out and shoots a good round today.
Torres, oh. A couple of times in this round where he's just come up just short, hitting good putts.
I think Scotty Scheffler gave the sort of starkest insight, if you like, into what it can be like leading an Open, oh, sorry, not an Open, a major championship, especially for the first time. He talked about how he felt on Sunday morning when he woke up ahead of that final round, and it was his wife Meredith who had to calm him down, you know, and talk some sense into him, because he really didn't know what to do with himself.
Yeah, it can be overwhelming. Look, you've dreamt about it your whole life. You've worked all of your junior and amateur career to get that opportunity, and all of a sudden it's in your grasp. It's right in front of you. And so that moment can be quite heavy. But you just got to keep putting one foot in front of the other, doing your thing, sticking to your strengths, and then hope for the best.
I also think there's something in the mind. You know, the mind has a way of building up something that doesn't exist. You know, actually, the times you are in that situation, once you get on the golf course, it's not as nerve-wracking and it's not as soul-wrenching as you think it would be, and you've been sitting over breakfast imagining something that actually isn't like that, because when you are in those situations, you're in great control of your game, and that's where you recognize yourself. When you're in control of your game, you're like, well, I can do this. You know, if it's something you can't control, well, then it becomes a problem for you to deal with. But as a professional golfer, you know, you understand what it's like to play well, and when it's in these championships, all senses are aware of what you're doing. So I still think that it's something that you imagine more than a reality sometimes.
Siwoo Kim and Saith Tigala about to get underway. There is Kim. Used to travelling with his suitcase in hand, didn't he? Didn't have a base for a long time on the PGA Tour. I think he settled in Georgia now. How about Thigala? Is it Tigala or Thigala?
Thigala.
Thigala.
Sahith Thigala.
This is game number 37. On the tee, from South Korea, Siwoo Kim.
Pair of 69s to start the week for Siwoo Kim.
Beautiful swinger of the club. Been working with Chris Como in Dallas. It's all about the putter for Siwoo.
On the tee, from the USA, Sahith Thigala.
There we go. And, well, he got a late call-up, didn't he? Because he's only playing because Daniel Berger withdrew earlier this week. So he has made the most of his opportunity.
Sure has. He's had an amazing rookie season on the PGA Tour. Had a second and a third already. Up to number 63 in the world now.
Yes, no, he's already learned a couple of painful lessons, hasn't he? I suppose most notably at the Travellers' Championship. What happened down 18 there, where he drove it into a bunker and was perhaps being a little more aggressive than he, with hindsight, should have been, and then couldn't get out. I mean, he did eventually, don't get me wrong, but it cost him.
We head out to the 14 screen to find Thomas Pieters. This is a quick putt down the hill. It's going along really, really nicely.
Long grip on that putter. Maybe some type of counterbalance to it. Struck it right in the middle and dives down in there. Beautiful putt.
2 in a row from Belgium's Thomas Pieters. He moves to 7 under par on his round. He's got 4 holes to play. And now, as you can see, within 4 of the lead is Lucas Herbert.
Here's a nice angle from slightly above to see the strike. Oh, yes.
Would there be players grinding down the bounce a little bit on some of their wedges when it's as hard as this?
May have been some experimenting with that early on in the week.
Yeah, it's a dangerous thing with bounce on links sometimes when it's this dry, because the fairways can actually turn a little bit dusty, and then if you have no bounce, if they get dusty, well, then the club goes straight into the ground, and then it actually counteracts what you're trying to do. So you've got to be a little bit careful. I certainly found one year when we played at Hoylake, when Tiger Woods won, when it was completely dry, you know, having no bounce on the wedges there was actually problematic.
Yeah, you also need to manage how that wedge and the bottom of that lob wedge then cuts through the bunkers as well. So do you want to invest that much time in something like that leading up to the Open? It's a little bit of a fine line there.
Patrick Cantlay there on the practice putting green. Here's Justin Thomas. Hasn't been his day, not really his week, which will be a huge disappointment. He was practicing with Tiger, trying to pick his brains.
How good is this shot here at 17, though? Swooping it in off the right-hand side.
It doesn't matter who you are. You stand on that 17th hole, that second shot, and you hit that shot, and you're just so proud of yourself. Right. It's like, yes, I've done it.
Yeah, you'll be remembering that one for a long time.
Back of the first, Siwoo Kim second. He's up in Fitzpatrick country. We know how fast that is from there. This is Aaron Wise, and this is a birdie putt at the third. And that helps. Double bogey at 2 for the American. Back to 1. Thigala.
I can just play with. Okay. Cool. I'm like 115 with this. All about it. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. And I mean, if you're trying to hopefully you left, because if it comes up a little short, you just kind of feed right there. Yeah. And it's like a little backstop left of it anyways.
He's got quite an interesting swing, Thomas, a little bit like Joaquin Neiman. Watch how on the downswing he really drops his head way down. Arms get a little jammed up through impact.
Not his best. I find always, when I look at him, I find he plays so much on feel. Like, it's all feel. Not really thinking too much about technique.
Agreed.
Good start from Lucas Herbert. 2 birdies in the first 3. He's already got it to 8 under par. 5 behind his fellow Australian, Cameron Smith. Here is Shane Lowry. Has he got some more magic in those fingers?
Tricky hole location here at 10, though. Lots of mounds and bumps to have to deal with, but this is tremendous. 2 holes in a row. Back-to-back eagles for Lowry.
That is nothing short of amazing from Shane Lowry. Blimey, he's moved it to 9 under. He's within 4 now. Well, did you ever?
It's just all magic, isn't it? It's, you know, he just has so much touch and feel for these kind of shots. Every time you play with him, it's just, it looks so easy, and it's, you know, it's loose hands. It's probably all the things that you wouldn't teach, but he just has it. You know, it's, some people are just unique around the greens, and Shane Lowry is a joy to watch. 9 under par. He's in this championship.
That is quite something, it really is, isn't it, from Lowry, alongside Thomas Pieters, 4 back of Cameron Smith. How are you enjoying this?
Yeah, you could go 2 on 11 and 2 on 12, and that would be real fun then.
Zalatoris having a good day. He's made par at 10, has Will Zalatoris. Played with Sergio Garcia, got off to a good start, but made the double bogey at the par 5 5th and dropped a shot at 8 as well. Ooh. Well, that's the same as Fitzpatrick, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but you said to me, would you watch? If you were watching the golf in the morning and saw guys hitting it left on the first, you'll know that you can't do that. So if you just watch Justin Thomas making that birdie on 17 after that wonderful second shot.
First birdie today on 17. Could be the only one.
Might be the only one. But, you know, so you would probably, if you watched the golf in the morning, you would probably just stand on the first name. Well, I got a favour just right of the pin here. Don't want to get myself in a situation where I make a silly bogey on the first because I have to putt it from that left-hand side.
Yeah, when he barely touched it, Thigala. He's left himself 4 feet or so for his part. As we go back to the first tee.
This is game number 38. On the tee, from the USA, Patrick Cantlay.
Quietly moving into contention. And that's pretty much what Patrick Cantlay does, isn't it? He's very much an under-the-radar figure. He doesn't say an awful lot, but you get the feeling he thinks quite deeply. He's come with a game plan. He wants to stick to that over the weekend.
On the tee, from Australia, Adam Scott.
What a comeback, Trevor. He was 4 over par through the first 6 holes of this championship.
Yeah, really has played some magnificent golf. Birthday boy, his 42nd birthday today. Had dinner with him last night. He was in good spirits, really happy with the way he played yesterday.
You never tire of watching that golf swing, do you?
Sure is pure.
one of the game's good guys, Adam Scott, liked by everyone.
Up to the green, Siwoo Kim to save par. Yeah, went in at a good speed as well. From 1 to 15, and here's Thomas Pieters.
The rough is knee high there. Thankfully, he's a strong player. Okay, so advance it up to the front left. A lot of ground to cover, though, with his birdie putt.
Tigala also for par at the first.
Victor Hovland getting ready. And they'll all be excited up there in Norway. They now have that superstar in the men's game. They had Susanne Pedersen for many years in the women's game. Now they finally have that guy they've been longing for. He can go a long way. He's got major championships in him. He might even have world #1 in him one day.
And you couldn't have a nicer ambassador for your country than Victor Hovland. He is a gent, no doubt about it. Pieters, well, we saw the approach shot. He skipped up to here.
So try and loft it over that mound there. Try and take some of the break out of it. So after the birdies at 13 and 14, some struggles here at 15.
There's an idea of the wind. Into you off the left at the first, down off the right at 18. So Adam Scott.
Been working on getting his ball position a little bit further forward this week.
Which is very unusual when you come to links, to be honest, but Adam does have the tendency to move it back. He's always been coming down on the golf ball, even with the driver. He's not one of those that hit very much up on it, so that is a problem with his. But you'd have to say coming to links and moving it forward in the stance is not one you hear very often.
It's unusual for sure. His reasoning behind is he says it feels like it allows him to really be aggressive with his hips and let them open up, and then he can cover it a bit more with his chest through to the ball, flight it down that way rather than edging the ball position back.
Well, I think everyone remembers 2012, and he may feel he's got some unfinished business with this championship. Horrid finish there to let in Ernie Els. He was standing by that 18th green, I think, waiting to sort of welcome Adam onto the green as a champion. Didn't quite work out that way.
Beautiful shot there into the first.
Cantlay next.
Some proper striking in this group today. Adam Scott can definitely strike, but so can Patrick Cantlay. the safe side from both of them, but decent shots.
15th hole, Thomas Pieters for his part. Well, it wasn't a bad effort, but he falls back to 8 under. We'll go to the miracle man, Shane Lowry, at 11.
Yeah, coming off back-to-back eagles. What does he do here at the difficult par 3? It's leaking right.
Top. Talk me over, man.
Just see there's a bunker there, and it's just avoided going onto it. It's a big kick off the downslope.
I wonder if he'd be chipping that. It's going well at the moment.
It sure is.
It'll be interesting to see how many putts he has out there today, won't it? There's McIlroy walking past Cameron Smith.
Keep going, Rory. Thanks.
Zalatoris, I beg your pardon, Thomas at the 18th.
Trying to hit a low bullet fade down there. Look at it go.
Oh.
Beautiful shot. That's the best we've seen at the finishing hole today. How cool was that?
Yeah, he topped it off the tee the other day on the 18s, and it landed short of the burn and bounced up the left. That was a bit better.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Shane Lowry with those back-to-back eagles at 9 and 10. He's moved to within 4 of the lead. Really good start from Lucas Herbert. 2 birdies in the first 3. And next to get going, it's going to be Taylor Gooch and Tyrrell Hatton somewhere back there.
This is game number 39. On the tee, from the USA, Taylor Gooch.
It's only his second appearance at the Open. He made the cut, finished inside the top 35 down at Royal St George's. Interesting reception.
Interesting swing.
On the tee, from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
We'll be able to turn off the commentary mics and just let Tyrrell do it all for us, won't we? 10th Open appearance. He's had a couple of top 6 finishes, and he is a 2-time Alfred Dunhill Links champion, so he knows his way around here.
Well, that's them off the first tee. It's always a nice walk down there, and this is up on the green. Patrick Cantley for birdie.
Very pleased with his putting so far this week. Feels he's holed out well. This is the 16th and Thomas Pieters. Remember, drop shot at 15. It'll be somewhere in the left rough. A popular spot down there this week. Scott, Adam Scott, for birdie at the first, to climb to 8 under.
He's turned himself into a good putter with this broomstick.
Yes, he said that's been the best feature of his play this week, has been his putting, which is crucial. You've got these huge greens. You've got to have a real good feel for it, because you're going to have some, what, 50, 60, 80-foot putts on occasion. There's Lowry. Now, what's he got? Has he got the putter?
I thought I saw the putter. He's not listening to Thomas here.
And neither should he be doing. I think he just needs to listen to himself.
It actually looks like he's closer to the 7th hole than he is the 11th, which is the one he's playing. Huge amount of break from his right hand side. This is a great view right here. He's got to be looking at about 20 feet of break, maybe even a little more. Yeah, more.
But it accelerate down that hill. Well judged.
Shane Lowry playing with Nicolai Højgaard, and Nicolai went 3-3 on 9 and 10 and must have felt like he wasn't even improving on anyone.
Interesting play here at 7 for Spieth, going with the driver.
Shot, Jordan!
Get right of it. Around it. Oh, it did too, I think.
Oh, there it comes.
Yeah, it's on, Mikey.
It sure is,
right
Jordan.
Hole, over the ridge.
Shot, Jordan. Swing. Shot, Jordan.
What an impressive shot. Look at John Rahm. He's like, where's that come from? Does that come from 11? From 7?
Back to the first. Taylor Gooch. That's a little more conventional than the tee shot. And that is one of the best we've seen so far at this opening hole. Over to you, Tyrrell Hatton.
Had a nice sound to it. Two good shots into the first from that pairing.
We saw the drive of Thomas Pieters at 16. You can see the ball there as well. Potential for one of those flyers. That's going to leave a tricky one for the Belgian. Justin Thomas for a closing eagle. Downhill, left to right, go on. Ah! Three birdies in the last 4 holes. Is it going to be? Yes, it is for Justin Thomas. But a level par round of 72, not the move that he was hoping to make on Saturday here at the Open. Likewise for Jason Kokrak. Level par. Scheffler and Johnson. Two powerful men. Both major champions. Going to be fun to watch, no doubt about it. We've had a change up in the commentary box. We'll hear more from Trevor Immelman and Thomas Bjorn a little bit later. And right now, we've got Tony Johnston and Nicholas Colsaerts with us.
Shane Lowry. Keep on playing well, Shane Lowry, with those two unbelievable pitching eagles.
That was just, I mean, stunning, but amazing.
Silly. Absolute silly from the Irishman.
You're right, daft. Hovland is to get to 6 under par for last week's winner at Renaissance, down the coastline. Lovely. First birdie of the day for Xander Schauffele, the Olympic champion. He's playing with your fellow Belgian Nicholas Thomas Dietrich. He birded the 5th, and he's popped one in there at 6 as well. This is Tyrrell Hatton for an opening 3.
Great competitor, this man. He would love to come out the blocks with a birdie. Just drifts away. Ooh, just enough to make you think for a second or two about the return.
To 16, and Thomas Pieters out with the putter here.
Yeah, this is one of the very difficult pin positions today on offer. 16. Very small part of the green. Few mounts to negotiate for Thomas Pieters. Very difficult to judge the pace from down there.
Victor Perez, a winner of the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship here a few years back now. The Frenchman also won the Dutch Open with a wonderful putting display in the playoff to take down Ryan Fox.
He's almost half Scottish, Victor Perez, lives here.
So back to the first tee where Scheffler and Johnson are about to get it going.
This is game number 40. On the tee from the USA, Scotty Scheffler.
The world #1, the Masters champion. What a season he's having. And he's clearly a fast learner. It's only his 2nd Open in contention. Absolutely drilled it down there, didn't he?
On the tee from the USA, Dustin Johnson.
Very happy with his game. He says he's driven the ball particularly well this week. Had a lot of good iron shots. He and Adam Scott were 12 under between them yesterday.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I think as much run on that as there was carry. That's how you play links golf.
So up to the first green, and this is for an opening birdie for Taylor Gooch. Oh, that's a surprise. He's birdied the first hole in both of the opening rounds. fact, both days he's been 2 under through the first 3 holes. Not today. Down the steps towards that first tee come Rory McIlroy and his caddy Harry Diamond.
Peters to safe par on 16. My Belgian fella. Oh, it's a shame. It's 2 bogeys in on successive holes from Thomas Peters.
Yeah, he's back to 7 under, and he's got the 17th next up as well. It is a tough finish. Tommy Fleetwood finds another birdie, this time at the 14th. So he gets it to 7 under. Well, McIlroy is playing with Victor Hovland. Can't help but wonder if we'll see them as a Ryder Cup partnership over the next few years.
Start coming, you can't really.
So to the second, and Hatton.
Ooh, it's down the left side. Is it moving enough to miss Cheap's bunker? No, no, it's going to find that little hollow feed in there, and that is number 1 no-no on the second.
Well, he's got to hold it together, hasn't he? He's got to maintain his composure. Tyrrell Hatton sometimes does hold him back. He knows that when he gets too angry. He wants to be able to, if he hits a bad shot, just let it go. Much like yourself, Tony Johnston.
I was trying not to make eye contact with you. but you are so right, Tom. You know, if you are prone to let off a bit of steam, you've got to find a way to get your equilibrium back before the next shot. That's the key. You know, there have been guys out there that get angry and it carries through 3 or 4 shots. There have been guys out there who don't get angry outwardly and it carries through. The secret is to, whatever works for you best, but by the next shot, be ready.
So, Scotty Scheffler ready to go here at the first.
Safe from Scheffler. Bear in mind, it's not the easiest part of the green to find.
Johnson. Remember, he's put so much work into his wedges over the last, what, 6-7 years or so. He identified it as the weakness in his game. He was determined to improve, and my word, he has. And he has reaped the dividends of doing so.
Yeah, he spent about 6 months, didn't he, just working with wedges, with the TrackMan and launch monitors, spin rates, and found a way to do it. He's a man who's good with the wedges and normally very good with the putter as well. But that is such a weak putt from Jordan Spieth. Not like him at all.
Well, it would have been a wonderful eagle, wouldn't it? Instead, he has to settle for birdie there at 7. Across the path from the practice putting green, through the rails and onto the first tee go McIlroy and Hovland. How on earth does he try and cope with the expectations from everyone else around him, I suppose? Mentioned it earlier, his mantra is go and hit a shot, hit another one, hit another one, hit another one until you run out of holes.
Hatton quite lucky that he wasn't right up against the face there. Just far enough back to be able to nudge it down the fairway.
This is the 12th tee, so you're heading back towards home now. And this is Shane Lowry.
And have a win off the right on 12. Trying to bring this off the right, Shane. I like it. Just staying short that bunker on 12.
Well, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, he's either going to have to bump and run it all the way, or there's a little target at the top of that mound about 2 feet by 2 feet. If anyone can do it, Lowry can.
First green, Scheffler to start with a birdie 3. Dustin Johnson there looking to get in quickly.
Yeah, I think we all look at each other. How did not go in?
Great try, man. It's still quite comforting though, isn't it, Nico, knowing that you've hit a great putt on the first. Yes, it didn't go in, but you know you've hit a tremendous putt.
Well, the pace is the thing. You know, you want to hit the first couple of putts on the round with the pace. When you have the pace, you know, the green reading skill is always there, but it's the pace, is the combination of both that makes the difference on holding them or not.
Oh, he does have an excellent Open record. By the way, he led the Open here in 2015 at the halfway stage and then had a horrid weekend. He didn't enjoy being reminded of that by one of the journalists yesterday in his post-round interview.
What can you do? You can't hide from facts. You just got to accept it and move along.
Back to the first tee, nearly ready to go. Hovland and McIlroy. On this picture-perfect day here at St Andrews.
This is game number 41. On the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
Well, that seemed to be a nice, relaxed vibe on that first tee, didn't it, Nico?
Very light. You can see they like each other. It seems like the caddies like each other, so, you know, off to a good start.
Go.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Almost as big as that cheer at 17 yesterday when he made birdie. Down the grip.
Since Tiger at his best, I don't think there's any guy that's as much fun to watch as Rory McIlroy. I really don't.
It was a lovely moment, wasn't it, Tony? Yesterday he was walking down this first tee just as Tiger was coming up 18, and Rory with a little doff of the cap, acknowledged by the great Tiger Woods.
Well, Rory's a thinker, isn't he? He's one of these guys that appreciates just how much Tiger has done to further the game, for the professional game, money-wise, the interest in it. Whew. Scheffler, there's his target. We know where it is. So does he. Just keep sliding right. Just keep sliding right. Yeah, nice friendly bounce. That's perfect.
Tyrrell Hatton, who drove it into cheap bunker here at the second. This is for par.
That will make it even worse. You know, you have a good chance for par, to save par out of chopping it out of the bunker for Tyrrell Hatton. DJ. Second hole again. Went off the left. He likes a left to right, DJ. Exactly like that.
Oh, he always looks like all his joints have been well oiled when he walks, doesn't he, DJ? I mean, it's the most easy, casual walk you've ever seen.
You wish you'd be that flexible, Tony, huh?
I wasn't that flexible at birth.
I always think you should put a hat on and a badge and gun and holster. He'd look very at home in the Wild West, wouldn't he? Fleetwood at 15. To move to 8 under. He's got it. Back-to-back birdies for Tommy Fleetwood.
He's made all his birdies in pairs, hasn't he? He's had 6 birdies. Birdied 1 and 2, 5 and 6, 14, 15, just the one bogey. Carving out a good round.
It just needs to pass 16 and then birdie in, doesn't he?
That'll do.
So McIlroy and Hovland at the first, and Jamie Spence is going to be following them this afternoon.
Yeah, can't wait for this, Dominic. Good afternoon, everybody. The home of golf, this first fairway. And right slap bang in the middle of it is Victor Hovland with his back left pin. He's got 155 yards. It's a freshening breeze now out here. And when I turned up a couple of hours ago, it's in off the left for Hovland.
Surprised by the reaction of that ball there. And I pitched right by the hole and just took a big hop forward. Found the back edge on first for Hovland.
Yeah, I think this morning, Nico, it was a little bit more into the wind and it was a little bit softer, wasn't it? Judging by that sound.
Just a punch with a wedge for McIlroy on the first. 125. Good shot from Rory.
So much goodwill, so much support for Rory McIlroy out there. Must be great. Must be something you try and feed off when you got that level of support. You've experienced it at a Ryder Cup, Nico.
Yeah, but I wish I was a UK player playing in this Open Championship. It's got to be amazing. Shane on 12. Trying to use that slope that was noticeable on screen. Didn't need a lot more to be exceptional again for Shane Lowry.
He's getting to the point now where he's upset when he doesn't hold pitch shots.
There are the two Camerons. Cameron Smith in the foreground, Cameron Young behind him. 4 minutes or so before they get underway. Here's Dustin Johnson, big drive at the second, perfect angle.
Looks extremely firm where he stands there. You can see by the color of the grass. Barely took a divot. I mean, is this 10 out of 10 or is that 10 out of 10 from Dustin Johnson on the second?
A full-on 10. How good was that, Nico? Oh, that's such a dangerous pin.
This is a slippery one, isn't it, for Lowry?
know it's downhill, but that was like lightning.
Back to the second. Scheffler coming out of the light rough.
Don't want this to go too far right there, because that will go down a bit further away from the flag. But didn't have an amazing angle from there. Scheffler on the second.
So now a par putt at the 12th for Shane Lowry.
Ooh, that is going to hurt.
Well, he hasn't used the putter for a while, has he? No, he did at 11, I'd say. Take it back. Schauffele for eagle at 7. Oh, a little bit like Jordan Spieth. He'd done a lot of the hard work with the tee shot and then wasn't the best of putts, but it is a birdie. He continues his fine recent run of form this week. 2 in a row, 6 and 7 for him. This is Hovland over the back of the first. Jamie.
Yeah, he just had a free drop away from the sprinkler. Makes it slightly easier from this angle. Bit of right to left on it, up the valley for the birdie.
Good work. Good first test of pace.
McIlroy quickly in. I'll come back there in a moment. Apparently it's supposed to cloud over a little bit this afternoon. And maybe just get that little bit breezier. And the final pairing on this Saturday at the 150th Open are on that first tee. Cameron Young making his Open debut. 2 shots behind his playing partner, Cam Smith of Australia.
This is game number 42. On the tee from the USA, Cameron Young.
4-iron by the look of it. What a week already for the PGA Tour. Rookie making his first Open appearance here at the home of golf in the 150th Open. First round leader after shooting a 64 on Thursday.
A good swing, Bob.
On the tee from Australia, Cameron Smith.
Who said there's a lot of Australian supporters in St Andrews this week, so he's enjoying that. Patience, he says, is going to be the key this weekend, and continuing to putt like he has done over the first couple of days.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a masterclass, hasn't it? Yesterday's round was just about perfection. Pure striking, wonderful putting, which he tends to do week in and week out.
As they wander down the first fairway, we will move up to the green, and this is for an opening birdie for Rory McIlroy. Nice putt. Finishes, what, 18 inches or 2 feet past the hole, up to Scheffler at the second.
That will most likely move from the left. Just misses low, Scheffler. It's a decent putt, a good try.
Dustin Johnson in close with a chance there. Let's go to Shane Lowry, coming off the drop shot at 12.
Straight as a ruler, that was.
I mean, how does he find that little piece of fairway there? Honestly, this has to be the narrowest fairway on planet Earth.
I didn't know there was a piece.
Hovland at the second. Ooh.
Oh, missed the bunker.
Stay out of the divots. I think it has done. Up steps Rory McIlroy. Looks a little anxious. No need.
I do agree. I think the push from the crowd when you're Rory McIlroy is almost like the 12th man. It's got to be amazing to feel this for a couple hours a day.
Not the best of angles, as we saw from Scheffler over there in the left rough for McIlroy. Up to the green, the birdie putt for Johnson. Three at 10 under. As Johnson climbs alongside McIlroy and Hovland. 3 behind our leader, Cam Smith. Gives you an idea of some of the slopes on the first green into the breeze. And Anthony Wall's going to be following the Cams, Cam Smith and Cam Young.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. It is awesome out here, people everywhere. And as you say, wind into 130. Great back pin, this.
Yeah, that's a high-quality golf shot off the gates from Cameron Young.
We're just a few yards nearer. Greens are starting to look a little bit more like we're expecting. A few footmarks. They're drying out. 130 for the Aussie, looking to pitch this on top. Maybe get a little bit of a floater on this.
A little more cautious. Shot a bogey-free 64 yesterday, Cam Smith, including the wonderful eagle at 13, up to the third, and Dustin Johnson.
Good break. Really good break, that is. Probably can't see it finish, wondering if it is okay.
Fleetwood for birdie on 16 from the right-hand side of the green. It's all uphill. Oh, what a great try from Tommy Fleetwood.
Scheffler. What's he got here? 3-wood. Familiar waggles of Jordan Spieth.
There's two true eagle putts that Jordan Spieth missed in a couple of holes.
Taylor Gooch. 7 under par. Can he get to 8? Yes, he most certainly can. Beautiful putt, straight as an arrow and straight in the middle.
Back to the first screen.
A couple of putts there, really completely different directions, but actually both of them are not huge amount of breaks. Obviously Cameron Smith is further away and obviously makes that the harder the putt, but again not a huge amount, but it is up a rise, I would say, of at least probably 8 inches, 9 inches. So just trying to feel your way into a day. So this is a sort of good 20 footer you like. You can give it a little bit of a hit and it shouldn't get away from you.
Well, like so many others, coming up a little bit shy at the first. Unlike him, up to 2, and Hovland.
Good shot from Victor. Oh, and it doesn't stay there just on that shelf. He was back enough to give it a full wedge, trying to control this ball as much as possible. Just leaked a bit right.
Got some lovely flags out there today, Nico. Some absolute beauties. They have to. There's not much wind. The course is fairly undefended without wind. Young trying to open up with a 3.
It's not the most simplest thing to start with a double breaker, Tony, isn't it?
No, it's always hard. Always hard. You know, you just sort of, you're not sure whether it's your read or your stroke or McIlroy. Even with his ability, he needs to leave this pin alone. Stay there, stay there, stay. Okay. That's a clever shot. Left can lead to a double bogey in that bunker in the blink of an eye.
A little bit of work for Cam Smith at the first for his 4. Well, there's a collector's item.
Well, I mean, when you look at what happened on this first hole, we've had a shy wedge shot from Cam Smith, which is very unlike him. Then a shy first putt, and then, you know, still Saturday at the Open, you know. It gets everyone once in a while.
Bogey 5 for Cam Smith at the first, so he's back to 12 under and his lead is immediately cut. Long way to go. Here's Scheffler at the third.
Flags 37 yards up the green, 20 off the right. And no reason, if you've got your irons dialed in, or you shouldn't hit one of those. A guaranteed birdie.
We'll go further up the course to Shane Lowry at 13.
Big swing off the left. Has a chance. Just a little bit firm. That was actually on the right line.
McIlroy for birdie, outside chance, pretty straight most of the way. And as it climbs the rise, it will go right to left from about here.
Booming drive from Dustin Johnson, hasn't left himself very much. Do well to get inside Scheffler here.
We'll still give it a try, Dom. It's Dustin Johnson after all. Clever play driver, you know, like we heard, the pin is 37 on, you have the space to play with.
And the wind is mostly off the left. Anything really right of Cheap's bunker is just the play, really. Give yourself a chance. Wind is changing once more.
I've heard him say, oh, no way. And good.
What a bounce that was. Hard bounce, straight right.
He made birdie at the second. There's another chance here for Johnson, this to get within one of the lead. And Scheffler also tapped in for his 3, so he's to 9 under par. Let's go back to the tee at 2 and Smith.
It looks like 3 would to me, maybe just playing short of that bunker at 304. Quite see with all the wispy grass.
Was the driver for Cam Smith, and it's down the fairway. Trying to bounce back from that nervous start.
Over the path, still inside the free drop. Lines for the crosswalk. I don't think he'll take a drop. Hovland.
See McIlroy's marker about 2 feet from the hole. Up to 17, Fleetwood.
A lot of different options here. You know, the pin being at the back left. Do you go left? Do you go right? Which way has he gone? He's gone left. Uh-oh.
Tricky chip. Can't land it on the green. Gonna have to bounce it in there somehow.
Now Peters for a finishing birdie on 18. To get in at -7. It's a good day.
Yeah, just a little run of drop shots, wasn't it? 15, 16 and 17, which you'll be slightly frustrated at. But as you say, all in all, good day from from Peters.
Driver for Hovland on 3. Aggressive play this. Big one, he won't be far away here.
Victor.
That's a great angle into that pin on cut on the left-hand side there for Hovland. Rory with the driver. It's actually turned into the breeze now a little bit, mainly off the left. So McIlroy will be aiming down the left. There's 3 bunkers down the right-hand side. Furthest one is 300. Should get around that.
Yeah, baby!
Perfect tee shot from Rory. It's the 3rd switch of wind we've had today. This is how interesting things can be when you play links golf.
Yes, Cameron Smith said he played 16 holes into the wind yesterday, which, considering you go straight out and then back in again, it seems unlikely, but that's what can happen.
He was maybe trying to say that for the competition. Make the rest of the field bad.
Psych them out. Not a great start for the leader with that bogey at the first. Looked a little nervy. Johnson has taken advantage of the early holes, 2 under through 3, playing with Scotty Scheffler, who's made that early birdie as well. Everyone looking to press forwards on Open Championship Saturday. Peters in at 7 under par. Kevin Kistner was one of the earlier starters. My word, he got it going. What was he? I think 6 under par through the first 8 holes. That was exciting to watch. Hatton is 1 over. He's slipping back. Par 5, 14th. Shane Lowry.
Hang on. Hang on. Get down.
Nice shot on.
Settle, settle. Just makes such a difference if you can stay on the short stuff. That dry, crispy stuff, different story. Now this was a clever second shot for Fleetwood at 17. The right place to be and the right shot to play. Not a man in the field that will make 4 there today and feel disappointed. Great pitch.
Schauffele at the 9th. This for a 3 to get to 8 under and within 4. Well, he's got a wonderful winning habit going, hasn't he? He's under Schauffele and he's moving into contention. That's what's ahead of the Camerons, Smith and Young. Anthony.
And Young's taken a drop off the walkway, just dust.
I love that.
They dropped it back probably 3 or 4 yards, got a good lie. Just a gap wedge, and this wind again is just, I think, just starting to go a little bit more helping, predominantly off the left. Great pin, this.
Gets a little bit of ground help, but as we've seen so many times this week, another awkward long-range putt.
DJ on 4. Bit of rough to carry down the left. He's using the wind. We don't want this to go too far right. It's just a bit of bush there. He's just short of it. He'll be fine. As it's still going backwards as well, even better.
Back to 2. Cameron Smith.
Okay, what's the shot? What's the swing?
Good, it's just the same swing.
Yep.
No question, Cameron Young was fooled by that breeze. That was a, just hit it too hard. 109.
Should be straight off the left.
For Smith.
Heavy? Okay, come into a bar.
He's got a good lie just over the walkway, so not a problem, but it's a difficult shot. You're really only looking at half the flags. It's hard to really gauge the distance. This is where your TrackMan launch monitors come in handy. You hit this shot all day long. Well, this boy seems to. A little drawy one into this breeze, I would imagine. That's his stock shot.
Yeah, difficult to get to that left pin with the wind off the left. Scheffler on 4. 3 wood for Scheffler compared to DJ's driver. Yeah, that will be fine, I think.
Beautiful bounce. If it kicks straight on the upslope of that hub, he has issues, but Nico Colsaerts, you knew that was going to bounce right. You've played here hundreds of times.
Not as much as you have, Tony. You still have 30 years on me.
Hovland and McIlroy both made their pars at the 2nd.
Okay, he's going to be putting up that trough.
In the Valley of Sin, Dylan Fratelli at 18.
It's very slow from the front there. But what a way to finish for the South African. Two of the last for 69 to be on 6 under.
2 eagles, one at 9, one at 18. Quite a ride out there today for Dylan Fratelli. Par putt now for Tommy Fleetwood at the 17th. This will be a nice up and down, wouldn't it?
Yep, he was out of position. Fleetwood on 17. Played the smart shot, opening up the back end of the green, playing left of the road hole bunker. Well, very well managed. Now Rory on 3. We've seen good shots from this distance. Plenty of green to work with.
I think we're seeing a new Rory McIlroy with his wedges in the last couple of tournaments. He looks like he's finally worked out how to control his distance, which hasn't been the case over the last decade, really. Cameron Young, 11 under, up the ridge, down the other side. It's a bit quick down the other side. That is exquisite touch, really is.
Shane Lowry, second shot I believe on 14, par 5. Trying to play for position. He's getting to the front edge there almost with an iron second. It's going to require some creativity next from Shane Lowry. Oh, what a putt from Victor Hovland on the 3rd hole. A long way out. It's a great start from Victor, very steady, making a long one on 3.
Not dissimilar to the first, quite a slow putt up the hill, a little bit more break on this for Cameron Smith. Back into the breeze, that needs to be taken into account as it keeps freshening.
Scheffler second at the 4th after a nice tee shot down the right center.
Talking about an iron shot that's tracking. That's going to leave a very easy birdie putt for Scotty Scheffler on the 4th.
Pay off that good wedge. Blocked that one.
Looks like he was almost aiming to the right hole.
Yeah, a little bit of misread in that.
Wind blowing across the 4th from left to right, and Dustin Johnson looks like he got lucky coming up short of the gorse bushes.
Maybe expecting that ball to come out a little hotter out of that lie. It's going to be a tricky putt up and over that ridge there.
Well, this is a difficult hole, this fourth. Always has been, always will be. Even the distance these players hit it, with the big mounding on the left, bunkers down the right. And there's some other sneaky bunkers further left as well, that you can't quite know where they are. They're just waiting around. I think it's clear to go. They're on the green in front. Yep, got the message. Here we go, Hovland. Anything left, really, today. The flag's cut on the left, but it's a hole, really. Take a 4 and wander off, unless you get a perfect yardage with your second. So we'll be aiming at the 14th camera point in the distance here, Hovland. I'm interested what club McIlroy hits here. He took his hand off it, yes. He's not sure, he didn't like this tee shot yesterday. He's having to think about it.
Yeah, that's a good call there, Jamie. Looks like he's gearing down here to a fairway wood.
Yeah, I thought so, Trevor. He doesn't need driver here, he can carry that mound. Just is into the wind, but into off the left. But at least he can draw this club at will. And that's really the safe play here.
Yeah, that way he can go ahead and be aggressive with the swing. Doesn't have to try and take any off of the driver.
Quite clear now, he didn't need the driver. Good call, gents.
Cameron Young with the driver at the third. Ball just rolls for so long. Brings those little bunkers into play more often than not when it rolls long like that. Dustin Johnson for a birdie at the fourth, up and over a hill.
Would have expected that to move a bit further right, no? Just like he did. Cam Smith, driver on the third. Oh, a couple of big bounces, and how close was that?
A little too close for his liking, but good now.
Tommy Fleetwood, after driving it green high at 18, this is a massive putter from the fringe.
It is one of the very, very slow putt here in St Andrews when you putt to the front right of the green when you've missed it left.
What does Scheffler have here, Nico?
He's got a pretty easy birdie putt on 4. There shouldn't really be a lot of movement in this. Now this is where you just pick a line, trust it, and be aggressive through the stroke. a shame. That was a good opportunity.
Can't lay at the fifth. Down the valley.
Some green to work with there, but that downslope has been pretty tough for players to judge. But this is fantastic here, bumping it into the bank, taking some of the speed off.
Nice. Fleetwood going to make this birdie putt on 18 after leaving it a long way short. Big off the left this. Yes, it does. Just enough pace to catch the right edge of this hole.
Nice round of 66 for Tommy Fleetwood. Gets him to 9 under par, and as it stands right now, only 3 behind the lead of Cam Smith.
Yeah, big fist pump there because he knows that might be the putt that just keeps him in striking distance going into that final round.
Good. I think I'd rather just trap it just a little bit with that line.
That's fine.
Should have a kick forward this, I think, Cameron Young. Definitely a bit of a glaze appearing on these greens, pitching on a little bit of a downslope. 80 yards or so. One bounce and check. Maybe just favouring left just a hair.
Just overdone it a little, but that's a really good shot.
And we saw the first putt. This for par for Dustin Johnson. Broke all the way across the hole.
65 yards for Cameron Smith. Normally an easy shot. Saturday of an Open. A little bit more pressure on this. Doesn't want to go past this. It will release.
Normally the type of shot he's very good at. Just like Young, couldn't quite get that ball to grab in time there. A little bit sloppy there from Smith.
That was unusual with his short game, as was the 3-putt at the first. Back to the fourth.
Hovland on 54. He's just into him a little bit, mainly across. Just a punch with a 9. Can't quite reach there with wedge into this breeze.
Half a club too many for Victor Hovland. Straight away called it. Knew it was long.
You need the exact yardage, Nico, don't you, on these shots?
Why don't you help him out?
Oh, I think he can manage. Perfect gap wedge for Rory, this. 143.
Well judged. Beautiful shot from McIlroy. 5th tee for Scheffler.
Yeah, it's a good drive from Scotty Scheffler. It's always going to find the fairway. Don't want this to go too far right though. Just in the first cut maybe.
The hill for birdie at the par 5. Amazing 20 minutes or so around the turn when he made back-to-back eagles at 9 and 10.
Cam Smith ready to go from just over 42 feet.
And up a couple of real distinct waves, Jay, in this, so this is pretty slow. Just too much release on that second, so this needs to be hit.
typically 100 feet or more putting. Putts hold in a round are good on the professional level. Cam Smith yesterday holed 253 feet of putts. That is an incredible amount, but St. Andrews gives you that opportunity with the big greens.
Yeah, it sure does. I tell you what, it doesn't matter how far away, it still looks like he's going to make it. And that ball had 4 or 5 feet left to go. I thought he had made another one.
250 feet, guys. That's enormous.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, you got to putt these days. You get lapped if you can't. This is actually quite makeable. It's almost on a little bit of a ridge, which is almost straighter than this. A little bit of helping breeze, I think, which will help him release it a bit more, which I think all the players this week would be grateful for. Maybe a foot or so slower than they really, truly want. So a great chance.
Just lacked the pace. Just to follow up on the 253 feet of putts hold for Cameron Smith yesterday, that averages just over 31 feet a hole. Phenomenal.
Hovland, outside chance for a birdie. The way he putts, I wouldn't put it past him. Sweeps down into the valley in front of him, up the other side, then right to left from here.
It's got a chance. Oh, it's in.
It's two very long putts today from Victor Hovland already.
Back to back, all of a sudden, Victor Hovland is tied for the lead at 12 under alongside Smith.
Yeah, as this ball was cresting this ridge that Jamie was explaining so well, it just started diving down toward the hole. Beautiful putt.
Well, he's putting the squeeze on his partner. McIlroy, best chance he's had. He's had a couple of awkward putts to read and to hit. First and the third. Even though he was close, he couldn't really have a go at them. He can this one. Just a little bit of right to left and up the hill. It's everything you want.
Scheffler had a similar putt, missed it on the left as well, so they're both seeing the same thing.
He's going to want to get one to drop here early on so that he doesn't get too frustrated and start forcing things too much.
Cantley on 6 with a wedge. For a back middle pin on 6. Very accessible one. A perfect judgment of everything there for Cantley.
Just the one practice swing. Cameron Young driver, looking probably down the left, use the breeze to carry that mound. Bunkers down the right, just the one of them in play. Just needs to be careful.
Gave that one a good hit, but it's edging up that left-hand side. Hang in there. Oh, no.
Well, this is exactly why Roy hit the 3-wood like you guys were talking earlier today. So, you know, maybe a little lack of experience of St. Andrews for the American.
Yeah, I like 3-wood. You pitch it on top, it's going to scamper through. There's not much up there now, Nico. Does take a lot of stuff out of play.
I don't think he realizes it's in the bunker.
Now, most of the time it wouldn't be. Driver for Smith.
Yeah, that is his game plan, I think. All week I've followed him. He seems to like driver going out as much as possible. He's doing all right, mind.
That's an ideal line for Smith. No bunkers there. It's the cottage bunker at the top of the screen where Cameron Young hit it in. The Camerons striding down the 4th fairway. Victor Hovland, 2 under through 4, has joined Cameron Smith atop the leaderboard. But Cameron Smith is 1 over after 3 putting the opening hole in the 3rd round of the 150th Open Championship. Tommy Fleetwood just holed out a brilliant putt at the final hole for a 66. He's put himself in there at 9 under par. Scheffler second at the 5th.
Bit of a slip of the foot for Scheffler there. Was on a good line, but needed probably another 10 paces to pitch us on the green.
Coming out of the rough here, Trevor, where do you like to pitch this one at 5?
Well, he might try and pitch it short in the valley and see if he can skip it up. That's what he's trying to do. I'm not sure it's got enough on it. That is such a steep bank there in front of the 5th. He's going to have that same kind of shot we saw Cantlay with earlier. Not the easiest spot to be. Speaking of Cantlay, here he is for birdie up at 6. There you go.
3 out of 4 for Cantlay. He's all of a sudden in double figures under par, only 2 shots out of the lead.
Fifth tee, Hovland, 531 today. That's because the pin is on the very front of the green. Bunkers all down the right. And the wind is straight across him, off the left-hand side. Lots of room left.
It's good now. It was leaking towards his bunkers for a little bit, but perfect position for Hovland.
Now McIlroy, hit wedge here yesterday for his 2nd shot onto the green. Won't be doing that today. Wind off the left. Big hole for Rory coming up here, this par 5. Needs a birdie.
Setting up for the fade.
Hard to imagine anybody driving the ball better than McIlroy is at the current time. Not only long, but in the middle of the fairway with regularity. Well, this is a tricky little shot here from the valley in front of 5.
So many options here. You could putt it, you could use some kind of fairway wood and bump it up. You could go with the 5 or 6 iron and try to bump it up. He's going to take a little while to figure out his best option. We'll keep an eye on Spieth at the 12th for birdie.
Quietly gets within 5 of the lead.
This is pretty difficult, just over the 130 mark. A little bit below his feet, Cameron Young to this left pin. Down out of the left, so that's all against him.
Scheffler still deciding what he's going to do. Dustin Johnson's ready to go. Was a pretty similar shot to what Cantlay played. Is it an obvious choice from down there?
I think they're just trying to control that second bounce and make sure that it grabs once it gets up onto the putting surface. Smith now at the 4th.
And just trying to control this flight, really. That's all you can do. The wind is whipping across the 4th. Maybe just pitching on the upslope and just get 1 or 2 bounces and just gently feed it round.
This morning it seems like those balls were checking up a little bit. Looks like the greens have got a little bit more release in them now.
Yeah, been a lot of sunshine today, some wind, so everything drying out that little bit more.
Bump and run here for Scheffler from a different angle than Dustin Johnson. That's going to be a bit right. Bit heavy-handed, but not easy from the front there. Lowry on 15. That's slow and up the hill. That needs to go.
Cantley at 7 with the fairway wood. Just looking to carry this 250, 260 or so.
Good there, huh?
Quite a long way left, but it'll still be okay.
Shane, the safe par on 15. Yeah, be a bit disappointed, Shane. You know, made par on 14 from just short of the green. Makes bogey on 15. Tough stretch.
Oh, what a fantastic putt from the Masters champion. Would have been disappointed not to make a birdie after such a good tee shot, but putter saved him there.
And weight loaded on the left side. Cameron Young just popping this one up the hill and just skidding this towards the flag. Pretty simple, really.
And well judged. Looks like a good opportunity to save par after driving in cottage bunker. Dustin Johnson looking to make a 4 at the 5th. Already made 2 birdies today at the 2nd and 3rd. After a perfect tee shot, he's going to settle for a par 5 on one of the 2 reachable par 5s here at the old course.
And just a testament to some of these pins, how they're tucked away. Decent shot from 130 for Cameron Smith. So he's outside 20 feet, but it is the right leave. Back into the breeze, can be aggressive with this.
Well, you can never replicate a putting day like he had in the 3rd round or the 2nd round, where we've already talked about he pulled over 250 feet of putts, but at this point you're just wondering what he's thinking about not holding putts.
Hovland from a good lie in the semi-rough here on 5. Second shot to this par 5. Front pin, 202 he's got left.
Launching it way up into the air. Oh, and gets the perfect bounce right into the top of the bank there to slow it down.
A yard or two short, it goes back down in the valley. A yard or two longer, and it goes 30 yards past the hole. Just on a nice edge. Par putt for Young at 4 after that nice pitch shot from long right.
That's a great save. A great momentum keeper.
McIlroy's second shot from 177. A little 7-iron. Trying to hold it off.
And he's the one that has the height. Pitches it there, casually, with a mid-iron.
2 good shots there, isn't it?
Very good. 2 very good shots.
Such a huge penalty for missing left today at 5. You have to play out to the right when you can. Siwoo Kim for birdie at 7. Nicely done. Big break from the right for Kim. And now he's within 4 of the lead. They're kind of piling up behind the 2 co-leaders, Hovland and Smith. None of the final couple groups are really running away with things. Viktor Hovland, the top man, towards the tail end, 2 under par through 4 holes. Patrick Cantlay, he is 3 under through 6. It's Smith and Hovland lead the way. Tommy Fleetwood did himself a lot of good with that 66, posted 9 under par. What will the wind do this afternoon? Will it give the players fits? Will it change directions? Only time will tell. Cameron Young with a driver.
Yeah, looking down the left, 7 Sisters, the bunkers down the right really shouldn't be in play if you just get through this one. Just a great par 5 this.
He's given that a smash. 187 ball speed.
187.
Whew. I mean, you're familiar with that, but I sure am not.
Oh, that's Bryson territory.
Huge tee shot down into the narrowest part of the fairway.
Just no real momentum yet in this group. I think they'll find it. They're obviously playing pretty much the best in this field, but just don't feel like I'm seeing any sort of anyone feeding or leading this group yet to make some birdies. But I'm sure they'll come. They might even start here, the par 5, looking down the left.
Needs a straight bounce. And gets it.
Trevor, when you're the leader playing, or Cameron Young playing with the leader in the final group, and things don't go well, what do you do to kind of get out of that?
You're just looking for a little spark somehow. Starts with the attitude a lot of times. Maybe the nudge can even come from the caddy. Give yourself a little goal. Chunk something off. Say, okay, the next 3 holes I want to be 1 under. I want to be 2 under. Let's see how many shots I can hit out of the middle of the club face in a row. Try and get some momentum.
That was nearly momentum for McIlroy. Good eagle try. Be a sure tap-in birdie. His first birdie of the day after opening with 4 pars.
Scheffler on 6 with driver. Also trying to find that narrow part of the fairway. And finds it perfectly well.
Yeah, it's going all the way past that walkway. Not that far from the front of the green there at 6.
From a similar line for the Norwegian. There's a few Norwegians out here in the crowd cheering their man on. Same putt McIlroy had. Thought Rory's might come back from the left there at the hole. It didn't. It stayed there. So it's probably pretty straight here for Hovland for the eagle.
Was that tracking or tracking? Bit of birdie for Hovland on the par 5.
Well, that from Hovland. It's 3 birdies in a row. Takes the lead on his own at 13 under par.
Spoke to his coach, Claude Harmon, last night. Said he's really been working hard on these wedges. Starting to dial them in again, like he did when he was #1 in the world.
McIlroy for birdie on 5. Moves to 11. That's the birdie that Jamie was talking about. Would that be the start of Rory McIlroy's round today?
Well, really, Rory hasn't done a whole lot. That was almost like a par after that magnificent tee shot, and he's only 2 shots back of Hovland, who has a lot going on. 3 other through 5 holes for the Norwegian. 1-shot lead over the 36-hole leader Cameron Smith in this 3rd round of the 150th Open at St. Andrews. So many good rounds early. Thomas Pieters made a couple bogeys coming in for his 67. Kevin Kisner off very early this morning. He really had it going. Ended up with a 65. 2018 champion golfer of the year, Molinari, was round in 66, as was Trey Mullinax. Dean Burmester also had it going. Ended up with a 67.
Yeah, it did. No hurt? No.
Scheffler on 6. Wedge in hand. We've seen a couple of close ones on 6. To this back flag.
He's sliding this one in nice and low.
That's how you find the back of greens, Trevor, isn't it? You're driving it low, play the bounce, check.
Cam Smith eyeing things up at 5.
Yeah, and it's all about clarity of game plan here, I think, with that front pin. That's a beauty. 194. Managed to dodge all the divots, which is key. He's going to pitch this short, try and run it on a bit of a down slope. It is on. It's come out low.
I better look out. Oh, nice. Didn't get that left roll off the left fringe. Now it's going down the bank. Just kind of on the wrong side of the edge right now is Cam Smith.
He played it really well. Just a few yards too far to the left. Was almost perfect. All the people lined up. Going for the tee quickly.
.386 yards to the front edge at 6. We'll see if McIlroy can do it. Let's watch Young hit his second at the 5th.
Now that looks very lofted. And a bit too lofted, actually. That's a bit of an unforced error for Cam Young.
He won't know it. It's a blind second shot at 5. McIlroy on the 6th tee. As I said, 386 to the front edge. Seven, 8 deep around the tee. They all like it, and why wouldn't they? Massive tee shot for McIlroy.
Now that's another man that's dangerous when he gets hot with a putter. Can't lay.
Lowry trying to bounce back after the mistake at 15. For birdie here at 16. Solid putt.
Spieth at 13. Oh, if he starts holding those, Trevor.
Yeah, that putter seems to be warming up a little bit for him here in the third round. Back-to-back birdies now, gets to 8 under.
Decent light for Cameron Young, back into the breeze, a little bit on the downslope, which is going to impede him. He couldn't putt this. There's too many divots down here, so he's going to have to chip it all the way. Maybe just bump it in the very last bit of the bank. That'll do a job. That'll keep going and going and going.
That's fantastic.
Scheffler, birdie on 6 after that high-quality wedge shot. Looks like he's pushed it just a fraction.
Scheffler hasn't missed many of those this year. I think even he's surprised.
This is difficult, this. You practice this one in early in the week and you think, oh, chip this, but actually the green slopes away from you. So I think wisely going with the putter. Cameron Smith just needs to be careful. It's a big slope and then it will whip away. So this is pretty difficult to judge.
DJ for par on 6. Steady from the American. Now the young Italian amateur Filippo Celli on 18. His second shot across the green on 18. Delightful shot from the Italian.
He's going to have a nice tussle tomorrow to be the low amateur. Barkley Brown right now leading that at 5 under. Now here at 6, Hovland.
That was from 108, just a punch to this easiest pin on the green.
Unfortunately, the fade spin just taking it a few extra feet further away from the hole, but distance control was on the money.
Rory's on the walkway, but he's not going to drop it from 85. It's a real dusty lie, so he's going to have to back foot this and jam it in low. Hold that follow through.
He's done exactly that, Jamie. Fired it straight at the pin. Great control of the flight, the spin. And Roy's only got a few feet for birdie on 6.
Fifth hole, Cameron Smith how he started the day. Well, ain't that just the game? I mean, he holed everything he looked at yesterday, and today he cannot buy a putt. Early stages, though. Let's go to Scheffler, who just missed that short one. Good start, though. 2 under through the first 6. Seen 1 or 2 players going at this 7th hole, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise, is it? You know, the wind, and I mean, the modern equipment 20 years ago, there wasn't even the possibility of it. But it's amazing to see it. Young at 5 for a birdie. Yep, well done. You do not want to be wasting the only 2 par 5s on this course as birdie opportunities.
They needed that between them, really, didn't they, Tony? Because they're kind of getting gobbled up, this final pairing, by the rest.
Yeah, I'd say that just about sums it up, Tom. Just get the equilibrium back.
Tyrrell Hatton into number 7, drives it in low.
How about that for a clever shot? And a well-executed shot, man.
He's got that to get back to level par today. Mixed bag out there for him. To Hovland with another chance. My word, he's putted well over these early holes.
You're kidding me. 4 in a row. I mean, it's like standing at the top of the Grand Canyon and just throwing coins into it. Just can't miss.
Wonderful stuff from the Norwegian. Chelly, the amateur. Yeah, nice finish. Really, really good day's golf. So he's still in the mix for the silver medal at 4 under par. Round of 71 for him. McIlroy, can he go back to back? Yes, he can. McIlroy to 12 under and within 2 of his playing partner, Victor Hovland.
He's due for a really hot round of the putter, isn't he? It's been solid, but due for a hot one. Cantley at 8. He's also lurking.
How brave do you dare to be with this front hole location? Well, he's played on the cautious side. Settle. Cameron Young on the tee at 6.
Stop.
Should be just in the fairway, I think.
He looked a bit worried, but it's perfectly fine for Cameron Young.
He looks to me like a sort of, could be Dustin Johnson's younger brother or something. Here it is, DJ.
Let's see the angle. Whew. Tough to get it close unless you're prepared to try and skip it up that little hump.
Layers going on. It's getting a little bit chillier out there now. Here is Cameron Smith. He's got the driver at 6. Oh. Well, the marshals are waving straight down. That normally means it's fine, but he knows better. Probably knows that it's thicker rough down there.
Can't lay that ball, just chasing on at 8. Little bit of wind helping off the tee makes it so difficult to get it close. This is down through the valley, up over the side, down into another valley. It's not just the length of these putts at St Andrews, it's the number of undulations you've got to deal with from 110 feet. And just to illustrate your point, Dom, about how many guys have been having a go at that green and not worried about driving it into that big shell bunker. Used to be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, I agree with you. Landing there about 60. Yeah, past. There you go.
Now this will have to be brought a little bit from the left.
Coming down about the 150? Yes, on the 150.
Yeah, you just heard it. He's looking at that 150 that's just on the right-hand side of the TV tower. Trying to slide it with the wind and the slope on the green. It's the only way to get close.
Yeah, the shoulder will kick it down. Cleverly played.
Well, he is the world #1, isn't he? What a rise it's been in the game.
Lee, another man to drive it on the 9th, right behind the flag, and super try. Birdie it is.
Johnson at 7. Is he going a similar route?
This is even a better shot from that angle from Dustin Johnson, I think.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to try and pitch it into that slope, Nico, because if you get that wrong, it's hopeless, isn't it?
Like Dom said, you know, that's also an ex-world #1.
Yeah, it doesn't happen by fluke.
These guys are good. I think it's a good grouping for those two as well. They seem to be feeding off each other out there at the moment, don't they? Let's swoop down to the 7th tee. Jamie.
Yeah, he's not got the driver, he's got the 3-wood. It is reachable, but boy oh boy, you've got to take a risk with Strath bunker on the left at 11 and Shell bunker. It's not worth it, I don't think. Rory was talking in practice about having a go at this, but it needs to be downwind, and it's not. It's straight across off the left. So just for position, Hovland, the way he's putting doesn't really matter, does it? Just get it on the green somewhere and he'll hole it. Huge galleries here. Oh, I've never seen so many people at the old course. It's fantastic out here. The stands out here, especially when you come out to the loop. This is something else.
Aim right, Mark.
In she goes into Shalbunga.
Yeah, I thought that was a lot of club. Tony, it's just the iron for McIlroy, and he's putting this long iron. There's a lot going on this tee.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
They're cheering Rory onto the tee. But it is pitching on a downslope here on 7.
Oh. There's a lone bunker out there. He does not want to mess with that. Right of it.
I always think it's quite a sneaky, difficult tee shot, 7, because that's one of the hardest fairway on the golf course, and it's probably one of the ones that's really short to find.
Back a hole to Cameron Smith, coming out of the thickish stuff.
Shit.
Oi. That's gone off the front of the 12th green. Phew. It was all going so beautifully smoothly the first 2 days.
DJ for birdie on 7. I've seen this bet a few times. It comes from quite a bit off the right. Needs to go. DJ a bit shy. Complaining a bit that ball bumping, but kind of had a feeling that was going to be short.
Cameron Young at the 6th. He's coming from the fairway, so he'll get some control.
Wanting it to leak right. It does. Just started at a tad further left than he wanted, but decent result.
Scheffler for birdie on 7, also coming off the right. After that great white shot, it's just under the hole for Scheffler.
Well, for the same money, he could have birdied 6 and 7 and been 4 under par on his round. So he stays 10 under, 4 behind Victor Hovland. They will take the walk over to the 8th tee. First of only 2 par 3s. Remember, 2 par 3s, 2 par 5s. That's all on the old course. And that is how it looks. What a super Saturday we're having here at St Andrews.
He's about 65 yards wide of the 6th pin. Just chipping off the green. Just trying to pitch it on top. Very little angle on this. That's magical. Oh. That is superb.
Man, that is a tough shot to pull off. Yeah, look at the joy on his face. Exquisite. That might just be the little turning point. If you can pop that in for a birdie. A par, I should say. Doesn't want to be dropping another bogey.
Now here's another look.
Stillness of head. Perfect acceleration. He's picked his landing area, and I think if you put a coin on the ground where he wanted to land it, I think he might have hit it.
I don't know what's going on. He's got Shane Lowry's chipping game. Victor Hovland's got his putting stroke.
Rory's driving. That'd be the ultimate golfer, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't be bad, would it? At all.
Yeah, put that all together, you'd have Tiger in the old days.
They're looking for something here, Anthony. Is there
yeah,
much
they
on
are.
it?
There's very little in this. I think that's why they're both taking their time. You're sort of out here, especially when you're not holding a load, you are looking for things. It's getting to that time of the day when you're leading this great championship and you're not holding much. But I can tell him there isn't much in this. Beautiful second shot to get all the way back. That takes a load of skill. I like firm and straight, pretty firm. That's what they've lacked today a little bit, is the pace.
He's got the line lined up for just outside the left. It went end over end, so he hit it right there, and I think Anthony Wall was right. I know he was right. Going by that, it was dead straight.
Every now and then, Tony.
No, not true.
Rory, second shot on 7. Wants this to come down. Just a bit hard, but enough check to still be within a birdie range.
Well, in the last 3 shots from over there, we've seen 3 completely different ways of getting at that flag. The nature of links golf. think this is a big putt for Smith.
6 green.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tony. I think this is pretty big. You know, he seemed like a bit of a shaky start from Ken Smith, and you want to steady the ship and try to move forward after that.
Makes his par, no damage done. Could that be the turning point today for Cameron Smith? Well, Victor Hovland has found shell bunker at the 7th.
No.
Yeah, Tony, exactly. You're the expert bunker. How do you play this?
Square face, try and take a little more sand, skip it up the slope, and unlucky actually that chat so quickly. I think he's played that beautifully. And you could open the face and carry it all the way, but it's in all likelihood going to skip on. Great acceleration. Yeah, you see quite a bit of sand with it. It's quite a steep upslope. That's the only thing that killed it, but that could have run on a little more for the same money.
Now he's got to putt down the little slope. But before that, McIlroy with his birdie putt.
Yeah, and there's a hold up on the 8th tee. There's a group been waiting on there for 5 minutes. There's no rush for McIlroy here, but it's right to left, back up the hill. Quite a slow putt, this one, for McIlroy.
Not a bad effort.
First time so far this week that Rory hasn't managed to make a birdie there at the 7th. And remember, Hovland has this for a 5th straight birdie.
I've never seen the pin here on 7 before. New pin to me. It's a good one. Very difficult to get close. Oh, a super shot. Hovland hit in here. And he's just got a little bit of left to right coming off this knuckle he's standing on.
Yeah, there was a lot of movement from the left, actually, because that came with a bit of pace, with authority.
Just glancing towards the 11th green there, taking his time. We'll go up to 18 and Shane Lowry.
See the flag on 18. You know, it's all straight down.
Good luck.
One less to move a little bit further right, or get one of those bounces. That will most likely find Valley of Sin, if not through it, and leaves that long, short, well, a long, slow, sorry, putt across the green on 18.
Hovland for par at 7, no problems. Stays 2 clear at the top.
Dream start for the young Norwegian.
Back to the tee, Cameron Young.
Yeah, Peterson. I tried. I don't think I did.
You're headed down there where Johnson was, McIlroy was.
Let's catch up with Tyrrell Hatton. This putt is for par at the 8th. Well, birdied 5, dropped a shot at 6, birdied 7. He's now dropped a shot at 8. He's on the roller coaster. Smith at 7.
Popular spot. Just looks like he got his rhythm back a little better there with that shot. A little bit of ground help, avoiding all divots.
Scheffler on the par 3/8. Down off the right. Short left pin. Has to be high. Has to come from the right. Soft if you can. That's as soft as you're going to see a ball land on this 8th hole today.
Face full of sand for his troubles. Dustin Johnson.
Now also somebody that can send it high and soft with his legendary power.
Oh, sit down. Sit down.
He turned that in a bit too much. Quickly gets there once you get on the left-hand side of that pin. And look how far it's gone for Dustin Johnson.
I reckon he was trying to hit a power fade against the breeze and got a little slinger off to the left, carries that extra 10 yards, and then it goes.
Well, just a pause for breath at the moment. It is relentless stuff, isn't it? It's wonderful out there. Saturday at the Open, Victor Hovland 2 ahead of McIlroy, Smith and Young. Cantlay's certainly not out of it. Nora Johnson and Scheffler. Look at the names up there. Fleetwood's in the mix. Jordan Spieth is moving up that leaderboard. Nice recovery from Minwoo Lee. He was 2 over through the first holes. Shane Lowry with those back-to-back eagles at 9 and 10. That was exciting stuff, wasn't it? He's on board at 18, albeit a long way from the hole. Well done to David Carey, the Irish amateur, not amateur, but he's a qualifier, I beg your pardon. It's 2:18 we go, and Lowry.
On 18. With a long eagle putt across the green. We saw how slow this is. You see the length of the follow through. It was the right pace, but just right. That wasn't actually far off, going back down the other side there.
Cantlay for an eagle at 9. Superb tee shot. It's perfect for distance.
What do you think the easiest hole on the course is today, Tony?
19th.
I was like, how can you come up with such a quick answer, but it makes total sense.
It is the 9th. Lowry makes his birdie at the last. He'll feel a little bit better about that as he dropped 3 shots in 6 holes after making those eagles.
Yeah, I think he would have thought that there was a low one in there today, Shane. He'd be a little bit disappointed, but a nice 3 to finish with on 18.
Gives you an idea of where the last 3 balls are.
What'd you get? 71 on top, 75 total. Okay.
A bit like Spaghetti Junction down here, isn't it? You've got players going left up to the 11th green.
My opinion, my line is like over the right center of this bunker. Perfect. It kind of lands like in here. And it's around 20 feet long. Correct. You only got a pitch at 50 yards. Total. Total.
Not many options here, really. Cameron Young was only 65 the front, but Does not tell the tale. He's going to be looking left, possibly pitching on the upslope. He's just going to, well, if he catches that upslope, it will kick sharp right. But it looks pretty green actually there, quite soft. So he needs to be aggressive, I think. Very much knock this through left side, I think. Ooh,
chunked it. Absolutely chunked it. Whew. The plan was to hit it over the right edge of the bunker, but it wasn't to hit it there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it wasn't very nice. Lie was good. Wasn't very nice, but ooh, it's better than that. Maybe he should have just gone all the way. Similar looking thing for Cam Smith. A little bit more straightforward, mine, coming more up the green. Just trying to pitch this just at the top. Oh, he's good at those.
He's back.
Yep.
He's back.
That brilliant pitch and putt on the last, I think, just restored his confidence, his faith in himself. And he's got the look back in his eye too, look. Got the bounce in his step. Doesn't hang about, does he? Plays so quickly. Oh, just glorious.
But how did he simply technically play that? He was just thinking landing spot, and it's exactly what he did. Exceptional execution and imagination from Cam Smith.
So third shot now for Cameron Young.
And only just in the bunker, Dom. Got to be looking well left of this. You have to pick this up pretty sharp as well.
Wasn't much else he could do. If he'd gone straight at the flag and got it a hair heavy, he's off down the fairway, back towards the tee. Oh, that'll take the wind out of your sails in a hurry, that pitch.
Scotty Scheffler with a birdie putt from, what is it, 45 feet maybe, at the 8th. Dustin Johnson missed the green. He's got a bit of work to do for his par. Should be a 3 for Scheffler.
Siwoo Kim. Second shot on 10. Where we saw Shane Lowry hold it a little bit earlier today, and that's just as good. Or almost just as good, shall we say.
That for a third birdie today to get him to 9 under. There you go. We said that Dustin Johnson had a little bit to do for his par at 8. And he's got, what, a good 12 feet, maybe a little bit more than that. Brother Austin, see if he can feel anything through the ground.
Can we think of other... Davis Love had his brother in the bag back in the day. Can we think of much other brother combination, player caddy?
The Molinaris did it, didn't they? Or at Augusta. I think Pablo Larrazábal might have had his... No, he caddied for his brother, didn't he? And that's a good par save from Johnson. That's important in terms of momentum with the 9th and 10th coming up. Fancy his chances on them.
Yeah, two short par 4 coming up for Dustin Johnson. Sits in at 10 under so far.
Bit of fertilizer for the hallowed turf.
Yeah, he's having a little discussion with Leven Green. Minwoo Lee just stuffed a 40-yard pitch up and over the ridge to very close. They're just admiring that, and they're just going to let them putt out as they're hitting towards the green, the par 3.
Hovland got to decide here whether you're going to just try and start it right and let it drift on the wind with a draw, or hold it against the wind with a little fade. And if you do that and go with a draw, it is going to land and take off.
Yeah, this has to imperatively pitch right at the hole. I mean, look, this is finished just as far as Dustin Johnson just finished a couple of minutes ago.
Par putt for Cameron Young at the 7th, coming round nicely. Look out! Oh, good effort. That'll be a bogey though. He's back to 11 under par. McIlroy at 8.
Now, if there's a man that can hit it high and get it coming in softly. Also letting it move on the wind. And also chasing on. It's just a tough flag today. If you get cute, you can finish in that little pot bunker where you see that marram grass. And then you've got no chance.
It's a lot better than he was on that hole yesterday. I think he was about 100 feet away after his tee shot. He 3-putted for bogey. Right, here we go. Cameron Smith for his first birdie today.
Yeah, needs it. It's normally a quiet spot out here around this part of the course, but there's stands everywhere, greens and tees all over the shop. Needs to concentrate here. A little bit down the hill, not much.
It is just remarkable, isn't it? Absolutely remarkable the way he putted yesterday. What was it, 250 feet of putts just over that he sunk?
Yeah, but we all know that you can't have too many of those consecutively. You know, you can have a great day, then you'll have a decent day or an average day, but it's not too often you have 2 days that are quite like that.
Tirahan on the 9th for eagle. He will fancy this. Easy, easy. It's okay.
To the 9th, and Scotty Scheffler, the world #1.
You can see the flag just over these 2 little lone bunkers in the middle of the fairway. You can bring this off the left, you can bring this off the right. There's a bit of sting in that bounce. Finds the back edge. Scheffler on 10. They'll be happy there, they'll have a great view. People in the stands.
Matt Fitzpatrick, who's made birdies at 9 and 10.
Oh, it's hunting. It's hunting. Beautifully holed. 3 birdies in a row for Fitz. A very popular US Open champion.
Dustin Johnson. What's he got here at 9?
Yeah, I couldn't possibly think the driver was going to hit anything else but driver on 9. It's not a full driver for DJ. He would have taken some of that. Exactly, Dom. Hello. What a great eagle try it's going to be for Dustin Johnson on 9.
Just about everybody reaching that 9th. I can see that tee going back about 30 yards before the next open.
Let's go forward a hole to Patrick Cantlay.
Now, those are great when you bring it in the wind and then the spin brings it closer.
There's Victor Hovland marching away towards his ball.
Yeah, a long way through the green. It's a little bit more downwind than it appears on that tee. They're sheltered back down the 8th. Need a little look at the leaderboard to the left of this green, and what a leaderboard it is.
It's stunning, isn't it, Jamie? Really is.
Unbelievable. Even better when you're at the top of it.
Jamie, you know, I thought months ago that this course would be made for Hovland because, you know, he's a great striker, he's a great putter, but his chipping is substandard. And you can get away with it around here, can't you, without having to chip at all?
I just waited Cantley to putt on 10.
See him there. This from the other side. And this to get within 2.
Good looking stroke. Oh. Berate yourself. Dead on line. He'll feel it's a wasted opportunity.
Hovland with the putter, and as you say, Tony, he's a very good bunker player, Hovland. But round the greens, don't need your lob wedge. You can putt, you can run it, you can do all sorts of things. So he's got the putter out here, but not easy. Whatever club you choose from here for Hovland, it's up and down. It's a roller coaster, this one. Left overall, a bit left to right, but wants to get it past the flag if he can.
That's a great effort from Victor Hovland from the back there to find the right pace.
It is amazing though, Nico, isn't it? Guys who are poor chippers find a way to become fabulously talented with a putter from long range.
I was one of them for a couple of years, Tony.
Were you?
Oh, I used to take the putter and 7 irons from so far off the green. I became really good at it too, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, back on the tee for Cameron Smith and Cameron Young.
Well, he bogeyed this yesterday, Rory, with a 3-putt, but he was twice the distance he was than he is today. And this won't do much for McIlroy. It's a pretty straight putt.
It was too. He saw some break in it. It wasn't there. The odds are against you, though, aren't they? From 52 feet, how many of those do you hold in a season?
Well, he's made this a relatively stress-free. But he is taking his time. I think that's partly got to do with the pace of play, isn't it? We're seeing that quite a lot. To stay at 14 under and 2 clear of the rest.
Yeah, that's a great putt from Victor Hovland on 8. Looks very composed.
Scotty Scheffler, the chasing drive through the back. He's carried it quite a long way down there. There is another way to do it, but you can't fault him. Just trickles on a little bit too far, but good birdie chance.
Yeah, 6-7 feet or so for his 3. Remember, Dustin Johnson's got an eagle putt on that 9th green. We will head over to the 8th tee and our final pairing.
And later in the day, you sort of think the wind's going to drop, maybe calm down, lay down a little bit, but it's actually quite blustery still. See, we're quite close to the Eden estuary, maybe that helps a little, but this is off the right, the 8th. Difficult, really difficult, I think, to get close to it. Bit of a happy birthday going on down the right-hand side, I think somewhere over.
Adam Scott.
Over on the,
Adam Scott, apparently. 42
nice.
Today.
42, I remember those days, Dom, you?
Yeah, it's a distant memory for me.
Looking down the right, he's going to move right to left, Cam Smith. He cannot cut it into a wind this strong. There's going to be an element of draw on this, I imagine.
Well, it's about as good as you can do, isn't it, really, from Smith. Little change up in the commentary box because Jay Townsend and Dale Hayes are alongside me, Dom Hollier.
Dustin Johnson for his eagle off that incredible tee shot at the 9th.
Frustrate slightly. That was a golden opportunity, wasn't it? But he did make a good par save at 8, let's remember. Back to 8 and Cameron Young.
And looking further right, so maybe going to turn this one in a little bit more. Maybe needs a good one to get there. Need to drive this, really. It's very high.
Oh, that is not looking like an enjoyable lie. Thick, wispy rough that they've got here at the old course.
Gosh, this has rolled on a little further than I thought, actually, for Scheffler. So he's got, what, 10, 12 feet for his birdie at 9.
Nine is such a difficult green because it's so flat. You're always looking for something that might not be there.
And then you think it's straight and there is something there.
Precisely. Well read.
So Hovland maintaining his 2-shot advantage thanks to that quadruple set of birdies from the 3rd hole through to the 6th. We are barely halfway through the first 9 holes on Saturday, certainly for our final pairing. I'm already getting excited about Sunday, looking at that leaderboard.
And 9 is 327 yards to the front edge, 336 to the hole. Not a problem at all to reach, but it's all about avoiding the bunkers, Jamie.
Yeah, it's that one little bunker 30 yards short of the green. It's 300 to cover that. The breeze is off the right, slightly helping. It seems to be shifting around a bit at the moment. So Hovland trying to hold off a driver here.
Oh, this is like Dustin Johnson's. Look at this one.
McIlroy on this 9th tee. Get inside that.
Look like driver as well.
Soft driver. Well, that wasn't a full driver for McIlroy. I mean, just, you know, kind of feather it a little bit. 2 wonderful tee shots at the 9th.
Well, we thought it might be quite a nice pairing for those two. They seem to be very relaxed on the first tee. I think they're both guys who like to have a little chat on the way round.
It did look very relaxed on the first tee, and if you're ever going to have a time when you're a little nervous, it's on the first tee, standing right in front of the R&A clubhouse, Dale.
Absolutely no question about that. First tee in the third and fourth round when you're leading or right up there, close to the lead, is the most nervous time. Once you actually get off the tee and you're playing, it seems to go away. Then you've got to just make sure that those butterflies start flying on formation.
Stop it, Dale. You're making me nervous.
I'm sweating right here.
Wicked looking lie here for Young. That was out of the long stuff, off of a downhill lie. Beautiful touch.
Birdies at 9, 10 and 11 for the US Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick. He's got another chance here at 12, so this is for 4 in a row.
Ooh. Well, that was exceptionally close. Looked like it was just going to fall in and somehow stayed out. But he's certainly not out of it yet.
Oh, not at all. He's 8 under par. He's 6 behind at the moment, but we know what a wizard he is with the putter. This man normally is. Hasn't gone his way so far today with the flat stick. What about here at 8?
That's a good putt. Only 2 par 3s and 2 par 5s. All the rest of the holes on the old course of par 4s. So quite unusual. You don't often see a golf course with just 2 of each.
The unusual thing is both par 5s and both par 3s are side by side for the most part. That 3 putt at the first hole just kind of set the wrong tone for Cameron Smith.
Here's Cantlay at the 11th.
Always one of my favorite par 3s in the world. That's a really nice shot. You have to take the Strath bunker out of play. That is just played to perfection.
High quality shot from the FedEx Cup champion of last year, Patrick Cantlay. He's won on the PGA Tour this year, but it was a pairs event. He was with his good friend Xander Schauffele in New Orleans for that victory. There's Fitzpatrick alongside Hatton and Taylor Gooch at 8 under par. Shane Lowry with a round of 69, a birdie at the last for him. Thomas Peters got it going, and then he made a few late bogeys, but he did birdie the 18th. Bryson DeChambeau, good heavens, that was some round of golf. He was absolutely flying, and then where did he make his double? I think it was the 16th, wasn't it? There was all sorts of problems at 17, made par, and finished off with a birdie at 18 as well, having hit the ball way left into the spectator stands down the right-hand side of the first hole.
Very flat green this night. You can look left, you can look right, but generally just look straight here for McIlroy, for the eagle.
Has it got the legs? Has it got the legs? Okay.
Not close enough to be, you know, kind of give and say, oh, he'll knock that in, especially on the 9th green.
Hovland also with an eagle putt here, Jamie.
Somebody's telling me this might go a bit left or right, especially with the breeze coming off his left-hand side here, Hovland. But again, it's just such a flat green.
He's certainly looking left, Jamie.
He is, okay, right. There you go, he's seeing what I see.
It's just so difficult with its simplicity. There's nothing to the 9th green, but it's always difficult to hole a putt.
Dustin Johnson, the short par 4 10th, just 360. Just going to take all his touch. Beautifully played. He's worked so hard on that aspect of his game as Dustin Johnson, and it's all paid off.
Back to the 9th. This has wandered a little way past for Hovland.
Wow, didn't look like that going by. So when it went by, as Jamie said, it was trying to go a little left to right. So you have to think that coming back now, it should be a little right to left, but you can't give the hole away. And I'm sure it'll have enough speed to hold the line. It was such a subtle break going past.
For a 5 under par front 9 to get to 15 under.
This is where the old course, it looks so simple. It looks like you should make birdies, and when you don't, it can frustrate you.
Yeah, you kind of feel a little silly when you've driven it on the green and you don't walk off with a birdie. Now, Scotty Scheffler, beautiful drive here, putting from a long way off the green. That's well done. Good effort.
Yeah, really nice judgment of pace there. All right, back to 9, and Rory McIlroy for his 3. Believe it or not, he hasn't made a birdie on this hole so far this week.
Which is amazing. He's going to make one here. This is just inside left, left center firm. Yeah! There you go. Let the duck off his back.
And McIlroy moves to within 1 of the lead.
Just look at all those people that have come out here to spectate at the 150th Open Championship. I wonder if Tom Morris could ever have envisaged this could happen.
I very much doubt it, Dale.
Cantley downhill right to left at the 11th. This can be a quick one, but it is into the wind a little bit, and wind from the right. Such an exposed part of the golf course, the 11th green. That's why they had to flatten out some of the 11th green to give them more hole locations because of the wind coming off the estuary. He looks in the moment. He really does. He looks like he's staying right within himself.
Just so popular, isn't he? He is the most loved, I think, of all today. So they said about Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer. Jack might have been the greatest, but Arnie was the most loved.
Got to love the loop. Atmosphere is unbelievable. Down the right, Cam Smith with driver.
Stunner. Beautiful drive.
Dustin Johnson for birdie at 10 to get to 12 under within 2 of the lead. That was nice. That pitch shot he played was just so delicate. Left it on the correct side of the hole. Uphill putt. Back-to-back birdies.
I have to say, I watched him chip and putt out of a ball washer on 8 while Rory was teeing off. Cam Young looks calm, just getting on with this. Got work to do, but it's been impressive. It's unbelievable vibes out here.
Well, those are 2 wonderful tee shots here at this par 4 9th.
Scheffler makes his birdie at 10 as well. So the world number 1 gets to 11 under par. 3 birdies, no drop shots today for him.
He's having a crack at the 10th. McIlroy, 360 yards. I think he can get it there, and so does he. Oh no, it's gone right.
Yeah, he came out of that a little bit too quickly, so that's pushed out to the right. But in no trouble at all. Gone into a little bunker, I think it has. Does make it a little bit more difficult.
And Wynn just straight across for Hovland off his left-hand side. Gonna have to aim down the left-hand side towards 11T. Try and hit a low bullet.
Just misses the bunker that McIlroy rolled into and nearly up onto the front edge before it rolls back. Fantastic tee shot for the leader. Surely that will be a putter second shot for Hovland.
Amazing scenes out there, really are. Cantlay at 12.
Down the course.
Looks like a good line. Oh no, but left. If that's far enough, it actually might not be that difficult to chip.
And he could easily have been in the gorse there. That's a break.
He thought it was in the gorse. That was his call. 11T and Gooch. 163 to the hole. Oh, such a safe shot, such a smart shot.
Look at this as well. It's coming down and down and down. Well, McIlroy, potential problems he's got at the 10th. He's driven it into that bunker shy of the green. Victor Hovland's in good shape. Johnson is on a move. Cantlay pushing forward, so too Scotty Scheffler. It's the two Camerons, Smith and Young at the moment, who are slightly treading water.
That's a beautiful tee shot from Taylor Gooch. Let's see if he can roll this one in for a rare 2 at this par 3. That's very well done.
See the television tower there in the middle of your picture. That's the little bunker that McIlroy's in. Where is it in the bunker?
Looks like it's right in the middle. I think it's going to be okay, Dom. Good break for McIlroy.
What about this one, Jamie? Then how do you play this?
Well, it could be a lot worse, Dominic, I can tell you that. It's one of the flattest bunkers on the golf course, and he's in the middle of it, so there's no problem with the lip. It's just getting closer. That pin sort of perched on top of a pimple. That's a difficult thing. You'll be aiming left. Just trying a little cutter here, pitch it on the green. hopefully get a bit of spin. Dustin Johnson just teed off as Rory better take it away. That was yeah, he just needs to settle here. There's just cheers everywhere. He's back in.
Absolutely brilliant.
He made it look easy. That was an awkward shot.
Just listen to that crowd.
There they go. Rory, Rory. I'm not sure I've ever known an atmosphere like this outside of a Ryder Cup. It really is quite special. Look at that birdie eagle around the turn. McIlroy jumps ahead of Victor Hovland and leads the 150th Open. It was a simple shot, Jamie.
Unbelievable. Never seen anything like that.
Had to land it on a thimble. He did. First of all, he had to carry it like 20 yards. Had no green to work with. Landed it softly. That is just pure talent. There's no other way to describe it. Question is, Jamie, how do you follow that one?
It's just a great atmosphere out here on the old course. Hovland's caddy's trying to quieten the crowd. Good luck with that. This is uphill, left to right for Hovland. There's no rush here. Just needs to... I'm sure his adrenaline is pumping as well after watching that. Hovland. They got ice in their veins, though, these Norwegians. This is uphill. And it just turns a little bit left to right up the slope.
Well, that worked well for Dustin Johnson.
What a brilliant effort. Oh, steady, steady.
Now back to the 9th green. We saw the wonderful tee shot of Cameron Smith. This is for his eagle. It's a big ask, and that's a good putt.
He needed to pick up a birdie there. It's not in yet, but it's looking pretty close. Scheffler tee shot at the 11th. The shot suits his shape. Throw it up high and land it soft. Talk about landing on a knife's edge. That was close to the Strath bunker.
Well, that's one of the best shots we've seen on this 11th hole.
Back to 9, this time Cameron Young for the eagle too.
He's had the benefit of watching his playing partner, so he's got a good idea of the pace of this putt.
He's going to return the favor now.
All right, over to 10, Victor Hovland to join McIlroy at 15 under.
This is uphill and could have a little left to right in it. This is not an easy putt. You don't want to lose 2 shots to McIlroy on the 10th.
Well, he used all of the hole, but it's a birdie and an eagle for Hovland and McIlroy at the 10th.
Yeah, they've got a bit of daylight as well up the top there, Dale. 3 shots clear of Johnson and Smith.
Birdies and eagles will do that.
Well, they're both 5 under par today. McIlroy and Hovland, sensational stuff. Time for an afternoon snack.
I think we can allow that. That's lovely. Do you see that? Walking on the tee and Rory congratulating him on his birdie. A little fist bump.
I'm kind of trying to imagine what it must be like for Cameron Smith and Cameron Young out there, hearing all the Rory applause.
I think they're a little stunned. It's quite incredible. Cross breeze, as Jamie was saying. Just got to go for it now, haven't you?
It's definitely an away game for Smith and Young with Rory out there.
He's going to have to chip this ball over the bunker that Rory was in.
To the 11th. Brilliant tee shot here from Scheffler. He's in close. Dustin Johnson, as you can see, must have 50, 60 feet or so to go here. He's just waiting for Patrick Cantlay, who's over on the 12th tee. Beg your pardon. No, well, he's not waiting for Cantlay. He's waiting for someone else who's on the tee, but we will go to Patrick Cantlay on the 12th green.
This is a big breaking putt from the right. Playing at least 10 feet of break. And just falls off once he gets past hole. That's not a terrible effort from what he had.
Dustin Johnson now on the par 3 11th from close on 50 feet. Really just trying to gauge the pace of this putt. Get it up there close and make your par.
Back over to the 10th tee, this time Cameron Young.
Looked like he gave that everything he had. Oh, that was lucky. How did it kick out of that bunker? Normally everything feeds into those bunkers. You get a kick out? Very lucky.
Scheffler for birdie at 11. This for the world #1 to get to 12 under within 3 of the lead.
The tricky putt wind coming from the right, but this wants to go left to right.
So he moves up into joint 4th position. At 12 under, 3 shots off the lead, held by Hovland and Rory McIlroy.
Anyone having any fun in here?
This is amazing. I mean, can you imagine wanting to be anyplace else? Maybe, I think AWOL has the best spot, AWOL and Jamie. There's the comebacker for Cantlay, uphill left to right. You hit this firm, take some breakout.
First bogey today for Patrick Cantlay. He's going to slip back to 10 under par. Let's go to Johnson for his par at 11. No problem at all. He stays 12 under, 3 off the lead. He can get home at the 12th.
I've spent a lot of today at the 3 holes, the 11th, 12th and 13th, and that 12th hole where the pin is today is very, very tricky. It is a really tough pin placement. Seen a bunch of players make 5s. I've seen a few even make 6s on that hole. And
well, what a moment that was. But unfortunately, McIlroy's had a few minutes to calm down, waiting for the group in front. 163 here on 11. Little 8 iron. He can't risk 9. That brings in Strathbunker. Play 170. It's a good yardage. Wind off the left.
A little right. That'll probably end up in Dustin Johnson territory. Actually, not even. That's going down to the front part of 7 green. That is going to be a wicked putt or chip from down there. Massive bank he's going to have to go up.
We've actually seen a few players chip from down there.
Yeah, that tee is sheltered by the big grandstand. They can't fit it. I've seen so many people walking around this loop who've been down that right-hand side on this hole. So you must aim left at the TV tower. That's 10 yards left of the pin for Hovland with the same club.
Pretty much the same line as McIlroy, but enough on it to find the back of the green. Well, it's going further away, isn't it? He'll have a similar sort of challenge to the one that Dustin Johnson just faced. There he is. What a moment. He is a very, very special talent, isn't he?
And just in case you doubt that, I rest my case.
Scotty Scheffler admiring that one. First real sign there of McIlroy getting right into this. He's got a feeling he's just been trying to stay even-keeled, keep the temperament, you know, on a flat line.
There was no even keel when he walked out of the bunker after holding this. Look at the intense look when he comes out. He absolutely means business. And until that point, in the first 9.5 holes today, he hadn't done anything special. It just goes to show you how good he is, because he was right there, just kind of poised, waiting, and that was his pounce.
Now that's interesting, because a lot of similarities between this week and the week that he won the Open Championship at Hoylake. First round, same score. You see another similarity there, and you wonder about fate and all those kind of good things.
Young pitching over the McIlroy bunker. It's so difficult to get it to release the way you want, because it goes up a hill, and then right past the hole we saw the putt from Hovland that ran past.
Now what's he got, McIlroy?
Well, he's got the sand wedge out. It's not too bad down here. It's straight up the valley for McIlroy. Could putt it, but he's electing to chip it because he'll have to really hit the putter. But it's pretty straight. He can pitch it almost on top and should be able to get some spin from here.
Really playing it high, had the club face wide open.
It's okay. Smith.
Sit down, sit down.
Those two shots just show you how brilliant McIlroy's bunker shot was.
Swooping down to the 11th green.
Yeah, such a tough pin this on 11 over that bunker. Just pin positions on this course just change the whole complexion of the holes. And Hovland's got a big swing from the right here. And it's into the wind as well. That'll be a factor. It will slow the putt down. It's a slow putt. It really is. He's got to try and make himself get past and left. That'll leave a flat putt for his second. But not easy to two putt this.
Looks like they're going to have similar par putts.
He's leaving himself a lot of tricky putts, which is not what you want to be doing under this kind of pressure.
Smith from further than he would like for his birdie at 10. Back up towards the hole. He's got a hole one soon.
He was holding these for fun yesterday when he averaged just over 31 feet per hole of hold putts. 253 feet. Never heard of anything like it. No way you could do that again.
Up to 18 from the Valley of Sin, Jordan Spieth.
Spectacular putt. So he'll finish at 8 under.
Hovland first to go for par at 11. This should have just a little bit of right to left in it. I'm sure McIlroy will be watching closely.
Really nicely done from Victor Hovland. Good 2-putt there. Absolutely nothing wrong with a 3 at the 11th.
Well, that putt right there took out any doubt of what the line was. Perfect holding speed. Coming off of such a big moment when he holed the eagle putt, the adrenaline of the previous hole when he made eagle at 10. Now you've got to kind of stay in the moment, calm back down. This is a huge putt right here. Momentum is on your side.
The only disappointing thing about his round yesterday was he missed a couple of shortish putts, and they were ones where he didn't really seem to hit it with as much conviction as maybe he would have liked. It's a little bit tentative, so let's watch the speed that this goes in at.
Let's see if we get a good look at his eyes. I bet these are poulter eyes. Look at the intensity.
Cameron Young for his birdie at the 10th. Go on, go on, go on. Yes! It's a very good up and down from where he was. He didn't hit the greatest of chips.
Amazingly, that's only the 3rd birdie in that final pairing. And a golf course that's giving up a tremendous number of birdies today. Scheffler ready to go with driver at 12.
Pull it.
Oh. That's not good. Here's the US Open champion, Matt Fitzpatrick. Great little run around the turn. Here's a birdie chance at 14, gobbled up by the Englishman. So he moves to 9 under. He'll need a big finish, and he's got some tough holes coming up now. 15, 16 and 17, particularly the road hole. And then another opportunity at the 18th. That's how it looks. 2 shots ahead. McIlroy and Hovland playing together in the 150th Open at St Andrews.
And what a difference the atmosphere is out here in this last group. You're dealing with conditions, the golf course, the cheers that McIlroy pulls. Eerily quiet on the tee and up by the green. It's just hoo-ha. This is so different for these two.
Yeah.
It's amazing how it changes in 10 or 12 minutes.
You like that? Yeah, really trying to beat the winner, getting here a little.
Like you were saying, Jay, limited amount of birdies, but they're only a couple behind, and you feel like they're on a different golf course right now. That's what McIlroy brings.
Yeah, playing in a different tournament almost.
Oh, it's quite incredible.
But they said a moment ago, Anthony, it's an away game for these guys. McIlroy's the home team, and the crowd just lets you know it.
Yeah, very much so. He does move the needle like pretty much no other. Two fine players playing proper here. Now the challenge I always think is to try and miss this flag left and pin high. Saves the ball running away to the right. It's so difficult to do on such a strong crosswind.
Fabulous shot there, right over the flag.
Back over to 12, Dustin Johnson.
Easily within reach. 327 to the front edge. Right of the bunker that Scheffler drove it in. That is going to be a wicked chip or pitch. 4 will be a good score in my mind. Hard to say that with a straight face.
No, but it's true. Xander Schauffele, unfortunately, he had 2 double bogeys in a row in the middle of his round. But this is for an eagle. Go on, go on. Draw, what a finish.
Second eagle today at the 18th. Dylan Fratelli holdout. Well, it helps, but as you say, Dal, it's been a disappointing day for the man who's been in such a rich vein of form recently.
If only those 2 holes.
Just think of the moment. Playing for the Open Championship. These 2 guys are sitting there just having a chat like it's a Saturday morning 4-ball.
Scheffler now at the 12th. And this is such a tricky shot. He's just firstly try to get out the bunker. That's the first thing. Second thing is to try and get it on or near the green. And he's still got a very difficult shot with that slope. And it is like greased lightning once it gets on the green.
What's the way to play this hole then?
Under an assumed name.
Well, if you have the power to hit it over the green, that would be the best place to be.
Absolutely, past the flag. If you can hit it that far today. But it's not a lot of... we've seen... The only person I've seen go past was DeChambeau.
Go on then, Jake. Talk us through it.
This is a pitch shot here. He's going to try and pitch it into the bank. It gets over the bank. This is an unbelievable shot from Dustin Johnson. You can't do any better than that unless you bring in possibly having it roll back to your feet. Great shot.
But you see how fast that was. It's incredible how quick it is. It's just straight downhill.
Up 1 to 13, and Patrick Cantlay to get to 11 under par. Remember, he just dropped a shot at the 12th, so this would be a nice bounce back. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Outside chance for a 2. Always a putt, I think, on the par 311. It's so hard to really judge line and pace. Wind in out of the right as well, just to make it a little bit tougher.
Back to 12. Scheffler short of the green, into. And up it goes, up it goes.
Yeah, but now it goes down. The up part is not a problem. It's the down part that's driving them nuts. Such a penalizing hole location. But the old course, it needs that because it's so short now.
Good tee shot, wasn't it, from Cam Smith here, Wally?
Yeah, it was really good, really good. And it's just starting to find their feet a little bit. Expectation maybe is lifted a little bit, and They can now attack, and that tee shot certainly showed it. This is a putt for me, Cam Smith. Always straightens a little bit more than you think. Wind is still a part of this, off the Eden Estuary behind. Shirts are blowing on this green. It's pretty chilly late in the day. McIlroy's watching on.
And still he cannot buy a putt, Cam Smith. But a three's okay, as we've said, at 11, so he remains 13 under. He's only 2 back, as is Cameron Young, although he's got a little bit to do. There you go, down goes the ball. 5 feet or so for his part. Long wait on the 12th tee for Rory McIlroy and Victor Hovland. Maybe 4 feet for Cameron Young. Nice 2-putt in the end. So once again, a change up in the commentary box alongside myself, Dom Hollier. We've got Tony Johnston and Nicholas Colsarts. Welcome back, guys.
Thank you, Dom.
Not much has happened since you've been away.
Dom, while I've got a chance, very quickly, that Strath bunker in front of 12 green, Davy Strath, named after him. He finished second 3 times in the Open. He then went to live in Australia because he had consumption, and they said go and live over there. Died in Australia, ended up in an unmarked grave. Let's just see if he can make this. And a friend of Mike Clayton's discovered the grave, and the RNA paid for a lovely headstone in Melbourne Cemetery. So well done to all of them. That's a great story. I love it. And thanks to Mike Clayton for the story.
Yeah, isn't it wonderful? Oh, it's a bogey there for Scotty Scheffler, the world #1. First drop shot today for him, so he's back to 11 under, 4 behind. Dustin Johnson will have been keeping a beady eye on it. Not quite the same line, but he'll have a rough idea now what it does around the hole. This to join Young and Smith at 13 under, 2 off the lead.
That was a good try from Dustin Johnson on the drivable 12. You know, that's the thing with these par 4s, you know, you think you can drive them, but they're not automatic birdies because of the severity of some of these pin placements.
And if you spray one, it can be an automatic 6, Nicker.
Yeah, I've been plenty of time in the gorse on 12, I'm afraid.
Back to the tee. And the man of the moment, Rory McIlroy, 341. Can he get it past the pin? Just about, but he needs his best. Wind off the right, slightly hurting him. So if he's going to get it on top, he needs to turn it right to left.
He's heading towards the bunker. Is it going to stay out?
Yeah, high spinny one. So he stays short of that bunker Will talked about.
It's a rather beautiful thing to watch, isn't it, that swing?
It's just picked up a bit, this breeze now. Becoming a good club and a half of wind, and it's slightly hurting them.
Light the candle!
A little more down the left-hand side.
A couple of hops more and I would have get through that rough and maybe make that second shot a little bit easier for Victor Hovland on 12.
Bang, it takes some confidence and courage to hit it on that line if that was intended.
This is Siwoo Kim, and there's a chance to go double digits under par at the 14th, the par 5, and he does. 4 birdies, no drop shots, very neat and tidy from the South Korean. Johnson at 13.
He's looking at this anxiously because that's in line with the famous coffins. He's just flown the last one. And that's a really good break for Dustin Johnson, because now he's just going to have a flick into this 13th hole.
This is Matt Fitzpatrick through the back of the 15th green.
Well, that's just absurd. Absolutely absurd how good that is. We're seeing some miracles out there.
Johnson has avoided the bunkers on 13. Here's Scheffler.
I think I saw it just in the left rough, just right of that far bunker.
Up to the par 5 14th, and Cantlay's driven it into the rough. Looks like a lofted club, so just aiming to get it back in play.
That's okay. It's found a nice greenish lie as well. Might be able to get some spin on that.
And that rather large bunker down in the bottom right-hand corner of your picture is why he didn't get more ambitious with that shot. That is hell bunker. So McIlroy and Hovland taking on the 12th hole at 15 under. 2 shots behind them, it's Smith and Young. Dustin Johnson is 3 in arrears, and the world #1 Scotty Scheffler has 4 to make up over the closing 6 holes. Fitzpatrick has tapped in for his par at 15, so he stays at 9 under par. 3 holes to go. Here's McIlroy at 12.
Oh, this is a tough one off a bare lie. Got his lob wedge out. He's taking some bounce off this lob wedge, which will really help him here. Just square the face up a little bit more. Hopefully get some spin up this bank, but 20 feet's a good shot here.
Got that much closer without taking serious risks.
TJ, that's a good shot.
Really is.
It doesn't look like it on the TV, but that is a good shot. This, what do you do out here? Because this, you can't spin it. You're gonna have to run it. He gets this inside McIlroy's. Well, he'll have played an absolute beauty, but you're gonna have to try and fiddle one up the bank here and just get it toppling over the other side. Dangerous shot here for Hovland.
How good is that? How good is that? For a man who is not renowned for his chipping skills, that is an absolute gem.
Cantlay's 3rd at the 14th now. holding the pose.
It's actually a very good result from there. A couple of yards left, I would have fallen into one of them bunkers.
Right, back 2 holes. And a birdie putt for Rory McIlroy.
What a shot from Hovland that was. That's his shot of the day. They're turning on a show for the galleries here. Now McIlroy, I don't see anything in this part at all. You've seen this part more than I have, but I don't see anything in this. It's not a bad place to putt from. It's slightly uphill as well. It's a good chance for McIlroy.
I trust your eyes, Jamie. What a great try.
So just apart, Hovland has a chance to move clear in front. Before that,
13th hole. Scotty Scheffler. The one-handed finish. Just a bit left, but it's not a bad result. The world number 1.
What a 3 this will be for Victor Hovland. Just a little bit of break left in it. Just coming off the right.
Like McIlroy, close but no cigar. Dustin Johnson into the 13th.
That'd be nothing more than a wedge, maybe a sand iron for Dustin Johnson. And you can see that by the reaction of the ball there, being able to put a lot of spin on this full shot.
Back to 12, par putt for Hovland. Six holes to play for both our leaders.
A couple of drivers, I think, for these two. They're going to have a go at this, try and get somewhere close. Ball flight, maybe scamper it on. Bunker right in the middle was always the one that used to give me a load of grief. Slightly elevated tee, which also doesn't really help late in the day. It's definitely got a little bit darker in the last hour or so. It's pretty blustery, bit of cold. They're going to have to work hard coming home, all these players. And the wind out the right, so really you want to try and turn this one over, try and get that hard right to left bounce.
Tell you what, that might go up on 12, and it has. For Young, didn't quite look like he liked it. That's the best we've seen for hours on 12.
He is one of the longest on the PGA Tour, Cameron Young. head to 13 and McIlroy.
And he's got the 3-wood. It's down breeze off the right now, all the way in. He hit 3-wood here yesterday and carried the coffin bunkers down the left. Same ploy today. Aiming left.
What a lucky boy. What a lucky boy. He knew straight away that was hot.
Wow. 5 yards left. Gorse, 5 yards right. Horrible bunkers.
Back to 12. Cameron Smith.
Get on the hole!
That's as far as Cam Smith could have hit this on 12, actually. It's going to test his short game then.
Scheffler way left off the tee, pitched it to this point. So this is for a birdie 3 to climb to 12 under.
Excellent try, another foot of pace, maybe.
Driver for Hovland. He's going to have to aim a bit straighter with this club. Maybe he's just trying to pummel it through the fairway up the right.
On practice day, we saw a lot of guys doing that, just chasing it through the fairway, onto the upslope, into the rough, and just taking their chances with a decent lie from there. Don't know how he can get it close from there, though, because if he lands it on the green, it's all chasing away from him.
Chance for Dustin Johnson to climb within 2 at the 13th.
Cantlay for a birdie at 14. Quite a swing off the left here, and quite quick at the death. Tough putt.
They're about 3 inches quicker today than they were yesterday, these greens. Oh. Well, well, well. Out of nowhere. Well, that's come at a bad moment in some ways, although he has got the par 5 next up, the 14th. Strange one from Johnson. Siwoo Kim with another chance, this to climb to 11 under.
He just keeps rolling them in.
Just the 7th birdie today at the 15th hole, so that's one against the field. And Kim moves it to 10 under par. He is 5 behind Rory McIlroy and Victor Hovland on what has been an intriguing and very exciting Saturday here at the 150th Open. My word, they have put on a show out there today, befitting of the occasion. Really good stuff from Molinari. It's been tough times for the Italian, the man who won the Open at Carnoustie in what were similarly sort of baked conditions. Perhaps it was even firmer and faster at Carnoustie back in 2018. Filippo Celli will be pleased with his day's work. He's kept himself in the hunt for the silver medal. It's all gone a little bit awry, I'm afraid, for Barclay Brown, who was in the pole position for that silver medal. Drop shots for him at 14, at 15, at 16, and now at 17. He's back to 1 under. To the 14th tee, the par 5, and Scheffler.
Went off the right on 14. You know, you don't really want to put the out of bounds in play on the right. You quickly put it left, and you, as we just saw, quickly end up into this long grass down the slope there, the left of 14.
Hovland from the top of the bank. Jumpy lie. It's only a pitch with his 54. He's got to pitch it on the front and hope it just stops somehow here down the wind at 13.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and that is going to run and run and run, and he's going to have a good 120-footer. Minimum.
May need to rethink his strategy on the final day if the wind's similar. Here's McIlroy.
Oh, this is perfect, Tom. This really is. He's looking straight up the runway, all the way to the pin from 117 for McIlroy. Chance to get close to this difficult pin here on 13.
That's excellent from where he was, and made use of that fantastic break that he had off the tee, because it was a very, very good one.
Took a firm bounce, didn't it? Here's Cameron Smith back at 12.
Yeah, we're talking precision chipping here for Cam Smith, and precision it is. Probably only had a foot to land this. And it's still going. Great skill there, great skills from Cameron Smith.
Not too far away from the Hovland putt. So Dustin Johnson coming off the drop shot at 13.
A little bit of left to right from Dustin Johnson, trademark. Get away with left to right into right wind because the fairways are so firm. You can still see this ball running and running and running. He'll have a crack at the 14th, par 5, Dustin Johnson.
Pretty much as good as it gets.
Yep, absolutely, just perfection. Young has knocked it on the 12th green. This for an eagle. Oh, it's fast. It's so fast once you get over that hill.
Ahead to the 16th, and Matt Fitzpatrick. It's quite a steep slope he's coming up. Then onto the Downs hill side of this tier.
Yeah, when you putt from that part of the green on 16, it's almost like the hole is cut head high.
Smith at 12 to get to within 1 of the lead.
Just hasn't happened for Cam Smith today. He's shaved a lot of holes. It hasn't been quite as sharp. And that's a par 4 on 12. He stays at 13 under, 2 behind.
Well, Hovland, I'm told this is the furthest anyone's been away from the pin here today on 13. It's got to be 40 yards, over 120 feet of putt here. Back into the wind as well. Bit of right to left.
From 120 feet to about, what, 7? It's a pretty good result.
Cameron Young. Remember, he drove the green. First putt has gone to here, so this is to get to 14 under. And he's had a look at Cam Smith's putt, and he's got it. That's a nice move. They looked a bit nervy, both of them, in the early stages, but that's 3 shots he's picked up in the last 4 holes to close within 1. The PGA Tour rookie, remember, looking for a first win. This would be a decent place to start.
Well, he's right in the middle of this huge green, which shares its surface with the 5th. And the way Hovland's ball moved to the left, you've got to think this is up the right for McIlroy, for the bird.
Not going to get there, is it? Shake of the head, he knows that's not his best work.
Siwoo Kim. At the dry, wiry grass. Expecting it to bounce on a little more now. That is a tough putt as well. Look at the size of that mound he's got to come over.
Back to the 13th and the par putt for Victor Hovland. Bogey free so far today. Very similar to the one that Dustin Johnson just missed. I don't want to put the curse on him. Yep. Really good 2-putt from that distance.
He's steady, Hovland. He's steady. He looks engaged.
Back to the tee. Young.
Yeah, that's a club we haven't seen yet on 13. An iron, we know he hits it long.
Uh-oh.
We want this to keep going left.
Take it, Cameron. We'll take it.
Oh, I tell you what, it is now absolutely brilliant. Pulled it far enough left to just miss the coffins. Very aptly named 3 bunkers, I tell you what. It's pretty terminal when you go in them.
A little bit longer than it looked from our first camera angle for McIlroy. This for par to stay at 15 under. Alongside Victor Hovland. Yep, no problems. Once again back to the tee and a driving iron for Cam Smith.
Yeah, Cam Young down the left, looks like he's okay. Just difficult on this right to left breeze. You've got to commit to this.
Well, there's no doubt about his strategy there. He wasn't going anywhere near. Oh, was he going near the bunkers? Oh, heavens.
Oh, it hasn't finished yet. Oh, my goodness. Absolutely no stance whatsoever. Nothing.
I'm not sure Cam Smith carries a left-handed club, because that's what he's going to need here on 13 by the edge of this bunker.
Over to the 14th tee. Strides Rory McIlroy.
No surprise that Kim's putting this. There's almost no other option. Yeah, I mean, almost a guess what you've got to do on that putt. Comes off that hill so fast, and the trouble is if you don't hit it quite hard enough, it comes back to your feet.
613 yards today, this 14th hole, par 5. Long is its name. It's a daunting tee shot. Got to take it over the wall today, really. Down the wall, bit of draw. The beard is a cluster of bunkers down the left-hand side as well.
Way left.
Get way left. It's listening.
Got lucky there though. He's found the fairway of the adjacent fifth hole. He'll get to the green in 2 for that. Easy.
He's had 2 good breaks off both of the last tee shots, Nicker.
100%.
Ride your luck.
Yeah, not so easy today, this tee shot's been straight downwind most of the week. They've been running through the fairway, believe it or not. Not today. Wind straight across, slightly helping if anything, but not much. Hovland.
Let's go, big time!
Trying to hold it against the wind.
I still think this is the right shot. I mean, look at the life there is in those fairways. You know, for Rory, it's very tempting to go over the wall and bring it with the wind, but you have to take such a tight line on the right, and he's always going to bring the left into play. I think this was the right shot to play here.
Matt Fitzpatrick. Still in the hunt at 9 under. How dead has it come out? Very is the answer. He knew it straight away too. Oh my goodness. That's the stuff of nightmares.
Now Scheffler on 14, the par 5. Remember, the pin is on the left there. I'm not sure Scheffler has much of a shot here, coming from the rough, with bunkers in front of him. He'll have to work this off the right. Yeah, that's absolute beauty. Killed it in the slope at the front of the green. Almost finds the right weight. Perfect execution from the world number 1.
Par putt at 16 for Siwoo Kim.
He would have watched that first putt very closely from short of the green, and it did break right to left quite a bit. That broke a lot less.
Not sure he could have seen what that ball did, considering how high the mound is in front of him and where he just put it from.
First drop shot today for the Korean. There's the 14th green. Scheffler there in 3. I'm assuming wherever Dustin Johnson is. I can't quite see his ball. He's over the back of the green in 2. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Well, let him ponder that while we get back to the woes of Cam Smith.
Yeah, I'm a little baffled with this, Tony. I see this as a chip up the fairway. He's looking left and standing in the bunker. This is seriously dangerous with a wall of gorse down that left wing.
Still kind of like this. We're going to have to open it up to...
This is so dangerous wall if he did try that. I mean, the heel can catch, you can go straight left. The other...
Yeah, he's taking it on, Tony. He's going to have a go at this.
Well, the other danger here, Wardy, is a potential shank.
Yeah, If this comes off, this will be
shot
as
of the
you'll see.
tournament.
Oh man, this is unbelievable. He's a good 1.5 foot below the level of the ball, down onto the shaft. This has got danger all over it.
Yeah, that just was not the play. Got to take your medicine at St Andrews at times. Chip it out, Nico. Chip it out and work from there.
He's only 2 behind. You know, we've been following Cam Smith today. He's having an average day, let's say. You know, you chip out, still try to save par, try to make another birdie or two at the end of the day, and you're still in contact, where this could have been actually disastrous.
I mean, just 9 things that could go wrong there, and about 1/10 of a thing that could go right.
He almost pulled the fingers off his gloves there. He is furious with himself. Young.
Yeah, rightly so. That was not on, off the downslope. Cameron Young, totally blind second.
I'm from Florida, so.
Right, okay.
Yeah, trying to carry it just over that little grassy hollow and didn't make it.
Dustin Johnson on the par 5 14. He's hit it through the back, and he's got a collection of mounds to deal with here.
Oh.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
I didn't expect this one to be in play, though.
That could almost go in the bunker. It is going in the bunker. Oh, my nerves.
He was only heading one spot once it gets past the other side of the green. Big mistake there from DJ.
Barclay Brown, as I said, he's had a wretched few holes with 4 drop shots in a row from the 14th. That's disappointing. 77 for Barclay Brown, so all the way back to 1 under par. Certainly not out of it in terms of winning the silver medal. They'll need a good one out there tomorrow.
Can't even go at the flag. Gonna do well to get it on the 4th green. He hasn't. Has he? Oh, a foot shorter. That's in the other bunker. Whew.
They're in 4, struggling to make his par at the par 5. Talking of struggling to make your par, here's Fitzpatrick at 17, 3rd shot.
With the cross-handed grip, or the cack-handed grip, shall we say. Now it's difficult to bring this left enough because you have to deal with the shoulder of the bunker. It's coming a good 3rd into that part of the green.
Well, another risk for Cam Smith. This is buried in the heather off such an upslope. This is almost as risky. Never follow one mistake with another. This requires unbelievable skill.
And a huge amount of good luck.
Yeah, he's hit it about 40 yards in front of him in the hay.
Oh.
Just didn't see it. It was never getting any distance on that.
It's getting messy.
Yeah, I think Cam Smith will be furious at himself here.
So the par putt for Dustin Johnson, up ahead at the par 5 14th. Remember, he was through the green in 2. It's taken him 4 to get there, and he's not finished yet.
We've watched some out-and-out miracles in the last hour, and now we're watching some chaos. Fitzpatrick, this would be a fantastic par if he could roll this in. Oh my goodness, I just can't wait to see something normal happen out here, Nico.
Well, we've seen unbelievable golf for a couple hours now. Let's give this guy a break.
Yeah.
You know, give them 5 minutes, get all these bat shots out of the way, and finish on a good note.
Yeah.
Trouble is, it actually gets tougher from here on in, doesn't it? After 14.
Just for a 6. Whew. Well, eventually, but 5 to get down from just over the back of the green. All he could see when he was over the back of the green was a birdie. Yep.
Falls 5 off the pace with those back-to-back bogeys. Scheffler also with work to do for his part.
Yeah, that's a well-constructed 5 for Scheffler. As soon as you get out of position on 14, it becomes a difficult par 5. Could be an easy 4, but it could be a difficult 5 to make at times.
Back down this hole. Same yardage for McIlroy and Hovland. Who's going to go first, Jamie?
I think it's Hovland to go first. Equidistant, but I think on the angle it's him. I think Rory might be a little bit closer in that yardage, but it's difficult to tell. Better shot for Hovland. He's got a much better line in. Just been raked the bunker in front of the green here by these excellent bunker rakers from Bigger, the Greenkeepers Association. And he's gone, so he's off now. Hovland. Got that long line out. There's a couple of little bunkers just short, right on his line, so he's going to have to go round those. Play to the right, play to our camera tower at the back of the green. If you can go long here, that's the play.
Started it bang on the camera tower.
Scuttle, 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 get over the crest. Oh, it's just going to feed back. Almost superb.
Same yardage for McIlroy. Slight downslope. It's a good lie, but there's a bit of a ridge in front of him as well. He's going to have to try and play a hooky type shot into this green. Aim up the right.
Wants this to come a little bit more off the right, but he gets the bounce off the mound. He's get the bounce, he's get the right angle on the bounce, and it stays just short of that slope that brings the ball. Could have bring the ball at the back end of the green. Amazing shot from Rory McIlroy.
Back to the travails of Cam Smith. 4th shot. And again, not an easy one. Steep upslope. And it'll be a miracle if he can avoid a double bogey.
How many clubs you would have in your bag left after this, Tony, if this was you?
I don't know about the drive. I would have been angry off the tee even. Oh, it would be wonderful to see him hold a nice putt now, because we don't want to see any disasters. Young. Cleverly played. Just impossible to stop it down that slope. Impossible. He's done okay.
Yeah, wind pushing it along as well. Scheffler on the tee at the 15th.
Oh, a groan as soon as he hit it. Going left.
Yep.
You know what? That's going to be okay. The other side of that mound might be on the fairway there.
It's going to have a great angle because the pin is on the right-hand side of 15, so...
So, Cam Smith for a bogey 5 at the 13th. And if ever he needed a putt, it's right here, right now.
Unlucky with a tee shot, yes, but the second shot, the choice was just bad.
Patrick Cantlay for a bogey 5 at 16. Cruel. So he's back to 8 under par, 7 off the lead. Young to stay at 14 under. Oh, he was up and out of it quickly. He just knew he hadn't hit it. Drop shot for him. So he's back to 13 under. McIlroy and Hovland ahead by 2. Well, we had that wonderful spell of golf, didn't we, around the turn? All sorts were going on. Now it's getting a bit tougher on the homeward stretch.
Fourteenth green, just for an eagle, but this is like total wipeout trying to balance it along this little tabletop in front of him here. This is a very difficult putt for Hovland to judge this. It could go either way, this one. Pretty good, pretty good.
Yes, he had to flirt with that fall off on the left edge of the green, didn't he? But he's done it well, Victor Hovland. He's looked remarkably composed out there today, Jamie.
Yeah, that was some shot, Dominic. It really was.
Especially with everyone rooting for McIlroy.
Yeah, but they're rooting for him as well. He's got his supporters out here.
Good.
That was some shot from McIlroy. I've seen so many shots of the year so far today. Quite incredible. That chip of Hovland's on 12 and that bunker shot of McIlroy's on 10. And this shot McIlroy just hitting here, boy, 3-iron. Brilliant. From a horrible downslope. Made it look easy. This for eagle.
How makeable would you say this is, Jamie?
Pretty makeable. I mean, it's difficult. It's left to right. It's got to go over a little bit of a ridge, but you could be in worse spots on this green. This is holeable.
I think that is a fantastic putt. No need to do anything heroic.
17, Siwoo Kim's third shot.
And he's on the green. That's unbelievable. That is just... Are we returning back to another spell of fabulous golf, perhaps? The skill involved in that. Off the front of that green, over the road bunker, over the side of it. Incredible.
Well, we've pretty much given Rory his one. Victor Hovland has a birdie putt, though, to get to 16 under.
It's a nice spot to be if you're this distance from the hole. It's uphill. They're going to have a little right to left to it. Just what a right-handed player wants. They can go ahead and release the putter.
It's putted well today.
Yeah, just not quite enough read in it. It was a good try at a good pace too. Positive putt.
This is the point of the day when McIlroy's long game just starts wearing you out. You're doing everything you can, and he just becomes a sight that's unbeatable. How do you defeat that?
And for the first time this week, Rory McIlroy is out in front on his own.
bunker shot at 10 was a major turning point, I think. I honestly think you could stand there and hit that bunker shot 500 times and never hole it. Massive, massive point in this tournament.
6 under par today is McIlroy. He hasn't dropped a shot. He's got a tough stretch coming up, 15, 16 and 17.
How does the Open Championship always produce special stuff? Always.
He's marching on to the 15th tee. We'll head up to the 18th, and Matt Fitzpatrick for a closing birdie. So drop shot at 17, he gets it back there at the 18th, and it's a round of 69 for Fitzpatrick. He'll go into the final day at 9 under par.
Into the top 10, but that's not what he's looking for. The US Open champion, he's got a major under his belt, and he'll be looking for something special tomorrow.
15T, there's some decision making to be made here. There are lots of choices, Jamie.
Yeah, and he missed it right yesterday. McIlroy, 458, the 15th. Looks like driver from down here. It is driver. Narrow gully to hit this driver down. Wind straight off the right.
One of the spikes in his shoe was just on a tee that was embedded in the ground, so that's all it was, nothing nerves. Interesting, it looked like that's where he was trying to hit it, Tony. Didn't try and hit the fairway. Scheffler, third shot, pitching off the green at 15. You know, there's a lot of humps and hollows and bumps between you and the hole when you decide to chip from the green, when there's not a bunker or anything between you and the hole.
Hovland with the driver as well. It looks like he's aiming straighter than McIlroy. He's heading a little left.
I'm not convinced driver's the right shot there today. You know, you just smash it up into that mound with the grass. You don't have much control with the second.
229. Cameron Smith, not a problem getting there. Just going to just try and release this one up the tee. Ball maybe a little bit below the feet. It won't do him any harm.
Heading towards those bunkers.
He stayed out of ginger beer, I believe. But still a tough shot from down that bank.
Dustin Johnson coming off those 2 successive drop shots, and he doesn't get it back there at the 15th. So he's now 6 behind McIlroy.
The leading 3 are starting to spread eagle a little bit, starting to eliminate players from contention tomorrow. If you're McIlroy, that's what you want to do, eliminate challengers.
Just the first cut, really. Pretty wispy and sort of almost trod down. 252, just short of that little pot bunker in front. What's the challenge here up the right? Try and test that right side and just run it up the slope. Cameron Young. This looks pretty good, boys.
Similar sort of line to Cam Smith. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Just put the brakes on. Terrific second shot. Well thought out and beautifully executed.
We saw the birdie chip at 15. Scheffler for par. I have to think the world #1 doesn't want to be giving away too much more, and he didn't. What an up and down. Do you call it an up and down when you chip from the green? Get down in 2? I'm going to call it an up and down.
He knows how important that was. He's giving it the fist bump, Scotty Scheffler. Stays 5 behind. There he is alongside Cam Smith. At 11 under par, it is McIlroy who leads the way in this 150th Open. What a Saturday it's been. These players will be relying on a few slip-ups from the leaders coming down the stretch here on Saturday. John Rahm never really got it going this week, has he? 5 under for the championship. Putter misbehaving a little bit. It was exciting stuff from Dean Burmester earlier today. 5 under 67 for the long-hitting South African. Taylor Gooch was going along nicely, but I'm afraid he made a double bogey at 14 and has dropped shots at 15 and 16 as well. This is the 16th tee. Scheffler.
Aiming down the right side. Looks pretty narrow down there, Jamie. Oh, excuse me. Jamie Hunt with his group and is playing a cut shot off the principal's nose. Missing Deacon Simon to the left, and if you get a decent lie, that's not too bad.
Hovland got a good lie on top of this hill from 154. He's going to jump a little bit. He likes this shot. Flag at the back.
He's actually not too far away from where he was yesterday, was it, when he holed out for an eagle 2.
That's really a smart play right there, taking the trouble out of play. There are times when you can attack and times when you can't. That was a knot.
Yeah, and this is probably another one. There's ball sitting right down for McIlroy from 152, just a wedge. Just going to release out of this lie.
He's looking at it with intent, isn't he? Sounded pretty good. As Jamie said, just released out of there. Still a very good shot from the lie that McIlroy had.
Yeah, he took the flag out, just put it back in, putter. Just quite thick down there, obviously where the sprinklers come on and just collect. So this actually is a little bit harder, I think, than you would imagine. But let's be honest, he's done well to miss that bunker on that there. Hit it in there, I don't think he'd have been making 4, so every chance he can 2-putt this. But I do think once he's on top, it is quicker than it looks.
You know, it only needed a foot more pace. It would have got all the way down to the hole from where he was, but leaves himself another awkward one.
Cameron Young from the other side of the hole, Anthony.
Yeah, super shot in, really was. I don't know how close it was to staying up there. It can't have been much because it's only just dropped to the bottom. A little bit surprised with Cameron Smith. Really hit it a little bit harder. It was obvious that it was thick down there. Never really gave it enough. This is up a rise of nearly a foot, so it's quite a slow one. I can't imagine many have got it closer than Cameron Young, I would have thought.
Certainly not that we've seen. Rory was Similar, maybe slightly further away, but at a different angle.
Most of the crowd have moved on. There's a few thousand out here with this group. It is an eerie feeling. It's quite strange, very unusual. And Cam Smith especially looks more distracted now than he has been all day. Probably still worrying that issue at 13.
That's good putt, good pace there for Cameron Young. He's going to pick one up, and he's hanging right in there. Hasn't had a special day. It's, as Anthony said, it's kind of a tough last pairing. Dustin Johnson. They're just little round one-shot penalties, aren't they?
Birdie putt for Hovland. Holding these for fun earlier. A little bit of right to left down the hill.
It's not a fun distance.
Scheffler. Pretty good lie by the look of it. That is just wonderful. That is just a startlingly good shot, I've got to say.
That's a proper link shot, isn't it? Excellent stuff, using the contours and the bank there at 16. Back a hole to McIlroy.
Yeah, for the birdie. Both players electing to have the flag in. It's fluttering about a bit. That's great for the spectators. They can see everything. Big stand to the right of this green. McIlroy aiming left. Bit of turn early, then it straightens.
He's like Hovland. This ran by more than what it looked like from that low camera angle.
Third at the 16th now for Dustin Johnson, having taken a visit to the bunker. He's just leaking oil a bit out there now, isn't he, DJ?
Yeah, he sure is. Smith for birdie. Pretty quick down here. Nice. Nice recovery after that. And it wasn't a bad first, but honestly, it was a foot away from being very good. But it's a good little fight back.
Hovland for par at 15.
I can see this one having a hint of left to right. That is a very good save. You don't want to keep leaving yourself those. He's a young man. Those will make you old quickly. This one is a similar distance for McIlroy, and this has, I think, a little bit more break to it, a little left to right slide as well. I actually think this putt is a little bit more complicated than the one Hovland had.
No problem for McIlroy. Stays one ahead. 3 holes of this second round to go. Now you've got 2 tough holes coming up. 16 and 17. In fact, the 2 hardest holes on the course today. Here's Cameron Young.
You know, I don't think these guys have any intention of trying to get it close to the flag. I think they're just blasting it on that mound and just trying to get it in the middle of the green, and they'll take that every day.
Dustin Johnson has to go up a big step and breaking right to left at 16 for par after driving into Deacon Syme, and that was a very good putt. But it's still a drop shot.
Be 3 gone in 4 holes for Johnson. He's going to slide back to 9 under, 7 off the pace. Siwoo Kim looking to go the other way here at 18. And does. Good round of golf. 67, just the one drop shot. That came at the 16th.
Well, he's having a go with the driver. He's been aggressive all week on 16. There's a bunker down there at the 300-yard mark. Deacon Syme, it's called.
That just missed it, Jamie. That's the same bunker that took a pound of flesh out of Dustin Johnson in the previous group.
That was risky, Jake. But he's done it all week, McIlroy, with that club. As the wind freshens off the right. We're well into the evening here. Hovland, I fancy, might be going a bit further left. I don't think he carries it quite as far as McIlroy. But he can hit that hold-up shot with this driver. Both staying aggressive.
Similar play to what he did, Tony, off the 15th tee, just playing into the left rough on purpose.
Yeah, just try and get it in the heart of the green. 2 putts at par there is fine.
On the 15th tee, Cameron Smith, fresh off that birdie at 14.
Yeah, Cam. Come on, Cam.
It's an amazing tee shot. Right between the 2 mounds, very narrow part of the fairway.
Scheffler at 16 down the slope for a birdie 3 to get to 12 under within 4.
Wow, talk about not taking advantage of a great shot, and that was a truly great shot. Great gets used too often. That was a great shot.
Not able to take advantage though. The world #1 is at 11 under par alongside Siwoo Kim, who's made a great move out there today. He's got in at 11 under, 5 back of the lead.
This is interesting. There's a marshal standing right in front of Cameron Young. Almost in a bit of a daze out here.
I like trapping him, yeah, totally.
It's been a long day for them, Wally.
Yeah, it has. It was a long wait, isn't it, to tee off? That's the issue, isn't it? 137 out of the straw, pitching somewhere around the front at most, I think. Otherwise, it will release all the way through this. You love that noise.
Stay there, and that was the plan, I think, on the tee. Just smash it into that rough, find the heart of the green.
To 17, the road hole, and Scheffler.
Can he take it over the hotel, in the Old Course Hotel on the side of the shed? He didn't take it over it, but he curved it towards that. That is really a good tee shot. That's an aggressive line. It sets up now a really tough second shot.
You know, if I was one of the caddies, I'd say to my player, in the practice days, get up that tower and get a line, because you see it so much better from up there, don't you? Smith. What a tee shot down 15. And he's got an angle at the flag. Is he brave enough to take it on, because it is such a minuscule landing area? That's just excellent. I just don't know, you know, unless you have a good break, there's almost no way to get it closer than that.
Should be straight out of the right.
There's the 16th. Somewhere down there is Victor
West
Hovland.
southwest is straight right to left.
And he has 123 yards from a pretty good lie, actually. Played for it down here to the left-hand rough. Front pin, though, just above the ridge. It's so difficult to get close. I think he'll just play pin high left if he can.
Bounce up.
And he's trying to take that flag on. I reckon if you bring him back here in 10 years' time and gave him that same shot, he would come up with a different plan.
That also goes to show you how good Scotty Scheffler's shot was. There are the bunkers, Principal's nose, Deacon's sign, which McIlroy narrowly missed. What does Rory's lie look like in the left rough?
It's not great, Jay, but to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter all the way down here. He's only got 86 yards. He's just sitting down a bit, and he's been aggressive up this tee all week. That's impressive, because it is not an inviting tee shot to get all the way down here. He's done it every day. So this is just sitting down. He's walked all the way up to the green. The crowd love him. They just love him. But again, he's just going to have to play for a bit of release. Try and get it on top if he can.
Well done. Smart play. And played well.
Dealing with all the crowd noise, this one's just pushing right and then coming back from his right. Just waiting for these two to burst.
Good pace there. That's the putt that McIlroy ran past the hole. Good touch for Young.
We perhaps shouldn't be surprised he's playing so well in these circumstances. He's been in contention a lot this season already, even though he hasn't won. Now Cantlay for eagle at 18. Look at the backswing. That's a fine effort.
It really is. He's left himself on the wrong side of the hole there. That is a wicked little left to right slider coming up, but good effort from that distance for sure.
A little bit, but not much.
The view back down 17.
Prefer, I think a little bit for a low one, which is good.
Scheffler's found the fairway at this par 5. I say that ironically, as I know it's a par 4. It's actually playing tougher than the 5th, which is one of the 2 par 5s.
I was okay with you calling it a par 5. It looks like he's going to the right. He's taking a chance here, bringing the road into play.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yes.
Was 6 feet from being on the road, but now birdie opportunity. Back to 15 and Smith. He was holding those for fun yesterday. What a difference a day makes. Now not only did he not hold it, he's got 3.5 feet for par.
This is Victor Hovland at the 16th. Jamie.
Yeah, just off the green. He just asked the referee if he could mark it, but I think they determined it was off the green, so he hasn't been able to lift and clean it, but it doesn't make much difference, to be honest. But another difficult putt he's got, but his long putting's been brilliant today. Hovland up a very steep bank and right to left and then down the other side. Phew, where these pins are, if you just miss in the wrong spot, to 2-putt is some job. But he's done it all pretty good today so far.
Mound hot. Different camera angle. I think we'll see a different story. Some work to be done.
Smart play from McIlroy, Jamie.
Yeah, he had no choice, did he? And that's the issue when you miss the fairways. You just can't get any purchase on the ball. But it's a good spot here, and there's not a lot of break on this putt. It's pretty straight down there. If anything, I see a little bit of left or right. Just has that feel about it, and the history sort of tells me it's going to go that way a little bit, but won't do much.
Yeah, not bad. So a little bit of tidying up required, but I don't want to tempt fate. The putt has worked well. It's worked like the McIlroy of 10 years ago, to be honest.
There's plenty left in this one for Hovland. He would have been looking closely at it when it rolled past the hole, and rolled plenty past the hole. Should have a little left to right slide to it. Question is how much? How hard am I going to hit it? Am I going to hit it soft and set it out a half a ball, or am I going to hit it firm and start it out inside the hole? So many questions.
Yeah, very similar to the one that Siwoo Kim had. He missed it on the high side. Not so Hovland. Really good 2-putt in the end. He makes his pass, stays 15 under.
That was really well done, putting up that bank, getting down in 2.
Also for McIlroy, he maintains his 1-shot lead with 2 holes to play. From the road hole bunker, Johnson.
He's got himself into a spot of bother today, hasn't he, with these bunkers? These putt bunkers are just brutal.
This is the birdie putt for Cantley I was talking about. Look how far left he's aiming. That was always going to be a tough putt.
71 on Saturday for Patrick Cantley. Not quite as good as he would have hoped for. 8 under par and a share of 10th place, but 8 shots behind this man.
Driver, wind off the right. How far right do you dare?
Pretty good view of that one, but that was from the high camera. Adam Scott to finish off on 18.
Yeah, playing with Patrick Cantley's just dropped a shot at 17. And a 70 for the birthday boy. Back to the tee at 17, and Hovland.
Also with the driver on 17, Hovland.
Should suit his shape, shouldn't it?
I hope so.
It's just so difficult to hit it far enough right. So many stories over the years of balls going out of bounds into the Old Course Hotel. Nobody wants to make that mistake.
Well, his Open victory at Royal Liverpool in 2014 wasn't his last major win. Of course, he went on that summer to win the PGA Championship, but it has been 8 years, and that's difficult to believe when you watch Rory McIlroy playing golf like he has done recently, that he has not won or not added to his major haul.
Scheffler for birdie, only the 6th player in the entire field hit the green in regulation today. Pretty good swing from the right.
Keep going. You don't want to hit the screen in 2 and 3 putted. Oh dear, oh dear.
A driver for Cameron Young on the 16th tee. It's been a popular strategy.
Stay. Good ball, Cam. Yeah, it's okay.
Same plan. Biff it into the rough. Get it on the green. 2 putts and go.
Well, this may be Dustin Johnson's chances of winning the Open right here. Par putt at 17. That was gutsy. It's been unravelling a little bit for Dustin Johnson over the last few holes. Now he's got a chance at 18.
Jay, I've got to ask you a question. If you were just building a golf course and I came to you and I said, look, I've got an idea. We're going to have a 495-yard par 4. You're going to start off driving over sheds. We're then going to go around the corner. We're going to put the green at the wrong angle with a bomb blast just left of it, a little ditch behind it, and then we're going to put a road and a wall.
I'll answer in a second. Scheffler for par to remain at 11 under. Just hits it through the break. Are you going to dig that bunker with a shovel? Because I'm gonna hit you with the shovel if you design a hole like that.
And yet it's so brilliant, isn't it? At the right time in the round, it's genius. Smith. Well, we know going at that flag is not a good plan. And he's done the right thing. Very, very smart shot.
Yes, he seems to have recovered his equilibrium a little bit after that wobble at 13.
Yeah, this is sitting down a little bit. 120 for Cameron Young. A couple of options here. Just try and jam it into this bank and just kick it up as Cam Smith has done.
Stick there, stick there. And not an easy 2-putt. Mind you, is anything an easy 2-putt at the Old Course from that range?
Side by side, Hovland and McIlroy in the rough on the left of 17.
They got decisions to make down here, these two. What a pin.
One of those times when you don't really want to play ready golf. I think you're going to let the guy chasing you hit first.
Well, and if they're thinking about going left past the green at 17, brings this 18th tee into play, so they're probably going to let them play first. Johnson first up.
Oh, Jesus. That was low. Nice going, baby. That was low.
That was low. I think that's a semi-top almost. And he's actually ended up in a pretty good spot. A worm burner.
Yeah, all good, Teddy? Yep.
Scheffler also with less than driver. Went straight behind the players at 18. 332 yards to the front edge. 343 to the hole.
Nearly hit the Swilcan Bridge.
Absolute top.
That was low.
And killer. Never seen him hit one like that, ever.
Even the best. That'll make you all at home feel better.
Cameron Young, right of the 16th. Whoa, 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 sit.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, my goodness.
That's when you lose sight of the fact that what you don't want to do. You're looking so much at the hole, trying to hole it.
173, and I think he's going left here. He's got a chance to get just left of the green. Try and make his four from there, Hovland. He's taken a long time, but this is the decision he's made. Very difficult shot from this light.
Get away with it. Somehow go.
Oh, it did somehow go. Hops over the road hole bunker. Down it goes. Get onto the grass.
I can categorically say that is not what he had in mind. Not a hope in hell.
No, the play is always left, isn't it? If you're in the left rough with that hole location, you have to go left.
Not from this light, Jay, I don't think. I think he's got to play front right. It's a horrible lie. It's sitting right down and in. I think he's got to play right here and try and chase one up.
He's going right.
Yeah, exactly, he has to from this lie.
Set, set, set. Oh, set.
It's come out hot. It's come out hot. It's headed for the road. Is it headed for the wall? Ooh, and a little bounce off it. Thank goodness for that. Oh, we've seen guys stone dead up against the base of that wall.
Still looks like a restricted backswing.
Not going to be easy.
Certainly not.
He had one there yesterday, didn't he, from the rough that came out hot, and it managed to just sort of go into the land into the upslope, took the pace out of it because he was worried he was going to go through.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to get this on the very front right, almost on the bottom tier, and work from there, and it's just come out like a rocket.
Tony, off air you whispered to me, he's a gambler. He's playing like a gambler. Jamie said a few moments ago, you know, he's been taking things on, taking the bunkers on and then missing them.
At St Andrews, that can take its toll eventually. Young. Oh, this is just such a mess. Don't like to see this.
Quickly to Dustin Johnson at the 18th.
How did you make birdie? I topped it off the last fairway, then I hit a wedge and then hold a putt. Justin Thomas topped one off here the other day as well. I think maybe the first round he just got it over the Swilkin burn.
You're absolutely right, Tony. Smith to get to 13 under.
It's a pretty good try. In fact, I lie. It's a very good try.
I'd like to see, and at some stage someone will tell us, the difference between footage of putts hold round 2, footage of putts hold round 3.
Someone is scurrying to get that number for you. It's going to be vastly different. I don't think he's anywhere near even 100 feet, let alone maybe 75 feet. What does McIlroy have? How close to the wall is he? We never got a good look.
What do you reckon, Jamie?
He's all right. He's all right. He can play off the back foot and just pick the club up. It's not too bad. Getting on the green, now that's another matter. I think he's got to play aggressive and try and play into the bank, because you can't pitch it on the road, can you? Or the path. Who knows?
Jamie, he's messing around with an open club face right now.
Yeah, I see that. Well, it's a bit like being in a bunker, the back lip of a bunker. You're going to try and play that shot, but now he's looking left. I saw the sort of shut down wedge into the bank, but he's not.
Jamie, I think that the shot you're talking about guarantees at least a 5. If you open up the club face, you're bringing 6 into play.
Well, that's what I think. I think you just take out 6 here. Take out 6. But he likes these lob shots. No, he's going to shut it down now and try and pitch it into the bank. I think that's the right decision.
Yeah.
Still not easy.
And if he gets this wrong and goes too far, it's okay. He can still 2-putt it. But this is the best option, no question.
That was really good. Great touch. Anything could have happened there.
Scheffler up at 18.
Beautifully played.
Hovland at 17. Is that the putter? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, he pulled the putter out straight away. There was no doubt what he was going to do from the shale path here. Can't get a strike with the wedge or the sand iron here, so he's putting up the bank, but who knows? Now it's going to react off this path and up the bank. Should get up there okay, but it's in the lap of the gods.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, there's so much luck involved there. If you get it up there to that range, you've made a really good fist of it.
On to 18, and Dustin Johnson for a closing birdie.
This is a much longer version of the putt that Cantlay missed to the right.
So 71 for Dustin Johnson. Shows the importance of that par-saving putt at 17, making the birdie at 18. 6 behind, but McIlroy has his work cut out for a par at 17. Cameron Young. Oh.
Hits it 4 times from beside the green for a double bogey at 16. McIlroy for par.
Got the biggest cheer of the week just about yesterday when he holed a putt for birdie.
Ooh, well done. Yeah, take a 5, head for the next tee. Hardest hole on the course today. It's averaged 4.65. As we expected at the beginning of the day, nearer a 5 than a 4.
First drop shot of the day, but you know, as you just said, Tony, that's only dropping a fraction of a shot to the field. Not a bad score from where he drove it.
And up to 18, and Scotty Scheffler, the world #1 for a closing birdie. .69 for Scheffler. So he's in alongside Siwoo Kim at 11 under par. And only 4 back. This is the 17th, and Victor Hovland is to stay at 15 under.
Excellent stuff.
Amazing. With the difficult hole locations today between the two of them, Hovland and McIlroy. That was the first bogey in 34 holes played today between the two. This is just stunning golf.
Well, depending on what happens here, and there's a very good chance they're going to be out again tomorrow in the final 2-ball. 3-shot gap to the next best.
Which is good for both of them because they're obviously very comfortable in each other's company.
Well, home hole, Tom Morris. I think it's an advantage for McIlroy to see Hovland hit first here. 3 wood, down off the right. It's a good one, but it's the right play, this. Driver's just a bit too much.
It's going to come round. It's going to come round. Pretty tasty.
Must have been slightly nervous when he saw the big kick right.
McIlroy's just seen that. He's got the driving eye now. Hey, it's good play here for McIlroy. He can chase this on there.
I'm really surprised by that. He flighted that so high. Down in the Valley of Sin. Good safe spot.
He was disappointed having made the birdie at 17 yesterday. He didn't take advantage of this hole. You'd expect him to gobble this sort of short par 4 up. Well, that's the beauty of the design, isn't it?
Every hole is amazing here. My favorite in the world by far.
Off they stride, our 2 leaders over the Swilcan Bridge.
I'm with you on that, by the way, Jay. There's just nothing beats it, is there?
Cam Smith, a little bit of a flyer lie here, ball above his feet. Playing it right, and that is going towards the road hole bunker. Oh, that's good now. Wow. That is unbelievable. Not in his wildest dreams did he think he could have gotten it there from that lie.
I'm sensing you don't think that was intended, Jay.
Maybe not. Different situation here for Cameron Young out of the fairway. He could be a little bit more aggressive.
He's gone straight at it.
Only a short iron. It was a wedge.
What a shot, Jay.
Amazing.
What a shot. You know, there's not many holes where you'd stand there with a wedge and think, please, God, let me have a par.
Plenty of people hanging around. It is almost 8:10 in the evening here in Scotland. And a lovely reception, not just for McIlroy, but also for Victor Hovland, heading up that famous 18th hole.
Interesting one here, chipping. He's obviously trying to chip this in. It's quite thick, the fringe, so I can see the thinking behind this, Cameron Smith. Left to right when it hits the ground. Have to try and just jam this in, I think, into the breeze, get a good first bounce.
Classy shot. I would say 9 out of 10 players in the field would have putted that. Brilliant little chip.
Right, up to 18, down in the Valley of Sin. There's McIlroy. Important thing here, presumably, is to try and leave it under the hole.
Yeah, he's coming up the steepest part of the Valley of Sin, which will throw it to the right. Then it straightens up near the hole here for McIlroy. It's a slow one.
I have to tell you, I've just witnessed a very rare thing, because Tony Johnson was speechless.
It was just superb, wasn't it? I mean, just, I could watch this young man all day and all night, every day. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, the pair of them have just been a delight today. And not just Rory, Victor Hovland has played beautifully as well.
Birdie putt for Young, little left to right swinger here to get to 13.
Well, there's still a par that feels like a birdie rather than a birdie that feels like an eagle for Cameron Smith. So that's one back after 16. Another chance will come at the 18th. Meanwhile, Hovland down the slope, left to right for an eagle 2.
Beautifully done. Man, he has hung tough today. You know, he's had the whole crowd pulling for Rory, not pulling against him, but definitely pulling for Rory. But he's, you know, he stood eye to eye with McIlroy, and here they are, both putting for 6 under each on the day.
I think he's going to get a chance to do it again tomorrow. If they both hold these, as it stands right now, they'll be 4 clear of the chasing pack, which are the 2 Camerons, who will likely play together again tomorrow as well.
I wonder if there'll be as much chat out there tomorrow.
Good point.
Question, very good question.
It is a birdie for Hovland, and that's a wonderful round of golf, isn't it? Bogey free for the Norwegian, a 66. So he's first in at 16 under. And he's about to be joined by Rory McIlroy. Great day's golf from both men. And they have earned themselves that little bit of separation. Might not be 4 in the next sort of 15-20 minutes or so. but it does guarantee them their place in the final 2-ball on Sunday of the 150th Open.
Down breeze out of the right. Surprisingly going with the iron. Needs a good bounce, I think.
He's laid up a couple times this week, and I think he was doing the same thing there. He wasn't trying to hit the driving iron on the green. It's been his game plan.
Yeah, he's got a couple of long irons in the bag. One is a 2, one is a 3. A little bit surprised by that, possibly. Maybe he just wants to leave it under the hole. 3-wood for Cameron Young. So hard to make yourself hit it right here. If you want to get it close, you've got to try and play with the out of bounds, really. Otherwise, just get it under the hole. Take your 2 putts. It's experience. He can play this boy.
Popular line. Would have liked it a little bit further. Now he has the Valley of Sin between himself and the hole. Choices. Unlike if he's 7 yards further, then it's straight up putter.
Well, 3/4 of the way through this Open. McIlroy and Hovland can't be separated. He's looked a bit like a man on a mission, hasn't he, this week, McIlroy?
And Hovland has something to be very proud of today. That was fabulous play.
Well, there it is for you. Been a really good day's golf, hasn't it? Really good day. Enjoyed every minute of it. Had some early fun with Kevin Kistner. Bryson DeChambeau got it going at one stage, and then others came into the picture late on. McIlroy and Hovland going at it. Well, Tony, you predicted 20 under par was going to be the winning score. That was at the close of play yesterday. You going to stick with that?
No.
No? What are you going for?
I think it's going to be lower than that. I really do. I think one of the final pair are going to go out and get low tomorrow. There's not a lot of wind predicted. Look, they're going to tuck the flags away even more if that's possible. I can see one of them shooting 66 maybe, or better, or both of them. This is going to be down to the wire, I think, the way they both played today.
Before a shot was hit in anger this week, I thought Rory McIlroy was going to win, and I thought it would be more than 20 under par. So far, I'm looking good.
Easy to say that now, Townsend.
Oh, you heard me say it beforehand. Don't give me that.
No, I don't remember that either.
Oh, you two've gotten amnesia, conveniently. No love in this box, let me tell you. No love at all. Question is, will one of the Camerons get some love here on 18?
Every chance, Jay. Every chance. A couple of good clean lies. I can actually picture why Cameron Smith has laid up. He's actually got a really nice angle. Cameron Young got a hard one. He's going to have to work hard. I think probably pitch it up in the air and get some cut spin into the breeze. I don't really think you're going to chase this one. It's been an interesting afternoon for these two. I'm not sure they've ever experienced anything so different as this. Quite bizarre, frankly. Pitches the ball beautifully, the Aussie. Maybe just pitches under the hill, one on top, and then just try and check it. been some amazing golf, hasn't there?
Yeah, when you consider it, everything's gone against him really today in terms of the atmosphere. If he makes a birdie here, Cam Smith or Cameron Young, they're only 3 behind going into the final day.
I think the key is only 3 behind 2 people as well. And that's a good spot right there underneath the hole. If you're 3 behind the lead, but there's 12 people ahead of you, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, you know, he goes out, well, either of these guys go out early tomorrow and come out with a hot start. You know, McIlroy and Hovland might be really involved in their personal battle and forget that
well,
these guys won't think they're out of it.
They both shot 64 this week. Young on day 1, Smith on day 2, so it's certainly in them.
Proves a point, doesn't it? And that was in tougher conditions.
If you think they're hanging out of windows and balconies today, wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he's going to cut across this, fly it all the way, use the wind. There's a little bit of a wall against him. Needs to strike this. Oh, this is a bit thin. Hang on, hang on. It wasn't easy, let me tell you. It was tight.
I'm not sure if it was such a tight lie that the lofted club was the right club. Maybe a 6-iron. Could have been a putter. I know Anthony Wall would have looked at options.
Yeah, I just think it's, I'm not sure, Jay. It was really hard to pick a line with a 6-iron. I think you just had to try and play that.
Stand behind the 18th, beginning to empty out now.
It's amazing. Anthony's talked about it a couple times in the back 9 from really the 11th tee. The atmosphere change in one group. We've all been in that group, Tony. It is kind of eerie.
Yeah, it really is. You sort of feel like a big player, don't you?
They're anything but. They're tied for 3rd.
Absolutely. And 2 fantastic players. It just hasn't been their day. And it was the day for McIlroy and Hovland. And, you know, they've got to keep the faith. They're still in it. Big time.
Record crowds, remember, this year at the Open. 60,000 more than we had in the Millennium year when Tiger Woods won here. And there were 230-odd thousand then.
Quick, unusually fluffy. Never easy. Just got to be careful coming through the fringe.
Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Nicely done. Dangerous from there. Very easy to slide that 8-10 feet by.
Stroke only counts 1, obviously. Stating the obvious here, but 72 just seems so much better than 73 if Cam Smith can make this putt. And that graphic right there pretty much tells you historically there's only 4 left that can win. Cameron Young has a little work left to stay within 4.
Well, we know he's an extremely good putter. Cam Smith. He'd love to pop this in. 3 strokes behind is very doable. Pity, just so slow up there.
I'm afraid that pretty much sums up the day, doesn't it, for Cameron Smith?
Really, it really does sum it up. And it started from the very first hole. A guy that putted so well in the second round for a 64 hole, 253 feet of putts. I'm not sure if he holds 50 today. And the 3 putt of the first hole just set the tone.
The thing with him, Jay, is he doesn't have 2 poor putting days in a row. He could come out tomorrow and hold everything.
This is far from a gimme for Cameron Young. This is really an important putt. This keeps him in the penultimate group tomorrow. Otherwise, if he misses this, it'll be Siwoo Kim who plays alongside Cameron Smith. You want to be in that second to last group. See a little right to left in this one, Tony, maybe just outside the hole, and it is downhill.
Yeah, he's just got to tickle it down there, hasn't he? Just died in the middle of the hole. Well done. Good two-putt. It wasn't easy from where he was. It's been a tough day for this pair.
Young has still managed to shoot an underbar round. With the flags on the top of the stand. Breeze is maintained into the evening here. Almost 8:30 now. Let's hear from one of our co-leaders. Round in 66 today, no drop shots for Norway's Victor Hovland. So, Victor Hovland with Rishi Prasad from the BBC.
Victor, well done today. How much fun did you have out there?
Yeah, that was great. I've been playing some lousy golf the past couple of months, so it's nice for it to turn around, and especially here. Yeah, I mean, the crowds were amazing, and obviously going up against Rory, it was a pretty special day.
I was going to ask about walking down 18 and all the noise that we could hear. Lots of shouts for Rory, but a few shouts for you too.
Yeah, as long as I get a couple in there, I'm pretty pleased. So, yeah, obviously, you know, probably the underdog, but I don't mind that at all. Yeah, hopefully we can push each other again tomorrow.
Well, you've won big tournaments before, but contending in a major, the Open, the 150th here at St Andrews against Rory McIlroy, who you'll be teeing off with on the final day. How do you treat that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I have never been in a bigger spot in my career, but that's the cool thing about, you know, playing for something that means something. It's still the same feeling, whether you're playing for a local muni or a college tournament, amateur tournament. It's still the same feeling. So even though it's a different scene, I still feel like I'm going to be able to handle it.
We wish you the very best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
He's got such a lovely outlook, hasn't he, there, Victor Hovland? That'll serve him well. Right, we've heard from him. Let's hear from the man alongside him at the top there, Rory McIlroy, also with Rishi.
Okay. Rory, my goodness, what a day. How would you describe it?
Yeah, it was really good. You know, whenever you go out a couple of shots off the lead, it's the sort of round you envision playing. I think Victor and I sort of, we fed off each other really well, back and forth. He got off to a great start. I sort of caught up with him around the turn, and yeah, it was a great day. You know, we both put ourselves in a great position going into tomorrow, and you know, I know I'm going to need one more day like I've had the last 3 days to try to get the job done, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
So many magical moments in that round, including that bunker shot that you holed. That was pretty special.
Yeah, that was special. You know, sometimes to win these sort of championships, you need a little bit of luck here and there, and that was, you know, it was part skill but part luck. I mean, you know, the skill part was getting it somewhat close, and then the luck part was it actually going in. So yeah, that was a bonus. You know, I was just looking to try to get that ball up and down. It would have been a great birdie, but to make an eagle there was huge. And you know, every part of my games felt good this week. And you know, again, as I said, I just need to keep it going for one more day.
There's a great deal of will to want you to win amongst the crowd. You hear it, we feel it. You know, what do you do with that tomorrow? Do you block it out? Do you drink it in?
I mean, I love that I've got so much support. I mean, that's wonderful. But at the same time, I need to sort of, you know, just keep in my own little world tomorrow and try to play a good round of golf, and hopefully that's enough. But I certainly appreciate all the support out there, and I feel it. You know, and hopefully, you know, I can get cheered on down that back nine tomorrow. Last thing, we spoke about the fact that you said you were going to produce some boring golf this week to get the job done. One more day of boring golf? One more day of boring golf. You know, it's taking your medicine. It's sort of trying to limit the mistakes, knowing when a par's good, when not so good. You know, after that eagle on 10, I knew that the next few holes pars were good, and that's what I did. Made a nice birdie on 14, but just being disciplined. Okay, boring mightn't be the right word, but disciplined golf, and I've been disciplined for the last 3 days, and you know, one more day of discipline. Well, we hope that boring/disciplined golf brings you the Open tomorrow. Best of luck. Thank you.
He's working really hard, isn't he, to keep it all in there, not to get ahead of himself. It's all the old cliches, isn't it? Shot by shot, hole by hole, tick them off, keep going.
How about stay in the moment? You forgot that one, and that I think is going to be really important, especially with so much crowd support out there tomorrow, which he's obviously going to have.
He knows what's at stake, though. We all know what's at stake.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, this, if Rory was to do it. 8 years with his talent. You know, you think to yourself, how could it have been so long? But tomorrow might be the day for Victor Hovland. Either way, I think we are going to have a sensational day's golf tomorrow on the old course.
Well, at some stage coming down the stretch, someone who has the advantage is going to have to contend with the fact that they're about to write their names in the history books as the 150th Open. It promises to be a wonderful Sunday of golf, a wonderful championship Sunday. And if it's half as good as today, we are going to have an absolute cracker. We'll see you again tomorrow morning from St Andrews. It's goodbye.